Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage live stream. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon so far. We're gonna have a lot of severe weather to talk about today. It's actually a bit more of an elevated threat overall. We are going to see some significant severe storms between now and about 8 o'clock tonight, perhaps even a couple hours after that. But overall, the core of this threat today is going to be between 2 and 8 p.m. Now, I didn't make a video forecast today, so I'm going to kind of give you an idea of what the timing is, in addition to the threat level, what you can expect today across much of the central and southern plains. And here's that threat level for today. We do have an enhanced risk for severe weather, which is really the main reason why we're live today, is this, and as well as even the slight risk, which goes anywhere from northern Oklahoma back into southern Minnesota, with that enhanced risk, which again is a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, across parts of Iowa, northwest Missouri, and as well as back through northeast Kansas. And this is going to be the main area to watch for today for some significant hail, damaging winds, and even a few tornadoes. So that is overall going to be the greatest concern there. Further down to the south, there is a marginal threat. I know a lot of people are wondering, why is this outlined on the stream today? Well, first off, every single thumbnail on any stream is going to include anywhere that's in the risk. So technically there is a risk down in Texas, but it is very low today. I'm not really expecting a whole lot. I do think tomorrow will be a little bit more significant, but not too shabby. Here's that enhanced risk again across Iowa and as well as back through Kansas City. This does include northeast Kansas, northwest Missouri, and central and southern parts of Iowa. So that's where the greatest concern is today. Now, the damaging wind and hail threat are really the main concerns, and I am expecting some pretty significant hailstorms this afternoon, so make sure that you are protecting your vehicle if you're anywhere in Iowa, eastern Nebraska, back into Missouri and Kansas, anywhere in that hatched area where those dashed lines are here going across your screen. That is where we could see some significant hail. As high as tennis ball sized hail will be a possible this afternoon and as well as into the early evening hours. Now, the damaging wind threat is also concerning. We could see some flying trampolines, and what is expected is that we are going to see some supercells develop over the next couple of hours. This will eventually turn into a cluster or even perhaps a linear line of storms, and once that happens, we are expecting an elevated damaging wind threat across southern and central Iowa back into northwest Missouri, where damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour will be a possibility today. Now, the tornado threat is a 5%. We're not looking at a hatched tornado risk, but I'm not ruling out a strong tornado if any storms do become very discreet and are very organized. It's a highly conditional threat though at this point. The overall moisture, it should be enough to produce at least maybe an isolated chance for a strong tornado, but as of now, the Storm Prediction Center does not have a hatched area, but you should still be vigilant because a few tornadoes will be possible this afternoon across Iowa, southern Minnesota, parts of Kansas, northwest Missouri, and even back into eastern parts of Nebraska, where the most significant threat for tornadoes will be today, which once again, it's not a super significant threat like what we saw last week, and it should not be as bad as what we saw last week, but we should at least see a couple, if not a few tornadoes here across the western Midwest and as well as in the central plains. So what does the timing look like for today? Well, we'll go through the next few hours and give you an idea of what to expect, and this is beginning with 3 o'clock this afternoon, which is in about 30 to 45 minutes. We'll have some cells developing right along the Nebraska and Iowa border, where there will be a chance for some significant hail as high as the size of tennis balls developing as we go throughout the next couple of hours. We already do have a couple of severe storms, which we'll touch on here in just a moment. Once we get closer to 4 to 5 o'clock, those storms will continue to push eastbound, producing mainly a hail threat, but once this clusters together right around 6 o'clock, that is when a more significant damaging wind threat will begin. And once again, damaging winds could be as high as 80 miles per hour today, and then back over in Kansas, we'll also be watching for development down this direction, and even a couple of storms back over in north central Texas and western Texas, where there will be a chance for some damaging winds. Here's what it looks like by 7. We'll still have a lot of storms out there, primarily with damaging winds and large hail, with maybe a couple of tornadoes across Iowa, Missouri, and even back into Kansas. And then once we eventually get closer to 8 o'clock, I do think the severe weather threat will start to drop, and I don't think we'll have to be live any later than 8 today, but if needed, we can stay live longer than that in case these storms do keep going. But overall, that threat does diminish a lot after 8 o'clock tonight and after daylight heating ends here across areas like Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, and even back over into Illinois, which there might be a couple of storms there. Our other development region later today will be in Kansas. Storms will fire up around about 5, 6 o'clock or so. Any of these storms will be primarily focused with the hail and wind threat, but there also is going to be a chance for a couple of tornadoes embedded in this activity across eastern Kansas and southern Kansas. And eventually, as we get closer to 10 to 11 o'clock, those storms will continue and will try to continue in Oklahoma, and that could actually produce a flash flooding threat in northern Oklahoma if those do stay quite stationary stationary, so that'll also be something to watch for as we go throughout the rest of this afternoon, evening, and even perhaps into the overnight hours further down to the south. So that's what we're expecting today in terms of the severe weather threat. I do want to mention tomorrow we also have a threat of severe weather. I may or may not have a video on this, we'll see, but there's going to be another enhanced risk for severe weather tomorrow. Quite a small area. We may or may not go live for this. I'm not entirely sure yet. I have a final exam literally smack dab in the middle of this event, so it's pretty unlikely that I'll be going live for this particular event. But damaging winds, large hail, and again a couple of tornadoes will be the main concerns across the central and southern plains. So be mindful of that for tomorrow. But obviously today we're definitely gonna be mostly focused on. We already have a couple of storms out there. We got one west of Omaha, and we also got another one as well south of Omaha. So we already got a couple of storms going so far. This one that is close to Fremont does look a little bit more concerning for hail. Not seeing any rotation as of right now, and I do think if we do get any tornado threat, it's going to be starting to increase around 3, and it'll probably go through about 6:30 to 7. So it's about a 3 to 4 hour window for the most significant tornado threat, which once again, it's not supposed to be a super significant threat today. That's just when the greatest chance will be for a few tornadoes between about 3 and 7. But this pink area that you see here, that's your tornado watch. It goes until 10 p.m. Central Time. So there technically could be a tornado at any time between now and 10 p.m. anywhere in this area. But obviously these storms will begin over here, back over in eastern Nebraska, and will eventually evolve and move into Iowa over the next several hours, where the main concern once again will be damaging winds and hail, but a few tornadoes cannot be ruled out. As of now, again, there's no hatched area for tornadoes, so we don't have a strong tornado risk as of now, but once again that could always change at any time in some sort of situation where one of these storms does kind of go a little bit rogue and is discreet and gets enough of that forcing motion and perhaps produces an isolated tornado that's strong. But I do think the strong tornado threat is kind of low today. I don't think we're really going to get that unless again a storm really goes discreet, which so far most of the storms are kind of close to each other. So if these storms kind of all collapse into each other over the next few hours, I don't think that tornado threat is going to be nearly as significant. We will have Connor Croft storm chasing with us probably in about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. His scheduled live stream was 4 now, so we'll probably be with him in about an hour and a half or so. Nothing too crazy out there right now, but obviously these storms are going to be ramping up over the next few hours. The storm that's north of Nebraska City now has actually just gotten upgraded to $half sized hail. So these storms are already beginning to ramp up here right across the Iowa and Nebraska border, and they will continue over the next several hours with again damaging winds, large hail, and the potential here for a few tornadoes. So again, we'll be live here for the next several hours, and we'll at least be live through about 6, and then if we have to keep going, we'll obviously be live for as long as possible today. All right. And also I do want to make an announcement, since we don't have any tornado warnings right now, and we're probably gonna have some later today. We've had a lot of streams recently where we've had tornado warnings literally back to back to back. We've really had no breaks at all. But I do want to mention that if you've not already seen our announcement, we are going to be doing some big upgrades here to the weather studio over the next few months, including a brand new computer, which is going to be a big investment. We are planning on getting a computer that can handle multiple chaser feeds at the same time, in addition to having multiple live cams. So that is something that's coming in the future here as we go throughout the summer. That should also be able to have the video quality even much higher than it currently is. So a lot of upgrades coming to the studio. In addition to that, 3 more monitors will be coming in. We got a monitor stand coming in. We'll probably have new lighting, because these lights that I have are so blinding. So we'll probably get new lights so I can actually see a little bit better here on the screen, because they are quite bright a lot of the time. At least a few hours in they get a little bit buggy. But there are some big upgrades coming to the studio, and it's not possible without all of our channel members. So I do appreciate anybody that is a channel member. All those funds for the most part are going to be going towards upgrades to the studio here over the next couple of months. So that is a lot of cool stuff that's coming, and we'll also have basically 2 computers. We'll have a laptop and then our desktop computer, and the desktop will be the main thing that we stream off of, but the laptop will also be able to handle some of the other GPU and CPU stuff, so it'll basically balance out the overall video quality and the live stream quality. So really excited about that. You also might notice there's no bed behind me anymore. Big change there as well. I know a lot of you are complaining about the bed being gone. I might put it back. We'll see. I know a lot of people are gonna have to get used to that, but we'll kind of see what happens here over the next couple of weeks in terms of how many people complain about it, because I had actually a lot of people complaining about that bed being gone, which I was quite surprised by. About 75% of you still want the bed there, so we might have to put that back there, but we'll see. Rip to the bed. Thank you, Dave, by the way, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. But I am going to be building my own computer, by the way. I have a friend that's going to be able to build it for me. So for those that are wondering what computer I'm getting, it's going to be just custom built. So it's gonna be a big investment, but I think it's gonna be very worth it. I think it'll be able to, continue our live stream quality and, increase it by tenfold, because right now we've had issues with multiple cameras. And so once we have a new desktop computer, I do think it's gonna be much easier for us to be able to balance multiple feeds, or even just multiple live cams, or whatever it might be. So once again, there are gonna be some big changes coming to the studio, and I'm very excited about it. So again, once we have all those upgrades in place, I'll let you know. I have 2 final exams tomorrow, for the record. So it's gonna be busy tomorrow, but after that we'll start working on those upgrades as we go into the weekend, and as well as into next week. So exciting stuff. And we might even put a trampoline behind me. I've been considering buying a trampoline and just putting it right behind me. Somebody put up that idea, so that's also a possibility. But back to the weather. That you had there for the $10 super chat. I literally just went over all the timing, so if you go back to like 7 minutes ago, I highly recommend just watching that. And if you have any questions after that, just let me know, because I literally just went over the timing. But it'll probably be around 5 to 8 o'clock or so for the Kansas City area, because we didn't have a video forecast today, for the record. So I know a lot of you probably might not know what's happening today unless you watch somebody else's video or watch local news or whatever it might have been. But yeah, again, I did a full detailed breakdown for the first like 8 minutes of the beginning of this live stream. Yeah, today's main concern is going to be really northwest Missouri, as well as northeast parts of Kansas. This area will get interesting, I think, this evening. I'm not sure if we'll be live through the extent of this threat, but we might. We'll see. We'll kind of see what happens. But we're definitely going to be more live than anything here for Iowa and Nebraska, which unfortunately this area just got hit by strong tornadoes a few days ago. Many of those tornadoes have been confirmed now as EF3 tornadoes. There are still surveys ongoing, so all of that data is currently preliminary. I'm going to see if I can pull up the tornado surveys here, and I will show you what those actually look like. Or maybe I won't. I don't know why it's not loading on here. But yeah, we had multiple tornadoes once again that were... Oh, here we go. Trying to load the tornado surveys in. For some reason, it's not loading. But we had a few EF3 tornadoes here in Iowa and Nebraska. I think we've had 3 or 4 confirmed up in here. I could be wrong on that number. It might be off by 1. But here's the report. So we had multiple tornadoes. I mean, we had multiple long track tornadoes. Here's one. We had another one just west of Omaha. We had another one just north of Omaha. We had one on the ground for over an hour, by the way, just east and northeast of Omaha. So there have been multiple tornadoes here across parts of Nebraska and Iowa that have been quite significant. For some reason, when I zoom in, it kind of goes away here, but once again, these are the damage paths. This is an EF3 tornado that happened with sustained winds at 160 miles per hour. And again, it's still a preliminary survey. It was on the ground, look at this, for just a little over an hour. So an hour and 4 minutes this tornado was on the ground. And this was, I believe, PDS most of the time. And then there was also some damage found after that. That was also, lower end tornadoes. We had apparently an EF0, I believe, on this one, or just wind damage in general. And we had a couple other EF1 and EF2 tornadoes in this vicinity. And then another EF3 tornado here, just northeast of Omaha. That was on the ground for 30 to 45 minutes. One just west of Omaha. This was the tornado emergency that we had. This is still a preliminary EF3, but notice it's 165 mile per hour winds. That's on the cusp of an EF4, so that could always get upgraded, but once again, it's going to depend heavily on the surveys and the storm damage. That's how these are all based off of. But as of right now, it is still an EF3 preliminary, which this one was on the ground for approximately an hour as well. So we had 2 tornadoes that were on the ground for about an hour on Friday. So really crazy stuff. And even Saturday, we had multiple tornadoes in Oklahoma. We had an EF4 tornado in Marietta, Oklahoma. That was our first EF4 tornado. Preliminary, again, it could change, but they did say that that's an EF4, a low-end EF4 tornado in Marietta, Oklahoma. And that is our first EF4 that we've had in Oklahoma since 2016. So that is a long time since we've had a EF4 tornado in Oklahoma. So 8 years. That's a long time. And hopefully we don't have another one of those anytime soon. But unfortunately, that's kind of what happened here in in Oklahoma. We also had an EF3. I think Holdenville was EF3, unless it hasn't been confirmed yet. I know for sure Sulphur is still an EF3, so that, as of right now, is an EF3, but that could change at any time after they continue to do surveys here over the next couple of days. But yeah, all right, a couple updates on the threat right now. We do have another mesoscale discussion. Damaging winds will be possible this afternoon and evening. They are going to issue a severe thunderstorm watch by the sounds of it, or possibly at least, it's a 40% chance, for northern and northwestern Iowa, eastern South Dakota, and southwest Minnesota. So that is a new update from the Storm Prediction Center. In addition to that, we also have another mesoscale discussion, and this is going to be a narrow corridor of intensifying storms possible through 4 to 7 p.m. Central, including a few supercells across the state of Kansas. That's going to be right along that dry line across southern Kansas and back into northeast Kansas. So there may be a watch there as well. That is a 60% chance, and they also could wait on that until there is a bit more certainty on those storms developing, which they probably will develop. It's just a matter of when. So that is the latest there, again, from the Storm Prediction Center for today, and that is their newest update. Also, thank you 1,000 miles away for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. We have a live cam on the right side of your screen. We actually have a couple of them. We'll have Wichita, Kansas there, and as well as La Plata in Missouri. And there's a train right now going by in La Plata, so it's blocking our view, but there's nothing happening there right now. It is expected to get more active in those two locations, though, as we go later into today. Don't really have any live cams here in the Omaha area, but we should have Connor Croft with us. I'm not sure where he's exactly going today. He might be targeting the Kansas storms. I'm not 100% sure, but if he is, then you know, those storms do look interesting on their own regard as well, from what I've been seeing with the different, you know, viewing profiles and just the soundings in general. The environment is definitely interesting in both areas. Soundings here today, dew points once again in the low 60s, upper 50s. It's kind of on the cusp of having enough buoyancy today for there being, you know, a tornado threat. So we'll kind of see what happens in terms of, like, you know, a more elevated tornado threat today. I do think the tornado threat should stay low today. I think a lot of these storms overall will be mainly hail and wind producers. So again, if you're anywhere in Nebraska or Iowa, definitely be vigilant about the tornado threat, but I would definitely make sure at least you're protecting your vehicles, and also making sure that if you have any sort of loose lawn items or trampolines, make sure you're hatching those down as well. Thank you, Jeremy, for the $5 super chat. Good luck on your exams tomorrow. I do appreciate it. I have 2 tomorrow. I have 1 bright and early tomorrow morning, and then I have 1 late night tomorrow. So unfortunately, they're at 2 completely different times. Very exciting. You know, that the tornado sounds like a freight train. The stronger tornadoes definitely sound like, you know, freight trains. It just depends on the intensity. I mean, if we're talking about like an EF0 tornado, a lot of the time you won't hear anything because they're just not super strong. But if it's like an EF3, EF4, EF5, a lot of the time you will hear something. But also, you don't want to just rely on the sound of a tornado for you to take shelter, because that's just, once again, just not safe and not a smart idea. At the bare minimum, it's not a smart idea. Because, you know, you could have a large tornado on the ground, maybe your hearing goes out or something, who knows, and then, you know, you just don't know what's happening out there. Hey, Linda, for the 199, have I been out chasing before? I have done hurricane chasing. I will probably do storm chasing at some point in the future, at least a couple of times, maybe do like a little chase-cation, if you will, or whatever they call it, in the Great Plains at some point in the future, but I'm not sure exactly when that will be. It'll happen, you know, probably at random. Also, thank you, Melissa, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Yeah, I was looking at trampolines last night on Amazon, just like a small one, and they're like $60. I was thinking about putting one in the background, but it's $60. Which I was surprised how expensive trampolines are. I didn't realize even like a tiny one, just like one of the ones that, you know, is for workouts and stuff. It's like $60. We have a hail core right now going into Union, Nebraska. That'll be approaching the southwest side there of Iowa here in a few minutes. Got a couple of storms popping up there. We also got a more significant supercell that's been ongoing here for a little longer than the one down to the south, and this one has become a little bit more organized. Mostly a hail producer. You can see the white little speck there. That's just representing your hail core embedded in this particular storm. Look at the correlation coefficient there. It's picking up on some larger hailstones right now near Hooper, Nebraska. That's going to continue to move northeast. It's going to go towards Tecumseh over the next several minutes. And this particular severe thunderstorm warning, or this particular severe storm, excuse me, is moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So these storms are a little bit faster moving. The ones that are going to develop down in Kansas will be much slower moving, just for reference. So we'll have much slower moving storms down that direction today, which is actually more favorable for storm chasers. Those will be very slow moving in Kansas later today. But once again, those won't fire up here for a few hours. First time I've been here and there's no tornado warnings. I know it's a miracle right now that we don't have a single tornado warning on the map. We've been live literally, I think, I don't know, we've been live about 40 hours, I think, over the weekend, starting Thursday all the way through Sunday. We only had about an hour-ish of that total time of 40 hours without tornado warnings. So yeah, right now it's fantastic. I can actually talk to you guys. It's amazing. I can actually answer questions. Holy cow. $60, that's like 1.5 IHOP meals. Dude, IHOP meals have gone expensive. I do have some frozen meals, so if we do end up being live a long time and I do get hungry, I should be able to just reheat something, because I don't feel like spending another $30 on IHOP today. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I just don't think it's the right move. Connor going chasing today? Yes, Connor will be live. He's currently expected to be live right around 4 o'clock. That could change. I don't know if he has changed that time, but that is the ETA as of right now. So Connor Croft will be storm chasing with us right around 4. And we'll have his live feed at that point. And once we get our new computer and that big upgrade, again, we'll have more than one chaser. I am planning on having at least 2 chasers after we get our new computer. So there will be some, again, major upgrades coming to the studio, and it's all thanks to all of our channel members here on the channel. What are you thinking for Northwest Iowa for storms today? I think the majority of these storms will just be damaging winds and hail. I don't expect a tornado threat to really get too significant up here. We could get an isolated tornado, but I don't think we'll get many tornadoes up this direction. Let me, let's go to the computer models. I'll put on the tornado parameter values here on the HRRR. And this gives you an idea of where that greatest tornado corridor will basically be today. So this is about 3 right now, so this is right now. So that tornado threat, it's very minimally increasing at this current time, but once we get closer to 4 and 5 and 6, it'll probably peak a little bit more. Probably down in here is where I'd be looking more for that threat. If any storms are discrete though, up into here, like southwest Iowa, those could perhaps produce a tornado or 2. Once we get closer though to approximately like 7 and 8, that's when I think this tornado threat really starts to die down. But I do think overall the greatest tornado threat will probably be right in this corridor, and it's going to primarily be with any storms that are discrete. If there aren't very many discrete cells and these are primarily clustered, that tornado threat will struggle a lot more. But where those brighter colors are, basically, that's where we're looking for a greater tornado threat today. And that would be right on this leading edge of storm. So like right in here, for example, the HRRR shows a little higher tornado threat there, which again, these values compared to last week are not that high, just for reference. Last week we had values near 6 and 7. These are near 1 and 2. They're really not that bad. So overall, it should again be a lower tornado risk today, but it's definitely not 0. Once again, if any storms do go discrete and get rogue, we could still see an isolated strong tornado, even though it's not technically in the hatched. We don't technically have a hatched risk, but there is always still a chance for a strong tornado, even on days when we don't have a hatched risk. It's just overall lower than the percent, value that they give you on the Storm Prediction Center website. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning back over here in eastern Nebraska. This storm is quickly intensifying. It currently has the threat of ping pong ball sized hail. I'm not, again, seeing any rotation on this right now, but that threat will try to increase over the next hour a little bit. And that'll be moving on the north side of Fremont and north of Omaha, heading towards Blair and Tecumseh. So if you're in any of these areas, again, stay vigilant and stay away from windows in case any of this hail does try to go through your windows, which is entirely possible. That'll be going again towards Tecumseh and as well as the north side of Fremont here in Nebraska. Any pointers on somebody looking to pursue a meteorology degree? I mean, my main pointers is just, read textbooks, weather textbooks, read weather books. I used to do a lot of that, which surprisingly, I've not read a single book fully in about 7 years, just for the record. But, the one thing I would read when I was younger was weather books, or even when I was, in my teens, I would read weather books and weather textbooks or weather articles, or I'd watch the Weather Channel, whatever it might be. And honestly, I think one of the best places to, learn more about weather is the Weather Channel, even though I do think it gets some level of hate, which I don't think is right. But I do think they have a they do have fantastic teaching on the Weather Channel. They do have some fantastic, you know, segments, and they have a lot of educational content. So, you know, if you're looking to learn more about weather, the Weather Channel is honestly great. There are also some weather channels on YouTube, or even just some channels in general, that do have some like educational content. I'm not talking about like my weather videos, for example. I'm talking more about like actual educational content. That can also help if you're trying to learn more about meteorology. Now, a lot of the time in these live streams, I am trying to kind of teach you some stuff, like we did the cap the other day. There isn't a whole lot to teach right now. I mean, you could always probably, you know, learn something here, but more than anything, that's just kind of spotty. It's not like, you know, all the time. You open to tutor someone? I don't have time to tutor people. I would not have time. I am so busy. I hope this summer I have more time to actually do other things, because, you know, you know, my life over April has literally been almost all live streaming severe weather, for the record. And I don't mind doing it. I love doing it, honestly. It's just, you know, I would like to go outdoors sometime and just, you know, go take a walk maybe. we haven't had much of that this month. It's been very busy. So hopefully after this week, you know, severe weather starts to quiet down a bit more. But right now it's staying pretty active. And I mean, today's risk is not super high by any means. I mean, we have an enhanced risk. It's not, you know, astronomical in terms of the threat, but it is still something that could produce tornadoes, hail, and also wind. Here's a new severe thunderstorm warning, the first of the day outside of the tornado watch here in the Central Plains in the Midwest. That is going to include Hartington and southwest of Vermilion. That is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, so not too significant. I do want to throw this out there. We did have severe weather here in the Northeast over the last few hours. We're not going to cover this, but I just want to throw it out there. We do have some strong storms right now, but nothing severe at this time. And also in Florida, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is actually a tornado possible. Kind of curious to look at why. Oh, look at that. We actually have a little bit of rotation offshore. If you know any fish just off the beach there of Destin, if you know any fish or sharks, give them a call or text to make sure they're aware of this. There's a little bit of rotation, but that's going to be moving offshore, I believe. I don't think that's really moving inland. The warning expires in 24 minutes. We'll keep a close eye on it, but that is back down in Florida, where there's actually a tornado possible label. But pretty broad rotation right now. You and Nate Snyder should have a pizza party. I've never actually ever talked to Nate. I've talked to Evan before, for those that know who Evan is, but I've never talked to Nate. Ohio is so boring right now. I would not be complaining after what just happened over the last few months in Ohio. The amount of tornadoes we've had in Ohio is legitimately insane. I don't think Ohio is the #1 state anymore for tornadoes in 2024. I know it was for a while. There were around 40 confirmed tornadoes. So yeah, Rustin, we peaked at 17,000. It was crazy. Yeah, for those that are here on Sunday, we peaked at 17,000 viewers at once. That's our highest ever. And we also peaked at yeah, that was our only peak, but yeah, we peaked at 17,000, which was insane. Which, for the level of the risk on Sunday, I was a little bit surprised. Sunday was not really meant to be a huge day by any means. We do have a little bit of rotation developing here right along Route 30, just a heads up. This is the storm near Hooper and Herman. That is a little bit of rotation trying to develop here. It's not much, but it's a little bit of something to watch. Again, I'll be moving towards the Nickerson area and eventually going towards Herman and Blair. So if you're in any of those locations, just stay vigilant. Again, the main concern right now is ping pong ball sized hail, but there is a little bit of weak and broad rotation that's trying to develop there on that little hook that's developed over the last few minutes. Again, any of these cells that do go a little bit more discrete could produce a bit more of an elevated tornado threat. Once again, I think the majority of the tornadoes that happen, or all of them today, should be on the weaker side of things. They should not be strong, but again, that is still not impossible if we get a rogue supercell, and I think if we do get a strong tornado, it would probably be in a small little quadrant back over in like northwest Missouri or something like that. Thank you, Mark, for the 199. Has Dixie Alley shifted? Dixie Alley is the same place it has been for the last like 60 years. Same thing with Tornado Alley. Those places do not shift magically unless somebody, just, moves the region or something like that. Also, thank you, Glitter, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. I do appreciate that, and welcome to the Velocities. I saw your reaction to Sulphur getting hit by 3 tornadoes on Saturday night. I saw somebody post a TikTok, and my friend actually told me. I had no clue. One of my TikToks went literally, or not one of my TikToks, but somebody posted one of like a clip of one of my live streams, and it had like 1.2 million views on TikTok. Which, I mean, you know, it is technically my content, but whatever. I really don't care. It was kind of a dramatic sort of title, though, on that thing, whatever it was. Thank you, Jude, as well, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. How's Max today? I'm doing pretty good. I'm not doing too shabby. I took a final exam a few hours ago, and we're doing good. And then, other than that, we'll probably be live here for a few hours, and unfortunately, my robot vacuum just decided to turn on. This happened in a live stream a while back, and I don't know why it's on. It's not scheduled to be on right now. If you hear the vacuum on right now in like a minute, that's why. It might be very loud here in a second. The robot has a mind of its own. We'll have a new radar scan on this in approximately a minute or less, or now actually. Let's check out the rotation on this again. There's a little bit of rotation here, or possibly a little bit. It's a little bit hard to tell. But there might be like a little bit of weak rotation just south of Hooper. We'll have a new radar scan on the velocities in a moment. Again, this is just north of Omaha. Kichi, the main concern up there right now is going to be the threat for just gusty winds and small hail. I don't expect much severe weather there, honestly. I think that threat will overall be quite low. Its main concern is damaging winds and, again, maybe large hail if any storms get going, but I think it's going to be a low threat. Yeah, once again, there is a little bit of rotation here. It's not much, but it's a little bit. There's a little hook there. Again, this environment, it's not super favorable for tornadoes, but once these storms move a bit closer to the Nebraska and Iowa border, they may start to increase a little bit in rotation. Also, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in southwest Iowa. That is also for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That'll be moving towards Red Oak, just southeast of Omaha, Nebraska. So continue to stay vigilant if you are in those areas over the next several minutes. This hail core is something else. This is just south of Hooper right now. I don't see a whole lot on the CC, but there's definitely some hail in here that is quite significant. This is a vertically integrated liquid, which also gives us an idea of the hail embedded in a storm. So there's definitely some hail here. We'll have to wait and see what happens here. Again, we do have a little bit of rotation, as I mentioned before, so this is definitely going to be a storm to watch for as it moves east-northeast and northeast, eventually going towards Interstate 29, but rotation's quite weak at this time. I would say more of anything, it's just gusty winds. It could intensify, though, as it moves closer to the border. So I think this is probably going to be our main storm to watch for the next few minutes. We got a few more developing down to the south, but they're all kind of clustered right now. And then nothing right now in southeast Nebraska, which that will probably change in about 30 to 45 minutes. I'm new to this in Nebraska. You helped me take a large chunk of fear away these past several days. Thank you. I'm glad I can help you. No problem at all. Again, I try to, you know, make these streams very calming, at least, unless we have like a large tornado. It gets a little bit crazier, but, you know, these streams are meant to calm people down. They're not trying to, you know, build fear into you for no reason, unless there's actual, you know, kind of fear needed. You know, if there's like a large tornado on the ground that's different. I mean, that would be a completely different situation. But yeah, these storms today could produce some significant hail. Once again, there's a very steep lapse rate today, which I'll do a little weather tutorial real quick. So what that basically means is that we have a significant decreasing temperature as we go loft. So once the temperature is steeper, that's when we can sometimes get some larger, very large hail, since hail is developing lower to the ground, and it's also developing in an environment essentially that's more favorable. This is an example sounding in southwest Iowa in a couple hours or so. It's just a forecast sounding. Notice the wind profiles. They're overall, not super duper favorable, but they are strong enough that we could get an isolated tornado or two in Iowa today, and even eastern Nebraska, northwest Missouri, those sort of areas. Veering profile, again, does represent ascent, which means storms are going to build, and also we do have a favorable wind profile here where we could, again, get maybe a couple of tornadoes, but they probably will not be strong in this particular environment. Notice the cloud tops will reach right about 215 millibars or so. That's for reference about 11 kilometers up, which if you translate that to feet, these storms will build upwards of 35 to 40,000 feet off the ground before they kind of cap off. So overall, pretty large storms today are in the forecast. We got very tight dew point here. Our dew point is 61, so definitely a little bit of buoyancy, not a whole lot. If the dew points were like the mid to upper 60s, it'd be a more favorable environment, but nonetheless, it's still a pretty favorable environment. And then storms will be building here pretty close to the surface at our lifting condensation level. So these storms, again, will have the chance to produce an isolated tornado threat here. It's just going to depend, again, a lot on the surface winds being strong enough, and also the moisture staying high enough, because the moisture, again, was one of the biggest issues with this particular severe weather event for today, at least being forecasted. This is the current dew points. Right now, they're actually not too bad for severe weather. They're right around 60, so we're not really in a horrendous position right now when it comes to moisture. Further down to the south, across areas like Kansas, they're also right around 60. Again, not fantastic, but it is definitely enough for severe weather. We've had a lot of events this year where the dew points have been in the 50s, and they've barely produced any severe weather when it comes to tornadoes. Hopefully today, the dew points around 60 are just not enough for significant severe weather like tornadoes, but we'll have to obviously watch that trend very closely over the next several hours, because once again, this is an area that just got hit by multiple tornadoes not too long ago, and once again, that could definitely, happen where we get a couple tornadoes today. Hopefully they're not large or strong, which I don't think they will be, but it's still not something that can entirely be ruled out at this point. The SBC just put out a new outlook. I'll see if there's any changes. That's for today. Let you know in a second if they've added or changed any sort of risk stuff for today. In just a moment. And there's no major changes. So this is the latest outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Just came out, literally just came off the newspaper 2 seconds ago. This is going to be for those in Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, Minnesota, all those areas included in this threat once again, but no major changes to the forecast. It looks like the tornado threat is pretty similar to what it was before, maybe a bit further down to the south. I could be wrong. I don't know if the 2% went down to Oklahoma before, but that might be new. 5% still in play. We do have our wind threat, which is mainly going to be where we'll have a cluster of storms develop this evening, or late this afternoon into the evening, around about 6 o'clock or so. And then our hail threat still remains quite significant across Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, and as well as eastern Nebraska, where we could see some significant hail for today. So that's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. Once again, I don't think there's any major changes to that, but let me just make sure there are. All right, so this is the latest. The main concerns with this outlook are the extent and amplitude of the tornado probabilities over Iowa and the marginal versus slight risk across the southern Great Plains. So that is the only change there. So yeah, that slight risk did go a little bit further down to the south. So just a heads up there. And once again, this is our most significant storm right now. It's northwest of Omaha, where we do have some large hail currently ongoing with this. This is up to ping pong ball sized hail. It is quickly moving east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour near Hooper, Nebraska. This will be moving towards Mondamin in western Iowa here relatively soon. And this is an area, again, that just got hit by tornadoes the other day. So once again, they're going to get hit by more storms here. Right now, though, the main concern is hail. By the way, I'm drinking some Culver's chocolate milk. Good old Culver's. Will Collinsville, Oklahoma get anything severe? Overall, the main concern down to the south, here's the current outlook. It's pretty low down there. I'm not expecting much. This is the current outlook. And we got a marginal threat across most of Oklahoma and Texas. Overall, not super concerned about this. It'll be mostly just isolated hail and wind. We actually already have a little storm that's developed here near Elk City and Clinton. But again, mostly storms here today down in the southern plains. I'm not expecting these to be significant. I think the main concern, again, will just be isolated large hail and wind. And aside from that, again, I'm not super concerned about the threat. I don't think we're going to see any tornadoes down that direction. The only area where there could be a brief tornado would be right there in northern Oklahoma. So like north of whatever that town's called. I can't remember off the top of my head, but basically northern Oklahoma. Very northern side of Oklahoma would be the main concern. Your video is laggy. Which video are we talking about? We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued here in western Iowa. That is mainly for the threat of half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, just north of Missouri Valley, moving towards Woodbine, and it's going to be moving towards Dunlap relatively soon. Again, we got multiple storms firing off right now north of Omaha. Most of these are hailstorms at this time, but we are still monitoring the threat for a tornado threat. By the way, once we get a new computer, I've been talking a lot about this, but we're going to have a new computer, completely new sort of live stream setup here in probably about 2 weeks or so. Will I be able to go back up to a higher quality for live streams and videos? Right now, our live streams are running at 30 FPS, so it might look a little bit laggy, but it shouldn't really look that bad. They will be going to 60 FPS once that upgrade happens, which it should make a major difference, but you know, when we have video feeds and stuff, that'll probably help a little bit. Thank you, Tony, as well, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. When do you think the tornadoes will be most possible today? I think the peak tornado threat here today is going to be between about 3:30 to about 6:30. It's not a huge time frame, and the main reason why is because these storms that are developing right now are mainly because of daylight heating. So these storms are not going to be going, you know, past 10 or 11 o'clock tonight, still producing tornadoes, at least up in here, you know, tonight, like what we saw on Saturday in Oklahoma, where we had several, you know, large tornadoes after 10 o'clock. These storms are not going to have that same environment. We're talking about mostly daylight heating stuff here, which means that the sunlight with all that instability is basically creating these storms. And so as these continue to evolve and move to the east and as well as northeast, that is where we're going to be seeing the most significant threat here for large hail, damaging winds, and again a few tornadoes. But it's still a possible chance. It's not like we're going to see a ton of tornadoes, but we'll probably at least see a couple or maybe even a few out of these storms as they continue to move into Iowa especially, and even northwest Missouri. And as of right now, again, I'm not seeing any rotation on this storm, but it has just been upgraded. We are now up to Easter egg sized hail that is 2 inches in diameter, just east of Hooper, Nebraska. So again, new upgrade to this warning. We're now up to 2-inch diameter hail. That is a considerable threat if you are in Herman, Craig, or Blair, or Tecumseh here just north of Omaha, Nebraska, where we do have a significant hail core developing on this storm. And once again, it is right now tracking to the east-northeast. So stay away from windows if you're in this warning. And again, if you're not already and you're in Iowa or Missouri or Kansas or even Nebraska, make sure you're protecting your vehicle. Bring that vehicle into a garage, because once again, it will be probably pretty active today, especially with the hail threat. Hey, Rail, for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate your generosity. My family barely made it to the storm shelter in Boris, Oklahoma. I'm glad they made it, and thank you again for your generosity. Yeah, sometimes, again, the warning, it can sometimes be really short-lived, and that's why I always, you know, remind you to stay very vigilant during severe weather events, because, you know, there are some cases where, you know, if you're in a tornado warning, it might not get issued until the tornado is about to drop in some cases, and that's why they have tornado watches, to make sure that you're staying vigilant. And unfortunately, we did have, I think we're up to 3 confirmed fatalities now in Oklahoma from Saturday's tornadoes. Once again, I think 2 of them are confirmed, maybe 3 now, but 2 of them happened in Holdenville. 1 of them happened to a 4-month-old, you know, baby, which really sad right there. That was near Holdenville. That was the tornado that happened. Not the Sulphur one. This is east of Sulphur. So that large tornado that happened. And then we also, I believe, have had now 1 confirmed fatality here in Nebraska. So that tornado event that happened back over on Friday actually has now had a confirmed fatality from what I've heard. I believe that was, again, I think that was on the Elkhorn tornado. So the tornado emergency, which, you know, is really unfortunate, really sad. But, you know, warning, hopefully at least got out there to most people, and you know, most people are able to take shelter very quickly. Is it 4 confirmed? All right, so it's 4 confirmed in Oklahoma, or is it just 4 overall? Also in Oklahoma, we've had 25 confirmed tornadoes from Saturday. So 25 have been confirmed, which is quite a huge number. So that was a tornado outbreak. That was, you know, expected anyway. But yeah, 25 tornadoes confirmed at this point, and that, I believe there's still some areas being surveyed, so that might go up still, but it's at 25 at this time. So a lot of tornadoes that happened, and that was just in Oklahoma, by the way. That doesn't include Kansas. It doesn't include, Arkansas, any of those other states, which honestly, I'm not entirely sure if those areas had that many tornadoes, but that was also something just to keep in mind, those areas as well. May have seen a few tornadoes, but yeah, the main bulk of it was, again, in Oklahoma. Or total per the Oklahoma governor. Okay, so it was 4 in Oklahoma, which, again, really sad stuff. Really unfortunate, but at least over the years, I think that I actually was on Brandon Kopic's stream earlier. I was kind of talking about this, but I do think over time the amount of people that are weather aware now is higher than ever. I think that there's a lot of good things happening now. YouTube's just one of the places, but the National Weather Service being able to get warnings out quicker, the outlook's becoming more accurate, and more people paying attention to them from the Storm Prediction Center. I think there's a lot of positive things happening in the weather space that are leading to at least a lot of that stuff to kind of be, leveled off more, and it essentially meaning that there's a lot more people weather aware, so the amount of deaths have, I think, been going down overall over the years, compared to 30 or 40 years ago when the technology just wasn't there. So there's a lot more technology now, and that's obviously helping spread the word. And as long as weather information continues to be put out there that's accurate and not super misleading, I think that'll continue to really enhance overall the people staying weather aware in events, not like today, but like something like that happened on Friday and Saturday, where it's much more significant. And even today, people should still stay weather aware, because this is not a small risk. We're under an enhanced risk, which is, again, a larger scale risk in nature for wind and hail. But luckily the tornado threat isn't super high today, but we could still see a couple of tornadoes. By the way, this is a large hail core that is just east of Hooper. We are talking now about the potential for 2-inch sized hail. Again, that is the size of an Easter egg when it comes to diameter. So again, if you're in this area, make sure that you are continuing to stay away from windows. There's a significant hail core heading towards Herman, Nebraska, Tecumseh, Nebraska, Blair, and Craig, Nebraska. I have a desire to be a TV meteorologist in the future. My current plan right now, and again, I've kind of been over this a few times, my current plan is to stay on YouTube for as long as it's needed, and as long as there's people still watching these streams and that need these streams. I'll try to be on here again as much as possible. That's the current plan. Obviously that could always change. Let's just say the YouTube space, you never know, like let's just say more corporations or something come onto YouTube and the viewership goes elsewhere, and not to like people like me that are just one-man team basically. There's definitely a possibility that I'll just go to TV. I love both scenes. I don't really mind being in either TV or being in on here. I honestly, I would prefer doing this. I love doing the live streams and stuff. It's, for me, way more interactive than TV would be. But I'm still not opposed to TV at all, and I've already been offered a job at like a TV station. It's just it's not my current interest for right now. But once again, I still have a year left of college, so next semester is going to be my most stressful semester ever, because that's the hardest one, with numerical weather prediction, which might not sound like something bad, but it's literally math and coding all in one, so that's gonna be horrendous. And then there's a couple other ones, but yeah, there's gonna be some hard classes next semester. But right now I'm a year away from officially being a meteorologist. Pretty cool stuff. What degree should someone go for studying meteorology? Definitely go for a meteorology degree, because that would be what you're looking for. This storm's definitely intensifying. This storm is organizing near Herman. Again, we don't really have a whole lot of wind shear. That's one of the problems here, but we definitely have a massive hail core. We do have a little bit of a hook developing on this. So if we get enough shear on this, it could be a problem down the road. There's a pretty significant, though, hail core on this storm right now. So the last several minutes, velocities, the CC, and the correlation coefficient right now showing hail east of Hooper. But more than anything right now, we're talking about more of just a significant hail core east of Hooper. And also near Mondamin, going towards Woodbine, and also, again, this one going towards Tecumseh. That's also producing some significant hail. So once again, we got a significant hailstorm in progress there. The storm that's back down here near Red Oak, I'm not super concerned about this one yet, but it is something that's probably going to develop here over the next hour or two as it moves northeast towards Griswold. but it's still, I think, a little ways away from peaking on that storm. This one, though, in particular, north of Omaha, this one's definitely more concerning right now. That has developed pretty quickly in terms of the hail threat. And there is a tornado watch, by the way, all the way up until 10 across a large chunk of Iowa and Nebraska, which, again, this is anywhere in the pink, essentially, would be your tornado watch. So, once again, if you're anywhere in the tornado watch, again, make sure that you're staying vigilant today. What is this tweet from this is the National Weather Service of Omaha. One jail has been reported near Amos, Nebraska. Will not be tweeting each report, but we want you to know that these storms will be capable of damaging that new truck. Alrighty, that's one way to get the word out there from the National Weather Service of Omaha. I actually really like the National Weather Service of Omaha. I don't know who runs it, but they're pretty funny. I'm gonna follow them. I barely follow anybody on Twitter, but I'm following them. New severe thunderstorm warning near Vermilion in southeast South Dakota. So that brings us up to 5 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. That's mainly for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Those storms up there shouldn't be nearly as significant as these ones, just for reference. Once again, if you are also new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll be live here throughout most of the afternoon and evening, as long as needed, essentially, we'll be live for. We'll have Connor Croft storm chasing alongside with us in approximately 45 minutes. So he'll be with us here relatively soon. And we'll have him with us for storm chasing. I don't know if he's in Kansas or going to be up here today. I don't know which one. I'm guessing he's down in Kansas, because those Kansas storms will get interesting. For sure. My favorite YouTuber, and I subscribed over to 150 people. I appreciate that. Have I worked with Ryan Hall? I've never worked with him, no. I've actually never even talked to him either. I mean, I've talked to a few people in the weather space. I mean, I've connections with like Brandon Kopic, and you know, we were working with Vince Welty at one point, just mutually, you know, just not talk to those people. But you know, I've never talked to him in particular. Where's this at? This is in Iowa, Nebraska right now, and then down the road, or actually already, we have a storm developing here in Kansas. This developed really quickly. That's actually been developing for the last few minutes, but we got storms now blowing up down here in Kansas, so those will have to also be watched. And then also some storms will fire up down near Wichita later, which we have a live cam on the right side of your screen, which is going to cover that area. And we actually already have some storms firing up in western Oklahoma. Once again, these shouldn't be significant, but they might produce isolated quarter-sized hail or 60-mile-per-hour winds if they end up intensifying further. And once again, this storm really not rotating near the surface, but we got a very large hail core and also a pretty impressive storm structure here. That's your hail core right there. Got a little hook on it. This is still warned for Easter egg sized hail, which is 2 inches in diameter. But once again, that is your hail core right there going towards Herman, Nebraska, and it's about to cross right into Iowa. So that's a pretty intense supercell right now, moving to the east-northeast. Definitely an impressive storm right now. Hey, Waco for the $5 super chat. Is Waco seeing severe weather this week? I don't anticipate much in Waco. I honestly don't think you'll see really anything when it comes to severe weather. If anything, it would probably be tomorrow, but I would say it's a relatively low risk. Thank you, Tim, for the $5 super chat. If you look carefully at sulfur drone footage, there's actually an intact trampoline behind a home. Pretty much destroyed. Yeah, I mean, again, flying trampolines are a big thing. It wasn't tossing trampolines on Tall Trees Thursday that day, but, you know, today is tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, and we could have some flying trampolines here. You know, damaging winds are going to get quite significant later. Right now, we don't really have any damaging winds. The maximum right now is 60 miles per hour, but once these storms organize more to a cluster here in Iowa, back down over here, those could produce some significant damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. So today's risk of flying trampolines right now is at a medium risk. I'll pull that up here in a second once I can actually pull it up. But here's your risk for flying trampolines today. So once again, a medium risk for flying trampolines. Overall, I'm expecting a few flying trampolines here today across Iowa and Nebraska. So that'll be the main area, possibly even in Kansas, and maybe northwestern or northern Missouri. Your live stream's got my 10-year-old daughter into learning about weather. That's awesome. I'm glad. That's actually awesome. You know, everybody gets into weather some different way. I mean, I got into it through the Weather Channel back when I was younger. I'd watch Weather Channel instead of SpongeBob when I was 3. Thank you, Lay, for the $5 donation through the donation link. I appreciate that. Thank you. Once again, this storm right now that we're looking at on radar north of Omaha is currently producing 2-inch hail. Here's the latest radar scan. So once again, kind of notice here, it's not a super, I mean, we were looking at the velocities a moment ago. This is what it looks like on the velocities. Not really any rotation right now, but it is going to be something we have to watch for as these storms continue to move into Iowa. Again, I don't anticipate strong tornadoes today unless storms really go discrete. This one is discrete, but it already has a storm in front of it. So I think that, you know, possibility of a tornado here is going to be kind of a little bit lower unless we get a storm merger, but definitely a lot of hail and wind today out of these storms. And we got a lot of storms developing, and wow, this storm is blown up. Near Malvern, Iowa, we got also a massive hailstorm here now. So that storm's blown up quite quickly. That's near Hastings, producing the potential for now likely up to 2-inch diameter hail, maybe even a bit greater than that. So that hail's now blown up, or that storm's now blown up. And the hail, technically. It's near Malvern, Hastings, and Emerson, moving northeast. That's what we got right now. We got 5 different severe thunderstorm warnings, all of which right now, right along the Nebraska and Iowa border for the most part. And again, these storms are really going to ramp up over the next few hours, but that's a pretty impressive storm right there. This one, too. Still a lot of impressive storms here. Returner says the storms in Kansas around Flint Hills are primed for big storms today. There could be some big storms there in northeast Kansas. I don't think we're going to see, again, a significant tornado threat down there. I do think most of these storms, again, will be hail and wind, and there will be, again, a couple of isolated tornadoes. I don't think this is going to be, again, something that we just saw like this past weekend or something, right? That's not what I'm expecting. So that's at least my forecast. Again, I don't think we're going to have that many tornadoes. If we do, again, they should be brief and on the weak side of things, but that could always change once again. Thank you, Sir Seth, for the $4.99. I appreciate that. No problem. Appreciate your generosity. Yeah, shirt that says "What the hell?" I wonder if that's trademarked. Hook echo developing. There is a little bit of a hook. We had it for the last few scans, but it's not really developing to anything. We don't have any. The wind shear is relatively weak here. So if we end up getting any tornadoes, they'll probably be in Iowa and not Nebraska. But it's going to highly depend on storms being discrete and there being enough wind shear. And right now, these storms do not have a whole lot of wind shear to work with near the surface, which is going to be a problem for long-term development with tornadoes. But we probably at least will get 1 or 2 tornadoes out of this activity. It's a matter of time, I would say, more than anything right now with this activity. We did go live a little bit early. I mean, the severe weather threat really should be ramping up between now and 7. The greatest threat today, again, is right now, basically between now and about 7:30 or so. It's just getting started, but these storms, as they continue to develop and evolve, they will get stronger with time as they move into Iowa. Also, we now have golf ball-sized hail near Mondamon and Woodbine, so just a heads up there. A more significant hail core is developing now in this storm, moving northeast, and it'll be approaching Dunlap over the next several minutes. Does Omaha have a higher hail rating than tornado rating? I can check. I don't know about the statistical thing. I think it's about the same. I mean, the tornado risk is definitely lower statistically. And I don't think you'll see a tornado because most of the storms are already past you anyway. The hail threat is still relatively higher when it comes to statistical probabilities. And for everybody today, essentially, the hail and wind threat are statistically higher than the tornado threat overall. And that pretty much is gone for this entire, weekend even. But with that said, we did obviously have a couple of, tornadoes, or not even just a couple. We had dozens of tornadoes, which a few of those were large over the weekend. But today should, again, just be maybe a couple or a few tornadoes. But I think, again, if we do get some sort of significant tornado threat, it'll probably be between now and about 7 or so, maybe 7:30 at the latest. Because daylight heating is basically developing these storms. If we didn't have daylight heating, there wouldn't be a whole lot of storm activity here. How strong would these 1 or 2 tornadoes be? Again, it's not something you really can determine ahead of time. Just give me 1 second. Just gotta check something. It's not something you really can determine ahead of time, but statistically speaking, again, the tornado risk overall is going to be on the lower side of things. And again, strong tornadoes right now are not a super high probability of happening. Why is OBS over here? Sorry about that. All right. I had to check my email. All right. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll be keeping you posted with the latest throughout the day today. And again, we might also be live tomorrow. So a few active days ahead. Tomorrow's probably more unlikely, but it's still possible. See what happens. How's Tekmoa? I'm not going to be able to pronounce this right. Hail core right now is staying down to your south. If you're on the south side of the town, you'll probably get hit by the main core of this hail, which again, that hail right now is right around 2 inches in diameter, which is the size of an Easter egg. Otherwise called headache-sized hail for those that have been here for a while. you might get the reference. That's moving east-northeast, going towards Mondamon, and eventually going towards Woodbine and Moorhead over the next several minutes. Enhanced risk tomorrow. There is another enhanced tomorrow. I don't know if we'll be live tomorrow. I don't know if the risk is going to be significant enough, and also the population in those areas, it's quite low. And I also have a final exam between like 7 and 9 tomorrow, approximately speaking. So that's fantastic. It's great timing because it's right in the middle of the severe weather event. But after tomorrow, I'm done, just for the record. So we'll have a lot more time over the summer, obviously. Here's a new severe thunderstorm warning. We are now up to a very considerable threat now for hail. This is up to tennis ball sized hail now. That is currently in progress. That is moving towards Tekmoa and as well as the Little Sioux area near Mondamon, as well as Magnolia in western Iowa and eastern Nebraska. So again, tennis ball sized hail now is the main concern here. Again, if you're in this warning, you need to stay away from windows. The damaging wind threat has also gone up to 60 miles per hour. So once again, this is a significant storm right now, moving to the east-northeast. So again, stay away from windows. And that, wow, yeah, that hail core blew up. That right there, again, is significant hail right now going through Herman. That reflectivity has really increased in the last couple of minutes. That CC also is much greater. So we are talking about a significant hail threat right now, right over Herman. And this, again, the greatest concern today is hail, and that is really showing on this storm. So that is again, a significant hail core that's going right through Herman, Nebraska. It's going to be moving towards Mondamon, Little Sioux, and Magnolia over the next several minutes. Quick update, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The threat for widely scattered severe storms will happen this evening, posing at least some risk for severe hail. That's across parts of western Oklahoma and north central Texas. So that's another threat that'll be kind of isolated down that direction. Also, the tornado watch did expand. I thought I noticed the difference, but this is now for the southeastern side here of Nebraska. They've now extended that tornado watch just a little bit. This storm has also just been upgraded. Now we're up to tennis ball sized hail on this storm in southwest Iowa, with the potential for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Once again, not really any rotation here, but that storm is now up to tennis ball sized hail and also another considerable threat for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Once again, that is the CC. Yeah, that's another big hail core. CC is showing some pretty significant hail here. Once again, that is a massive hail core right now near Malvern, going northeast in southwest Iowa with tennis ball sized hail. There was a report about 4 minutes ago of quarter sized hail. I'm on the eastern side of that hail core, but the most significant part of it is going to be right there on Route 34, east of Glenwood, west of Hastings, near Hillsdale. So yet again, another tennis ball sized hailstorm. We got 2 here. This one, obviously, I believe this one's in a more populated area, but this one's also producing a very significant hail going towards Little Sioux in western Iowa. Check Twitter here. I believe we have another watch Yeah, we have a new tornado watch. So this is going to include areas in northwest Missouri, Kansas. That is going to be for the threat primarily here of large hail and damaging winds, but there is a chance here for a few tornadoes as well. So again, brand new tornado watch here across Kansas and as well as northwest Missouri. That does not include Kansas City right now, but keep in mind, if storms are relatively intense by the time they get closer to Kansas City, that could obviously be something that gets warned or watched on, or whatever it might be there. And I'll show you that full tornado watch here in a few minutes. Here's the latest scan here. And south of Tecumseh, we do have an area, again, that's producing tennis ball sized hail. Your hail core has gone right through Herman. I have another hail core, by the way, near Magnolia in Iowa. So 2 different hail cores here. Both these, again, producing significant hail moving east-northeast. So again, continue to stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible as these storms continue to move in that direction towards Mondamon. And somebody put the pronunciation on a super chat. Tecumseh? Is that not what I've been saying? Thank you for your $2 super chat, Hannah, but I believe that's what it is. Also, thank you, Austinology, for the $4.99. Are there traffic cams here? Let me pull some up. If you guys have a specific link to a traffic cam, you can also send it to me on Discord. And once again, we're looking at a tennis ball sized hailstorm north of Omaha. We also have another one in Iowa right now that is west of Red Oak, and it also has the potential for damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour. That is a big fat 70. Here is this is a live cam, very blurry shot, but you got the large storm there on the top right of your screen. I'm trying to full cam this. There you go, very top right of your screen right there. That is the storm that is back up to the north. That's the one up here that is producing the hail threat. I don't know if we have a more direct view of that, but we'll see. That was a view of that storm. Most of these cameras are looking down, but that one was showing that storm back up there to the north. It wasn't a great view, but it was definitely enough of a view to be able to see what's happening there. But by the looks of it right now in this storm near Herman, there is really still no rotation near the surface, but it could try to drop an isolated tornado threat. There might be just a little bit here near Herman that's broad. More, though, right now of a hail threat. And damaging winds with the 60 and tennis ball sized hail moving into western Iowa here in just a few minutes. Got a relatively large hail core, though, that is moving in that direction. Tecumseh? I'm not gonna get that. This is a storm near Malvern and Hastings. Looks like we do have a little bit of rotation trying to develop on this. This is a little bit of a hook on this. This is near Malvern. Got tennis ball sized hail right now in this storm. Moving northeast, going towards Macedonia. South of Carson. I'm probably not saying that one either right. That's right now moving to the northeast. Again, tennis ball sized hail, 70 mile per hour winds on this one. They don't have a tornado possible label on this storm, but it obviously could produce a tornado down the road. Moving northeast. Waco had an EF0 and EF1 last week. There were, I believe, 10 tornadoes confirmed down in southern North Texas and like central Texas. So there were a solid amount of tornadoes confirmed down there. And that area, you know, they were relatively all brief and weak, but there's a bunch of tornadoes there. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, we're looking at a little bit of a hook here. I'm gonna see what the velocity is showing here in a second. And the wind shear is relatively weak here, so we may or may not get a tornado out of this, but it is a discrete cell. So if we do get a tornado, it could come out of this storm. This one's a little bit more concerning right now, purely due to how, you know, discrete it is right now. Thank you, Chris, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. This is the latest scan. Again, I'm not seeing much here. I don't think we have any other view other than that radar site, but maybe this one. That's not really a great view. Might be a little bit more spin up there in the clouds on this. I don't see a whole lot of surface-based rotation on this right now. That could develop, though. I mean, we do have a little hook there near Hastings, perhaps a little inflow. It's moving right now east, northeast, and northeast. And then the storm that's back over north of Omaha. Let's check this out again. I'm not seeing a whole lot of surface-based rotation. We're definitely seeing a more hail concern right now going through Herman and Mondamon. Approaching Little Sioux in Iowa. And then Woodbine and Magnolia would be next in track for that. And again, this is producing tennis ball sized hail. So once again, that is 2.5 inches in diameter for hail. That is a considerable threat here in eastern Nebraska, about across right into Iowa. Thank you, Patty, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. Also, thank you, Julie, for the $10 donation with the donation link. I do also appreciate that. No message, but I do appreciate your generosity. All right, Tornado Watch has also been condensed, by the way, so it no longer includes just west of Lincoln. They do now have a severe thunderstorm warning on the Kansas storm, and we have our new Tornado Watch. So once again, this is the entire Tornado Watch. It includes a large chunk of Iowa, a large chunk of Nebraska, a large chunk of Kansas, and as well as northwest Missouri. And again, this will go all the way until 10 o'clock back up in Nebraska and Iowa, unless otherwise canceled. And then for Kansas, that will go until 11 tonight. So that's right now the main concern. Again, being large hail, damaging winds, and perhaps a couple of, or maybe even a few tornadoes. But the main concern definitely being large to very large hail, which we're already seeing that. And in addition to that, damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour will be a possibility out of these storms. Do I like using high-res velocity or storm relative velocity? It just kind of depends. I mean, both of them are kind of... They have benefits, both of them, in different ways. But I typically just use the one that Radar Omega has, which is just the high-res velocity. But storm relative velocity is also good. Just very situational. Very short burst of hail and rain outside of Carroll, Nebraska. Thank you for the report. Yeah, I mean, again, a lot of these storms are mainly hail and wind, but wow, look at that. We got a lot of golf ball sized hail reports coming out of this storm now, and this storm just weakened in the last few scans with its hail core. So that white that you saw before, it's almost disappeared. It's like Houdini entered the chat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, I gotta turn down my speaker audio. Holy cow. We do have a new tornado warning on this. So that's gonna be for Malvern, Hastings, Emerson here in Iowa. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and interior room of your home or building. That includes Red Oak, Elliott, near Griswold, Grant, Macedonia, and Hastings. This is a radar indicated rotation on this storm, and once again, we have had a little hook on this. The hail core has shrunk a little bit in size. This is right now moving to the northeast, going to be going towards Elliott, Grant, Red Oak, Macedonia, and as well as Griswold in southwest Iowa. Once again, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation here, but again, it would be moving to the northeast here. It'd be kind of on the southwestern side of the storm near Hastings and Emerson. Moving to the northeast at approximately, I believe, 40 miles per hour, 35 miles per hour. So it's a pretty quick moving storm. Again, moving east-northeast, going to be going towards Cumberland down the road as well. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. Again, that's near Malvern, Hastings, and Emerson. We have had golf ball-sized hail in the storm, which is what I was just saying before this tornado warning got issued. Nothing confirmed yet above that, even though the warning is at least up to tennis ball-sized hail. So still a pretty significant hail threat here in southwest Iowa right now. And apparently there is a wall cloud on this storm from what I'm hearing. So we do have a report of a rotating wall cloud on this storm. Again, includes population of about 10,000 people. Includes Elliott, Grant, Morton Hills, Stennett, Red Oak, Emerson, Malvern, Henderson, and Macedonia here in southwest Iowa. Just to the east-southeast of Omaha. So once again, that is your tornado warning that we currently have issued here in the state of southwest Iowa. Or in Iowa, but you know, in southwest Iowa right now. So once again, this is a rotating, we do have a rotating wall cloud on the storm, from what I'm hearing. And then the storm back up to the north, just a quick update here. Don't really have a whole lot of rotation here near the surface, but once again, this storm could produce something. There's a storm merger happening here, so that could possibly do something down the road, but it might take a little bit for that process to even happen. But by far, this storm has the best chance of producing something. I mentioned it before. It's completely discrete. So with that said, you know, it's a discrete supercell. It could easily drop a tornado if there's enough wind shear. It's just going to highly depend on there being, again, enough wind shear with this particular storm. It let schools out early in a lot of places in Iowa. That's a good thing. At least they didn't cancel school. This isn't a day where you need to cancel school, but at least they, you know, at least they let them out early. I remember in Texas when we had more significant severe weather days in school, they would usually let you out early if there was like an enhanced risk of severe weather or something like that. Once again, there is a rotating wall cloud on this storm. We'll see what the next velocity scan shows. Again, the rotation hasn't been super impressive on radar, but there's at least some sort of wall cloud. You can kind of see that little broad area of circulation moving northeast, going towards Macedonia. Here's the latest scan. Again, we got a large hail core on this right now, just north of Hastings. So that is, you know, something to keep in mind here. We got a lot of hail. Golf ball sized hail is reported, but the warning is up to tennis ball size. See, you guys see any reports on Twitter, by the way? You can at me at MaxVelocityWX. Again, by the sounds of it, there is a wall cloud on this moving to the northeast, so it could try to drop a tornado as it moves that direction. Once again, moving northeast towards Griswold. Again, radar indicated rotation for the time being. Thought you were taking the day off today? There aren't very many days off during this time of the year. It's the peak of severe weather season. I will probably be taking tomorrow off, though, for the record. Tomorrow will probably not be live. But today we are live. Once again, if you are just tuning in, this is a tornado warning. Again, radar indicated rotation, so it's not confirmed. In southwest Iowa, approaching Griswold, Red Oak. It was issued just a few minutes ago by the National Weather Service. Again, you need to seek shelter right now if you're in this warning. If you're in Red Oak, Elliott, Grant, Macedonia, or just west of Griswold. This also includes Emerson and Hastings and Malvern, which you should have already been in your safe place for in these areas, because the area of rotation will be right in that area. And then it's going to, again, be approaching Elliott, Macedonia, and eventually Griswold. And it will eventually go towards Cumberland as well. So some rural areas out in front of this past Griswold. And then it'll eventually approach Interstate 80 if it is still producing some sort of tornado threat. So once again, this right now is moving to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. You have quite the hail core on this storm still. Again, this storm is still producing up to tennis ball sized hail. And if there is a tornado, it's probably going to be located kind of down in here somewhere, maybe even up in here. But that'd be where we're looking. It's going to be kind of on the southwest side of the storm here near Hastings. If there is a tornado, it will be moving again northeast towards Griswold and Elliott. Those are the main two locations in the track of it. But obviously, if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, you need to seek shelter. Go to your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, and away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. There is, again, a rotating wall cloud on this. The area of rotation, more likely than not, though, again, it's going to be probably down in here somewhere, kind of on the southwest side of the storm. Not very visible on reflectivity, which sometimes does happen. But again, it'd kind of be down here on the southern side of the storm, moving northeast. There's at least a wall cloud as of right now. No official lowering to the ground, no official tornado or anything like that, but there is at least a rotating wall cloud on this. All right, we do have a new velocity scan coming in here in a second. Wait for that here in just a moment. Here's that latest scan. So presumably that rotation and that potential for a tornado, again, is going to be kind of down there near Hastings. It's a broad area of circulation. And that's where we're looking right now for that potential for a tornado. And it's moving northeast towards Griswold, Elliott, and Grant, going towards Route 71. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And an interior room of your home or building. And nothing confirmed as of right now, but that's where we're watching for that potential for a tornado. It's going to be just around Hastings. It's still a broad area of circulation near the surface, but we do have reports again of a rotating wall cloud, which does mean there's going to be a chance here that we could get a tornado in the next few minutes. Again, if there is enough wind shear. It's going to be the biggest problem, I think, with today's setup, is if there is, again, enough wind shear in this particular environment. Tennis ball sized hail reported by neighbors in Iowa. Well, in this storm here, I mean, I'm guessing this is the one you're talking about. But we also have the tennis ball sized hail now near Little Sioux along Interstate 29, north of Omaha. But that storm again is that hail core looks relatively small, but it would be going right through the Interstate 29 corridor there. And guess what? It's just about rush hour. So unfortunately, that's happening at a pretty bad time. Woodbine, Iowa, also getting hail. Thank you for the report. If you guys do actually have any photos of hail, you can always tweet me on Twitter with those as well. Again, at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to show any of those as well. We'll have a new radar scan on this in a moment. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning in southwest Iowa. Again, a broad area of circulation, but we do have a rotating wall cloud reported on this storm. It's going to be, again, near Emerson right now. It's going to be approaching Route 34 and eventually going towards Elliott. And again, this is near Hastings. It is a rogue supercell. It's completely discrete. So when we have discrete cells like this, they are usually the ones that produce a more elevated tornado threat. And in today's environment, that is what is going to probably produce tornadoes, would be something that is relatively discrete, meaning separated from most of the storm activity. And that's exactly what this is right now. So that is essentially what we'll be looking for. And again, Connor Croft will be storm chasing with us in about 15 minutes or so, for those that have been asking. He's not live yet, but he'll be live probably in about 15 minutes. A new radar scan should be coming in here in just a moment. Thank you, Jetris, or hopefully I'm saying your name right. Thank you for becoming a minimum velocity member. Wichita, Kansas in the 5%. There's no hatched risk. It's just 5% tornado risk. Again, the main concern down there will be large hail and damaging winds. There's an isolated chance for a tornado in Kansas. I'm not super concerned about it, but it's definitely a possibility. I think the greatest tornado threat will again be over the next 3 to 4 hours, primarily in northwest Missouri and southwest Iowa. New radar scan on the velocities will be coming in here in just a second. Again, that area of rotation approaching Emerson. That does look a bit more impressive on the latest scan. That area of rotation developing right over Emerson. This right now moving northeast. Main pocket of rotation near Elliott. It's a little bit stronger rotation moving that direction. Right over Emerson, going towards Elliott, Griswold, Grant over the next several minutes. And again, if you are in this tornado warning, got to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. From what I've heard at this point, there is again a rotating wall cloud on this storm. So that is what's actively happening with this, is that we have a rotating wall cloud. It's going to be located right over Emerson or so. Again, moving northeast over the next several minutes. Our severe thunderstorm warning count just jumped to 8. I'm not sure where that even is. Oh, we have a warning over in Pennsylvania, that's why. We also have one now in Oklahoma, and we have one in Texas, or 3. A bunch of warnings in Texas all of a sudden. I don't know where those warnings were. We'll have a new radar scan in a moment. Again, area of rotation's right over Emerson. They just updated the warning. It's still tennis ball sized hail. And again, the threat for a possibility again for a tornado. Again, this is located right over Emerson. That's where our strongest couplet of rotation is, which it's not super strong. But again, if we get enough wind shear, we could definitely see a tornado. Again, we've had a rotating wall cloud on this, but I'm not sure exactly the status on that over the last few minutes. I'll keep you posted if we do get any reports on that. But once again, this would be the area to watch for. It'll be right near Emerson in southwest Iowa. It will be approaching Griswold, Grant, Elliott. Macedonia, you should also be in your safe place in southwest Iowa. Also, thank you, Zachary, and as well as Kenneth for becoming Velocity members. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. I grew up 5 miles from Emerson. That's pretty crazy. Small world. It really is a small world when you think about it. I mean, it's kind of crazy. This is the only active tornado warning that we have. We have tornado watches across Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, Nebraska, but this is our only current tornado warning. So there'll probably be more from where this came from today, but all right, here's the latest radar scan. Let's check the velocities here. Should update in a moment. That's what it looks like right now. So again, we got a large hail core. This is tennis ball sized hail just to the southwest of Elliott, and then our area of rotation is near Emerson. I'm not seeing any CC drops, so we still don't have anything confirmed here. But there is a little bit of rotation, again, approaching the north side of Emerson, going towards Elliott, Iowa, over the next few minutes. It's currently the main concern with this. Here's your latest scan on the velocity. So we still have some strong velocities going away from the radar. Going towards the radar is much more dull and broad and weak. Not really overly favorable there. But again, if the wind shear does intensify enough and it kind of cranks, we could get a tornado there. And that's where we're currently watching for that potential for a tornado. Again, no CC drop as of right now, meaning we don't have any debris that's actively being lofted up into the atmosphere. This is moving towards Elliott and Grant. Again, if you guys do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX, and I'll try to relay any reports. Links to all of our socials are in the description. Rotation on the Kansas storm. I'll check it out. I'm guessing you're talking about this one. Not really. It's not really a whole lot of rotation on this. It's more of a wind and hail threat right now. Damaging winds up to 70 is possible. So that's the main concern there. And also the storm that is north of Omaha. This has been a kind of jumbled mess up here with hail and wind. I'm not really seeing a whole lot when it comes to rotation right now, but we'll keep an eye on this activity as it continues to move northeast. Looks to be more of a wind and hail threat right now. The tennis ball sized hail threat on this storm has been dropped. It's back down to ping pong ball sized hail. So that threat has gone down. And we also have a little blimp storm kind of developing there near the Pylon area near La Vista, southwest of Omaha. So a little storm forming there. But really the main concern again is this tornado warning in southwest Iowa, which again is near Emerson, moving northeast. It's going to be going towards Elliott. And there's a population of about 9,500 in this warning, so it's not super rural, but there are definitely some towns in here like Elliott, Grant, Macedonia, near Griswold, and Emerson. And continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Also stay away from windows because the threat for tennis ball-sized hail is currently a concern with this storm as it continues to move to the northeast. You do not want tennis ball-sized hail, going right through a window and you're standing there with your little iPhone device trying to get a TikTok or whatever. That's just not what you want to be doing. You want to be staying in your shelter spot like a basement or storm shelter, closet or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Also, thank you, Rennie. I don't say your name right. Thank you for becoming a minimum velocity member. Our pronunciation skills are horrendous. I've got to say that. We still do have a wall cloud, by the way. From reports I'm seeing right now, there is still a wall cloud on this storm, but no definitive funnel cloud or tornado right now. But again, that could always drop at any time. So just continue to stay in your storm shelter or basement, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We'll have a new radar scan in just a moment. Again, if there's a tornado, it's near Emerson, Iowa, and it'll be moving towards Elliott. Eventually going towards Griswold and Grant. Joe, the main concern near Wichita, Kansas is going to be large hail damaging winds and an isolated tornado, and even a flash flooding threat could develop. That'll probably be right along the Oklahoma and Kansas border, though. That's the main concern there in southern Kansas. And that'll develop closer to like 8 or so tonight. All right, here's the latest scan. Again, large hail core with up to tennis ball sized hail just west of Elliott, moving towards Griswold. And the CC is actually picking up right now on that hail. So there is definitely some large hail falling there. And that's right there just to the west of Elliott. Velocity scan will come in here now. And still, like, it's kind of broad still, not super tight. Again, we got a lot of gray and dull green colors there that usually represents broad rotation when we're looking at the velocities radar. So it's not a really intense couplet right now, southwest of Elliott. But again, it's strong enough that we could still get a tornado with this if it tries to kind of recycle as it moves northeast. But the last scan looked a bit more intense. I mean, we've had a couple of scans there in a row where they were a little bit tighter, not super tight, but just a little bit tighter. This latest scan kind of broadens it out a little bit more again. But again, that could change as this moves northeast. It definitely could re-intensify. It's very discrete. So, you know, any discrete supercells like this one that developed today are going to have the best chance of producing a tornado. We got other storms down to the south here that are trying to develop. We got one in Kansas, and those storms all trying to develop, trying to produce a tornado threat. It's going to be more of any of these discrete cells, though, like this one. The storms up here to the north, they could produce a tornado. It's a much lower chance unless they're discrete. Like the storm up there in like northwest Iowa, for example. So this storm really still is the main concern if it is able to recycle as it moves northeast. Also, Connor Croft will be live with us in a few minutes, and again, we'll have his live feed. I'm not sure where exactly he is again, but I'm guessing he's in Kansas. He's going live a little later than most people. There's still a wall cloud on this, by the way, so there's still a lowering. It's not completely done. It's just a broad area of circulation still. There is still a wall cloud at this exact time. Connor's north of Topeka. Okay, so yeah, he is chasing the Kansas stuff. Okay. I kind of figured he was chasing Kansas. I mean, these storms are definitely going to be interesting. I think the Kansas ones could be interesting, too. Like, the ones that are over there in northeast Kansas, especially, this will definitely be more of a tornado threat. You know, again, if they are discrete, which as of now, again, it's forecasted most of those storms will be on the discrete side of things. So as long as those are more on the discrete side, then we'll probably have a bit more of an elevated threat there again for tornadoes. But again, it's going to depend a lot on the discrete nature of these storms. We'll have a new radar scan in just a moment. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is in southwest Iowa, near Red Oak and near Griswold. We just got a new radar scan. See what it looks like. Again, area of rotation will be down in here near Red Oak now. Velocities will be in here in just a second. Where's the bed? The bed is gone. Bed is officially gone, at least for now. Until, if too many people complain about there not being a bed, I can put it back there. But we got rid of the bed. All right, here's the velocities. Or they should update in a second. There you go. And still a broad area of circulation. We do have a wall cloud on this, so if it is able to tighten, could get a tornado here. It's still broad for the time being. That's where the rotation is. It's whoever's there. They're basically in it right now. That is just southwest of Elliott, moving towards Griswold and Grant, going towards Route 71 and just south of Highway 92. So again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in southwest Iowa. And that's going to be approaching Elliott and Grant over the next several minutes. No bed means no streaming. Or no sleeping from hacks, only streaming. It's pretty much what it means. I guess we just won't ever sleep again. I have to replace it with like a trampoline back there or something. I officially have no bed. It's gone. Brandon Kopic thinks it's too cold to produce. I'm guessing he's talking about the storms that he's chasing, because Brandon's back up here to the north. He's chasing the northern cells, which these honestly I think are not really going to be that tornadic. I think these are mostly hail and wind. We could get a brief tornado. It's the storms up here. I mean, the temperature doesn't matter that much. It does to an extent, but you know, the dew points are really more critical there. They're only they're right around 60, so it's not great. These storms, they're dealing with temperatures in like the mid 60s, I believe, or so, and then the dew points are in the low 60s, so it's a little bit more favorable. And the cells down here are supposed to be a little bit more discreet, so that'll also help. So anything like that will definitely increase the threat overall of again, severe weather. Especially the hail and wind threat, and then the tornado threat as well, but anything discreet is really going to produce that more elevated tornado risk. Wow. This storm's gone upgraded. We're now up to 2-inch sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds here in northeast Kansas. This is going to be on that storm that is near Seneca and Vermilion. Golf ball sized hail was just confirmed in, or at least reported in Frankfort, Kansas, in Marshall County. So just heads up there, that storm is rapidly intensifying. It looks like Connor Croft may be going up there, or he's just chilling. I don't know which one, but if he's just chilling, then he'll be just chilling. But that storm right there would be definitely a concern there for northeastern parts of Kansas, as once again it is discreet. If it's able to organize, we could get a tornado threat. They have gone ahead, by the way, and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning out in front of this tornado warning. So as of now, it's gonna stay as a severe storm out here, but they always could issue a tornado warning if the rotation intensifies. This is a condensed tornado warning now. It does include Red Oak, Elliott, and Grant. If you're in Macedonia or Carson, or just to the northwest or west of Griswold, you can now come out of your safe place. But if you are still in the pink polygon, you need to continue to stay in that shelter spot, like a closet or a bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. You have some convection developing on the southern side of the storm, which might be hindering its rotation here, but we'll see how that plays into the storm long term. Yeah, we already have 11 severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of those are we do have some now in Texas and Oklahoma, which is not really an area that we'll cover too much unless something goes rogue or significant there. But yeah, once again, this rotation has been weakening over the last few scans. I wouldn't be surprised if they just put this back to severe for the time being. I believe we still do have a wall cloud, believe it or not, on this. If I'm not mistaken, I think we still do have a wall cloud, but this storm in general is just not really that impressive right now. At least on radar. The velocities are quite broad. Again, what we're looking at here would be this area. Red's going away from the radar. Green's kind of almost non-existent now, so that means it's not really rotating a whole lot. More of just a straight line wind threat. It is still warned for up to tennis ball sized hail for the record, so it's still a pretty significant hail threat, but just not nearly as significant when it comes to the overall tornado threat for the time being. All right. It's been sunny all day in Wichita. Yeah, I mean, Wichita, the only problem down there right now is that the moisture is not that great, but once the temperatures cool a little bit more as we go into the mid to late evening, the storms really should ramp up there. We already got some storms developing down there. They're not really storms, they're more just cells, but those storms will try to develop here over the next few hours, and they'll probably become more significant as we go later into the afternoon. This storm has my attention, though, the one up here east of Marysville near Seneca. That one has my attention. That's discreet. That could produce a tornado threat down the road. This one also obviously could still produce a tornado. It's just it's gonna depend again a lot more on it being discreet. And right now it's kind of combined with another little storm that's developed there. Me and my buddy again thought about going southwest Iowa. We're in Waterloo. Yeah, southwest Iowa is not a bad place to be if you're a storm chaser. I mean, we got 3 there right now, at least on Radar Omega, and then northwest Missouri and northeast Kansas. Those aren't bad areas either. I mean, this is all where the main area of discrete cells will be in here. We already have a couple of them, but this will be the main area for the next few hours. And then eventually this will probably cluster together and become more of a damaging wind threat. So, yeah, I mean, overall, anything that's discrete is really what we're looking for. So the storms that are north of Omaha, they're not nearly as concerning right now. All right, here's the latest radar scan. We'll have a velocities update here in a second. We'll see what it looks like. I think the storm may try to recycle here, the bare minimum. There is still a wall cloud at the bare minimum on this, so there has been a wall cloud on this for quite a while. Okay, there's a little bit more here now. It's not super strong, but it's a little bit of something there. Again, just south of Elliott. Just go through the last few scans here. It's still trying. There's still a little bit of rotation there. Again, that's near Elliott, going towards Grant, and we're probably looking a few thousand feet off the ground, so this is probably closer to the cloud level, but there's definitely a little bit of rotation there near Highway 48. Moving northeast. And it'll be approaching Grant. Again, it's right now near Elliott. Apparently there might be a funnel on this too now, but it also could be Scud. We may have a little funnel now in this storm north of Red Oak. So potentially a funnel cloud now in this storm. And main hail core's up here, and then the tornado threat would be down in here. Just north of Red Oak. Again, that's moving right now towards Grant over the next several minutes. Yeah, zoom back out here. If a tornado touches down, which direction is it going? Generally, it'll be going northeast. It'll be going in the direction of the storm. So east-northeast or northeast. It's going that direction at about 35 miles per hour. Yeah, by the sounds of it, there is possibly a little funnel cloud. I mean, I'm looking at visual of it. It looks more like a Scud. So I'm not really seeing a whole lot there. There's still at least some sort of maybe a little bit of rotation, but I don't think this is imminent. I think it's going to really have to recycle here as it moves northeast and east-northeast here in Iowa. We are now up to 13 severe thunderstorm warnings. Where's Connor chasing at? He's currently in Kansas. So he's in northern Kansas. I think I can actually pull him up on here. Give me 1 second on that. We'll pull up Connor Croft. He'll be storm chasing with us. Just give me one momento as I pull this up. Done a lot of reorganizing to our overall stream setup and overlay, so there should be a lot less issues now. Generally speaking. Hopefully. We're about to find out if there's issues. Alright, Connor Croft's right there, right side of your screen. Look at that. Perfect transition. No issues at all. So, Connor's now on your screen, right side of your screen. He's right now in Kansas. He's north of Topeka. He's going to be heading towards, I believe, that discrete cell that's up to his north, but I could be wrong. Alright, here's the latest scan. Let's check out the velocities here. Funnel gone. Yeah, I thought it was more Scud looking more than anything. It was hard to tell. Here's the latest scan. Still got a little bit of something there. It's still relatively weak. I'll be moving into Atlantic and eventually going towards Highway 92 near Cumberland in southwest Iowa. So that'll be the general track of this. And we got our large hail core near Elliott going towards Griswold and Cumberland. It's also going to be going towards Lewis and the south side of Atlantic. So continue to stay vigilant. There's still a chance there for some significant hail. Also got a new severe storm near Auburn in southeast Nebraska. So the main concern there is going to be the threat for damaging winds and half-dollar sized hail. That's once again moving east-northeast. We got our significant hailstorm here. We got another storm just north of Manhattan. So we got a bunch of storms in the vicinity right now. of Manhattan, Kansas, and a lot of those will ramp up here over the next little while. That brings us to a total now of 15 severe thunderstorm warnings. So that total is going up pretty quickly right now across Iowa, Nebraska, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, you name it. Almost any state here in the Great Plains. Did I get rid of my bed? Yes, it is currently gone from the background. We'll see how long that lasts. I don't know if it'll last super long or not. This is not good. My mic stand just came undone. So, I'm holding it right now with my hand. This is what it looks like. The entire mic stand just came out of the screw. That is not good. We might have to, we're not going to have to pause, but I have to put the screw back in. Oh, wait. Nope, it's good. All right, we're good. I just need to stop touching this. All right, we're good. The mic stand literally just came like out of the screw, but I think it's good for now. That's what $20 on Amazon gets you, is a crappy mic stand, but we're good for right now. All right. Once again, if you are just tuning in, we're in southwest Iowa. This is again near Griswold with a tornado warning. And there's a lot of scud on this storm. Not really seeing anything super definitive when it comes to a like a lowering or anything like that, but there is a little bit of rotation on radar. Could still produce something as it moves towards Elliott and Grant. It'll be eventually going towards Route 71 over the next few minutes. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building if you are in this warning. Again, in southwest Iowa right now. Moving northeast. I'll have another radar scan in just a moment. Bed? Yes, there used to be a bed right here, and it's no longer there. See if there's any reports on Twitter. If you see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. And I will again try to relay any reports. We are at 13 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, this is your only tornado warning right now in southwest Iowa. The warning itself does go for 4 more minutes. So we'll see if they issue a new one. We'll probably figure that out here in just a moment if they do. If not, there are, again, plenty of severe storms out there that we'll try to get to here in just a moment, because a lot of these are producing hail and wind. So there's a ton of storms out there right now. For those that are wondering, by the way, the reason why I got rid of my bed is because I do want to put more stuff back here, like actual, like an actual background. So, again, we're doing some big revamping over the next few weeks. We talked about it a lot at the beginning of the live stream, but again, we're getting a new computer that's going to be able to really handle live streams and handle a lot of storm chasers. Like, the plan right now is to have more than just Connor Croft. I want to have at least 2 or 3 chasers on streams and stuff, and a bunch of live cams too. So that's all coming probably in a couple weeks. And maybe even a trampoline. Maybe some Culver's cheese curds to go along with that too. Bring back the bed. There's a whole riot on Twitter right now. Bring back this bed. I don't know why. All right, looks like they're not going to continue this tornado warning. They are going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning on this. That is for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There was just a report of golf ball-sized hail on this storm, so it is still producing significant hail here in southwestern Iowa. That's going to continue to go towards Greenfield. I do think this storm does still have a chance to produce something if it does end up having a storm merger here near Red Oak, so that could become a concern as this continues to move to the east, northeast, and northeast over the next several minutes. Guys, I really don't want to bring back the bed. I'd rather this just be like, a cleaner setup behind me at least. All right, we no longer have a tornado warning. And by the way, the transitions on our streams have also changed. Just an FYI. I'm trying to we've been doing some changes and everything should be a lot smoother now. At least for now, until we get a new computer. So we're having a lot of technical issues on Sunday, but I think a lot of those have been fixed, at least temporarily. Okay, By the way, thank you, Gibbs, for another $5 super chat. I do appreciate it. All right, let me quickly update you on some of these storms. So once again, we do have severe storms right now north of Omaha. These are still producing $1.25 sized hail. Wind threat pretty much non-existent right now on this activity. Overall, these storms, I'm not super concerned about a tornado risk. I am still concerned, though, we could get an isolated tornado out of something like this if it continues to stay discreet. So this could become a concern again as it moves towards Greenfield and Winterset, and eventually going towards Des Moines later this afternoon into the evening. We also have a discrete cell in north or southeast Nebraska, not northeast. That's near Auburn and Johnson, which is producing $0.5 sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds moving east. And then also near Seneca in northern Kansas, we have multiple storms firing up here with damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour and 2-inch hail. These are moving east-northeast. And then we also have a couple of storms now firing off west of Wichita. They are not severe yet, but we'll continue to watch those closely. We also have a severe storm in Oklahoma. We have another one in southwest Oklahoma. Relatively minimal threat, but ping pong ball sized hail is possible. And then also we have, like, I don't even know how many warnings this is. It looks like 8 different warnings inside of one. This is a tennis ball sized hailstorm in Texas. Very rural areas near McCamey. But I couldn't even tell you. This looks like 4 different warnings, or maybe even 5. I personally have never seen something like this before, but that is moving east with tennis ball sized hail as the main concern. So again, if anything develops there, we'll go back to it, but obviously that's a storm that's very rural areas. It's really not where the main threat is at this point across Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, and even back into Missouri. So looks like a shark. I used to have a teddy bear behind me. I mean, I don't know why we ever did that, but I had it behind me for a little while. So that also used to be there, but that's a goner too. The storm near Centralia, by the way, looks like it's weakening a little bit. So the hail threat might be going down just a little bit on that storm right now. Oh yeah, somebody said this is from Phoenix on Twitter. They said I should replace this with a trampoline. It's actually pretty funny. This was yesterday. I don't know how you Photoshop it like that, but that's pretty funny. Put a trampoline there in the background. Any tornadoes possible in Tulsa tonight? Nope. Not expecting that tonight there in Tulsa. I mean, we could see something isolated to your northwest. This is the current tornado risk, but it does not include Tulsa by any means. It's pretty far up to your northwest. This is the tornado risk for today. Again, we got a large 5% and a 2% that goes down into northwest Oklahoma. What this essentially means is that we have a low to medium threat here across both Iowa, Nebraska, Missouri, and Kansas, and then we have a very low threat here in that green shaded area, which does again include areas like Minnesota, parts of Missouri, and goes down into north Oklahoma. Needs a taco bar. I need to get like a water jug or something that just lasts forever in here too. I mean, again, we're doing big upgrades. I'm planning on putting some pretty big investments here into the weather studio. I want these streams to, have more, be more quality at least, because I think there's a lot of things that we can improve on. With a lot of things. I think there's a lot of things we can improve on. And having, a larger capacity computer will also help to be able to, again, have more storm chasers, more live cameras, a bunch of stuff. I think it'll just be, better overall. This laptop, I mean, I'm using a laptop, and we've been using this for 3 years now, and I love it. But the problem is the CPU is starting to kind of die on it. It's not very good. And so instead of just upgrading that, we'll probably just get, again, a replacement. And then we'll use this laptop still. It just will be it'll be like a streaming, computer or whatever. So that's, again, the plan. And again, this is all possible because of all of our members. So again, I do appreciate all of our channel members. So all this would not be possible without you guys. We have now over 500 members, by the way, on the channel. I really do appreciate everybody that is a member. That is our highest number ever by like 5x from like last month. So I do appreciate all of our new members. All right, let's quickly update you on this storm near Centralia. This storm right now is near Vermilion. This one was weakening a little bit with its hail core. I have a little bit of rotation developing though on that. That's near Centralia. Just a little bit on that hook. We do have a small little hook on this storm. It's going towards Centralia and Corning and northeastern Kansas, and also near Westmoreland. There is still a storm here that is also producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. A couple of different storms here that are a little bit more on the significant side of things when it comes to wind and hail. But there's a little bit of rotation on that storm near Seneca, so we'll keep a close eye on that. Wow, this is an interesting radar error. I don't know what this is actually called, but that's interesting. We got like a bunch of lines going across the screen on reflectivity. That's interesting. The storm that is right now near Griswold is also still producing the threat of severe weather, but this one right now is not really rotating as much as it was, but I do think there's some redevelopment that's going to happen here as this continues to move to the northeast. There's a bit of a storm merger happening here, so we could end up getting maybe a tornado threat out of that if it's able to merge successfully. It's moving east-northeast at 35 miles per hour in southwestern Iowa right now. Thank you, Gibbs, for the $5 super chat. There's some crazy things we could do behind me. I'm not sure what we'll do for the behind me, but we'll probably have some changes there. Again, I'm not sure what we'll put behind me, but might be a trampoline, might be just some decoration, who knows. But something other than a bed. I think the bed is very lame, for the record. Paint the wall green. I mean, I do have a green screen, but it would just be impossible to use here, but I am planning on bringing back the green screen by next year at some point. And actually using it for weather, not just like as a backdrop, because that'll be something else that we'll probably have a big change with then, and we'll be able to use that on live streams at some point down the road. Thank you, Bucky. Appreciate that. Am I tired of doing lives? Not really, honestly. I mean, the only reason why I would be tired of doing live streams is because I have final exams, and I still have 2 tomorrow. But other than that, I mean, I feel great. I haven't lost my voice at all, which is shocking after almost 40 hours of coverage over the weekend. And we had about 15 hours of streaming on that one day on Saturday. But I still feel great. I had a break yesterday, got to sleep in. I had about 9 hours of sleep yesterday, which was very impressive. So I'm not feeling too shabby right now. Feeling pretty good. We got a broad area of circulation right now near Vermilion and Centralia, by the way, moving east. We'll watch this storm closely. I wouldn't say it's an imminent concern, but in this particular environment, we could get a brief tornado out of that. And I'm still watching this storm here in southwest Iowa. I think this has the best chance of doing something as it continues to move to the northeast. Backdrop of an IHOP interior. 100%. Is there hail with these storms? There's hail with every one of the severe storms that we have. There's not a single storm right now on radar that is severe that is not producing hail. Every single storm is. So if there's a severe warning in your area, you're probably going to see some hail. Or if it includes you, you are probably going to see hail. Chance of severe weather in Neshomo, Missouri. I don't know where that is. Or Neosho. That would be pretty much a 0% chance almost. I mean, you're not going to really see anything down there. And the main core of the threat is in the tornado watches. And it's also going to be back down into like Oklahoma and Texas, kind of West Oklahoma, West Texas. There's a thin corridor there. It's not a very large threat there, but yeah, Southwest Missouri, I'm not expecting anything significant. Also, thank you, CJ, for the $9.99. Going from Minnesota and heading towards Wichita. That's like the worst route for today. That's horrendous. That's a horrible route. I do appreciate your $9.99, and I'll keep you posted. That could not be any worse of a route at all. Like, I mean, you're literally going through the bulk of the storms. But if you're leaving right now in Minnesota, you should hopefully miss the bulk of the severe weather, because again, a lot of these storms are daylight heating related. So after about 8 or 9 o'clock, a lot of the storms here will weaken. The ones down near Wichita will probably continue, though, a bit beyond that. Here's the future radar for today. So this is right about now. This is about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So again, notice most of the storms off to the east by 9 o'clock. And then we'll have some storms near Kansas City. But these storms will linger near Wichita for a while, which could create a flooding threat. But overall, severe weather will probably be mostly just isolated hail and wind. Hey, Melissa, I appreciate that. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I definitely will. Thank you. I get cheese curds all the time. And we'll definitely have some cheese curd sized hail today across all these states, anywhere from Iowa, Nebraska, back into Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, and even Texas. Hey, Boris for the $10 super chat. See if Culver's if you can get Culver's as a sponsor and have them provide a backdrop for you. I'll work on that. I highly doubt they're going to sponsor me, just for the record, but no, anything's possible. Anything's possible. May have a little bit of rotation right now near Grant. Not super convinced on it yet, but there might be some rotation there developing. This is on the same storm that was tornado warned. It's going to be going towards Grant, Iowa. There's definitely something there. It's right now moving northeast, going towards Massena and as well as Cumberland right now. Also, thank you, Nicholas, for the $3 Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the Trampoline Tuesday stream. No problem. Today is tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. I have been thinking about making t-shirts for every day as well, by the way, but I haven't officially done that. I am not in Wisconsin, guys. I was not born. I don't think I've ever even been to the state of Wisconsin. Culver's is not just in Wisconsin, for the record, and cheese curds are also not just in Wisconsin. Thank you, Kane, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. We're up to 15 severe thunderstorm warnings, and again, we're watching the storm near Route 71, which there is some rotation on this, which is the reason why we are currently looking at this storm. I do think it does have a chance to produce a tornado as it continues to organize and moves in that direction. Definitely not ruling out that we get a tornado with this storm. Again, continue to stay very vigilant if you're in this area. Any of these two warnings, either two of these severe storm warnings, they could, you know, the storm's basically going east-northeast, so it's going to be going in that direction. What's Wednesday called? It's Wacky Weather Wednesday. We do have flying trampoline merchandise, it's just not based on the days. The Midwest has good cheese curds, our best cheese curds. Are they actually different in the Midwest? Does like every place have cheese curds in the Midwest? Or like at least in Wisconsin? We'll have a new radar scan in a moment. Again, we're watching the storm in southwest Iowa that was tornado warned, and still has some rotation near Grant, moving northeast. We do have 15 other, or 14, or 13 technically, other warnings other than this area. Culver started in Wisconsin. I know that. I'm just saying, you know, it's not just in Wisconsin though. 100% different cheese curds. I have to go there just for the cheese curd sometime. I'm a trucker going south on I-30 in Minnesota. How screwed am I? I-30 going southbound. First step is, where in the world is I-30? I see 29, I see 35, and I see 90. I'm not very familiar with the interstates here. I don't know which one that is. Somebody give me an idea of where that is. I can give you a better answer once I actually know where that is. Now here's the latest scan. I'm not seeing much anymore. There was like a little area rotation, it looked like. It looks still like more of a hail threat right now. Again, this could try to recycle though. It is a more organizing storm with Easter egg sized hail, which is 2 inches in diameter, moving northeast. 30 goes west to east. Yeah, I was about to say, I thought 30, anything that ends with 0 usually goes that direction. And then anything that ends with 5 goes north to south. He means 35? I mean, the storms are going to be in this area around 8 or 9. They should be done after that. I'll do a quick little future radar thing here. Here's 5 o'clock, 6 is right here. Then 7 o'clock, storm's going right along Interstate 35. So that includes basically anywhere up and down this stretch. Plenty of showers and storms. The most significant wind threat, though, will be anything in here. So that'll be kind of just south here of the beginning of I-35 in Iowa. But there could still be some isolated wind up there. That's high. And then by 8, these storms are crossing over I-35. And then by 9, anything along here should be relatively, for the most part, done along the I-35 stretch. And I'm guessing that's what you're talking about. That's a general ETA. And storms should start to explode near Wichita between now and 7. And again, there's a tornado watch in effect for this area. So, and we just got 2 new severe thunderstorm warnings. We are now up to 17 severe thunderstorm warnings. It is ramping up quickly. New one in Oklahoma for 60-mile-per-hour winds and $half sized hail. And then we also have one back over in... We actually have now 2. We're ramping up quickly. We got 2 now in northeast Kansas. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And 2-inch sized hail, which again is the size of Easter eggs, is moving towards Hiawatha and Sabetha and Fairview. So right now moving east. And then again, the other storm near Westmoreland is also producing more marginal threats, but that's a newly developing storm. We have some rotation by the looks of it near Frankfurt. Let's try to line this up. There might be a little bit here. It's not much. Again, the wind shear is going to be one of the biggest issues today. There's a little bit of rotation, though, near Frankfurt, Kansas. And there might be some here near Westmoreland. Maybe not. Oh, maybe there is. Let's look at the velocities. Might be something there. We'll watch this closely. That's also near Westmoreland. Might be a little bit of rotation there. A couple of storms that are ramping up down here. Also, a new report, 70-mile-per-hour winds by a personal weather station in Henderson, Iowa. It's back over in southwest Iowa as of 4:13 p.m., so about 20 minutes ago or so. Are Easter eggs a different size than hen eggs? No, hen eggs... Problem is, with whenever I say hen egg, it sounds like I'm saying headache. So, we've gone away from the hen egg size. I mean, Easter eggs are pretty much the same size. 2 inches in diameter. We have quarter-sized hail being reported near Westmoreland. Again, we got 2 rotating cells here in northeast Kansas. The new radar scan will be coming in about a minute on that. And then back over in Iowa... Not really a whole lot of rotation on this. It's more of a wind and hail threat right now in western Iowa. So we'll continue to watch that storm activity closely over the next several minutes. And the Wichita, Kansas live cam on the right side of your screen is now looking at some of the storm development. We're going to go ahead and pull up a full camera view on Virtual Railfan of the Wichita camera. So it looks like we got some supercells developing near Wichita right now. Or at least storms. Maybe not supercells yet, but soon to be. This is a live shot in... Or is that Wichita? I thought it was Wichita. Yeah, it is Wichita. Okay. Here's that shot here in Wichita. So we got some storms going up there. You can see the high clouds. That develops this. That's the storm tops. That's another view right there. On the right side of your screen now in the middle on Virtual Railfan. Got some storms blowing up there in the vicinity. Look at that. It's a storm right there. I don't think it's a significant storm right now. We don't have any warnings down there, but we got some storms now developing there near Wichita. So, well, again, that live cam is going to be on the right side of your screen. It's looking at a train right now, but it'll be looking more at the storms as we get closer, when that gets a bit closer, more than likely. All right. There's a 431. This is the latest scan. I'm not super convinced we have something here. There's a little bit of rotation there. Again, that might not be rotation. It could perhaps be just kind of wind. But that's, we've had a few hooks today that have not been picked up by radar. So we'll have to continue to watch that storm closely. Again, that's near Westmoreland right now. Could produce a brief tornado as it moves east-northeast. It's going to be going towards Onaga as well here, north of Manhattan. We're still watching the other 2 storms up to the north that are also producing Easter egg-sized hail, which again is 2 inches in diameter, and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Probably stay on this here for a moment. Am I paying attention to the cheese curd comments? I haven't really been looking. Nation, I recommend Radar Omega. You can download it with the link at the bottom of the description. It's on iOS and Android. Omaha is fine. Yeah, Omaha right now is fine. We don't really have anything there. The tornado watch will actually probably be canceled here soon for that area. The storms have already passed you. So good news. It wasn't super bad up there. Unfortunately, it's a bit worse with some of those discrete cells over there in Iowa, but... Oh, wait, today's stream's not sponsored. I'm just saying it honestly is really one of the best apps that you can get on iOS and Android. Do velocity scan in a second. We're back up to 18 severe thunderstorm warnings. Lots and lots of warnings right now. No tornado warnings, luckily, but we do have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. We want to see what the velocities look like on this latest scan. We have a large hail core right now near Frankfort, Kansas, and also near Centralia. Moving east, we got a few of those storms. We got a new one that's just behind the one near Auburn. We also got another one near Red Oak. So we got another storm forming right behind the one near Red Oak, and that storm looks pretty big. That white area right there is likely going to be upwards of tennis ball sized hail again, moving east-northeast. That right there is another significant hail core. 18 is the highest I've seen on this channel. We've been as high as 35 before, 40. I think we've been up to 40 before. Thank you, Sheridan, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Sheridan. Vex, not today, no. Yeah, we're up to 20 severe thunderstorm warnings. 20. That looks like a pretty significant hail core there. Let's go back to Kansas again. I kind of expected that storm to go warned.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we now have a radar indicated rotation near Frankfort. That's moving east-northeast, going to be going towards Vermilion. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. This one also near Westmoreland can get warned. There is rotation here near Westmoreland, possibly a funnel associated or wall cloud with that one. That's moving east-northeast, going towards Westmoreland, Wheaton, and Havensville over the next several minutes. So that's also a storm I'd be watching for. This one, though, again, near Frankfort, does have some rotation. It is moving east-northeast. And once again, if you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building, as this storm will be continuing to move east-northeast over the next several minutes. This is from Allison on Twitter of 2-inch sized hail in Frankfort, Kansas. This is exactly where we are right now, or in the vicinity of Frankfort. This is 2-inch sized hail. That one looks larger, actually. That looks more like tennis ball sized hail almost. So that's some large hail that just happened there on this particular storm that is now tornado warned. So this storm is also producing some significant hail. Allison, if you were able to measure that, by the way, let me know if let me know what the hailstone size was. I'm kind of curious. Again, that one near Westmoreland could also drop a tornado. Again, if you're in Westmoreland, I'd seek shelter. This is strengthening rotation right now near Westmoreland. Moving east-northeast. That's going to be heading towards Havensville over the next several minutes. And also just northwest of Emmett. So we got one tornado warning right now in Kansas. The other storm near Westmoreland could get warned. Thank you, Crispy Bacon, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. I am muted. I am not muted. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, we got a hook echo on this storm up here to the north. We do have a rotation on the one near Westmoreland. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets tornado warned. Velocities are still quite strong on that one. But once again, we got two storms here. That one's tornado warning Kansas, and then this one down here near Westmoreland does have rotation. It's a little bit back here, but that's the area of rotation near Westmoreland. So if you're in Westmoreland, I would stay in your safe place, and also in Onaga. That's in, again, northern parts of Kansas, north of Manhattan. Yeah, it's moving eastbound right now. There's also a massive hailstorm right now in Iowa. Not sure if that one, I don't know if that got upgraded. This storm over here, this is huge. We got a huge hail core in Iowa right now. So that's just west of Greenfield. It's currently warned for 2-inch diameter hail, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was higher than that. There is a funnel cloud on the storm that is, again, near Westmoreland in Kansas. Which, again, we've been tracking rotation on that for probably about 15 minutes now. That's the area of rotation. And it's not super strong, but definitely could produce something. That's your area of circulation. Let me make that thicker. There you go. So that's near Westmoreland. We have had reports of a funnel cloud on this storm. Thank you, Zath, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. And go to your shelter spot if you're in Westmoreland. If you are in Wheaton or Havensville, northwest of Emmett, you need to be in your safe place just in case this does drop a tornado. I'm kind of surprised it's not warned. We have had at least some visual evidence there of a funnel cloud on that storm. It's moving east-northeast. There you go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning on this storm near Westmoreland. Yeah, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. That rotation's intensifying. This could drop a tornado at any time. Again, it is moving east-northeast right now. Stronger rotation right now, moving in that direction. We're up to 24 severe thunderstorm warnings. And we're also up to 2 tornado warnings. Both of these, again, right now in Kansas. So once again, seek shelter immediately. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. That is a strong couplet of rotation right now near Westmoreland that is probably going to drop a tornado at any time. This is reportedly now on the ground. Yeah. This is visually about to be on the ground. If not, it's already on the ground. This is now officially a tornado that's in progress in Kansas.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So once again, tornado on the ground right now. This is going to be near Westmoreland in Kansas. And if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is obviously a strong couplet, but the tornado itself is right now right in Westmoreland. This is now a tornado that is picking up debris, and there you go. You can see it literally on the velocities here. Very strong couplet. CC is not going to show much, just purely due to the fact it's kind of on the back side of the storm. But that right there is your tornado. It's going right into the town of Westmoreland, Kansas. So again, this right here is your tornado. If you are in this storm, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in northeastern Kansas near Westmoreland. Once again, this is a tornado that is on the ground moving east-northeast. This tornado is actively producing damage. It is a relatively slow-moving tornado, and now it is officially confirmed. Emergency Management confirmed tornado. Reed also confirmed the tornado. I mean, it's already confirmed, but this is on the ground again near Westmoreland, Kansas. It's relatively slow right now, but it's going to be right over Westmoreland. So Westmoreland, Kansas, you've got to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. And then if you're back over near Wheaton or Duluth, you should also be vigilant. Wheaton, you should also be in your safe place. But this is, again, confirmed and on the ground. Moving east-northeast in Kansas. Again, that right there is your tornado. That is confirmed and on the ground. This is really a crazy tornado. That's with the footage that I'm seeing right now. Thank you, Kevin, for the $10 super chat. Wichita's been placed under a tornado watch. What are our odds? I mean, it's pretty much the same across the board. Again, there will be a chance for a couple of tornadoes. But overall, the greatest concern really probably should stay to your north when it comes to tornadoes. Guys, I cannot show you the tornado. It is copyright. I've been over this before. I cannot show you every single footage thing that is on social media. It literally is copyright. I wish we could, as, you know, with emergencies like this, but it is, unfortunately, it is a copyright thing. But there are plenty of photos that I'm seeing now on Twitter of it, so. But again, that is your tornado on radar. That is just on the north side of Westmoreland, moving east-northeast. Let's go to the CC real quick. Yes, correlation coefficient is showing that debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. That is right there on the north side of Westmoreland. This is a very slow-moving tornado, for the record. It is very slow-moving. So if you're in Wheaton, Kansas, you don't necessarily, you know, have to be in your safe place right now, but you should get there relatively soon, at least in the next couple of minutes as this storm moves in your direction. I've retweeted a video of the tornado on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll continue to retweet anything that does appear there on Twitter. I know it is educational, but again, it's copyright. It sucks. I know. It's really the stupidest thing when it comes to emergency situations like this, but it is intellectual property, as somebody just said. That's basically what it is. So use them with what we got, and radar's plenty. That right there, I believe, is the CC drop. Nope, it's right there. So we don't have a very great view on CC of this, purely due to the fact there's not really any precipitation there on radar. But that right there is your tornado. It's on the north side of Westmoreland, Kansas, moving east-northeast. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The tornado itself would be right over the downtown area of Westmoreland if it is still on the ground. I'm not sure if it is still on the ground. The rotation's not tight anymore on radar, but that would be the area where there's still a tornado in progress. That's right now moving east-northeast over the next several minutes. Yes, we are in the Westmoreland tornado. Again, this is confirmed. We've been saying that for a few minutes now. The storm that's back up near Frankfurt, that's also tornado warned. Rotation's a bit broader on this one. I'd still stay in your safe place, though, if you're in Vermilion, Kansas. And there's your tornado report officially. Tornado reported near Westmoreland. Damage to residential structures on the west side of Westmoreland has been reported already. That's actually kind of crazy. This just dropped a few minutes ago, so they've already reported damage to structures on the west side of the town. So that is actually kind of a little bit surprising, honestly, that they already have damage being reported. But with that being said, this is still on the ground, so. This is still actively on the ground right over Westmoreland. And continue to stay in your storm shelter or basement, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That tornado now is on the northeast side of Westmoreland. If you're in Wheaton, Duluth, or just west of Onaga, north of Clede, Kansas, you need to go to your storm shelter or basement, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is still a tornado in progress. It's right there. That is your tornado moving right in this direction to the northeast, which is, again, still producing a tornado actively. There's quite a lot of debris being lifted up by this tornado. It's definitely it's not really that weak of a tornado. It's definitely strong enough to the point where it could definitely damage some buildings here. At one point, the velocities, if we just measure this back over Westmoreland here, velocities on radar were estimated around about 65 versus 35, so definitely at least a, possibly even a stronger tornado there right over Westmoreland. It's still producing damage right now, moving east-northeast. And all this is happening on the back side of the supercell, which is actually kind of fascinating. Usually it happens on like a hook echo or something. Not really happening in this case. And we've been watching this for a while. I mean, this storm began, again, west of Westmoreland, had a lot of rotation, and it's now obviously producing that tornado, which, again, is right now over the northeast side of Westmoreland, moving towards Havensville and Wheaton over the next several minutes, just to the northwest of Emmett. But again, this storm is producing quite a bit of damage. Here's the latest radar scan. Velocities don't look super strong in here, but it is still a tornado that's in progress right now. It's definitely still on the ground. And once again, this is moving east-northeast. Going to be heading right, and there's your debris ball, by the way. That's the debris that's being picked up into the atmosphere. Look at that thing. Yeah, that right there is your debris signature. That right there, again, this is your debris signature on radar on the northeast side of Westmoreland. There are power lines down and buildings that have been damaged from this storm. Definitely a intense tornado right now going through the northeast side of Westmoreland. And we have video of it on our Twitter page. At Max Velocity WX. There's also another photo that I just saw on Twitter. Again, that's retweeted at Max Velocity WX. There are a lot of photos and videos on Twitter of this. I'm going to continue to retweet that stuff. Again, this has been producing some damage near Westmoreland. It's still going. We got debris signature and everything on radar. CC is showing a pretty deep drop there. And this is still a confirmed tornado here in northeast Kansas near Westmoreland. Once again, this is moving to the east-northeast. So if you're in this warning, again, continue to stay in your storm shelter or basement. It's going to be heading towards Wheaton over the next several minutes. This is still actively producing a tornado. So still confirmed. It is not PDS, by the way, but it is a confirmed observed tornado. There's your debris signature. It's still on the ground. It's, if we zoom in here, I can't figure out what road this is here. There's no road name unless I zoom in more. That's on Dutch Hollow Road. So Dutch Hollow Road here, again, in northeast Kansas. This is still a confirmed tornado. This is in Pottawatomie County. And that right there is your debris signature. So that's the tornado, again, that's in progress, moving east-northeast. It will eventually be going across a bunch of different roads just south of Wheaton. So some potentially rural farmland or something like that in this area. This will be approaching Wheaton Road over the next several minutes. But that is clear as day when it comes to a debris signature on radar. And we also got strengthening rotation near Vermilion, which this is a storm that is also tornado warned right now. That might be rotation. Let me double check here. Let's go back a few scans. That might not be rotation. Let me double check. The area of rotation initially was back down near the hook. There might be something developing there. It's near Vermilion, so that's another area to watch for. But again, tornado is still in progress in Westmoreland, Kansas. Again, that right there is your tornado. That is your debris signature that is still on radar. So that is debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. You can see it right there. So again, this is a relatively stronger tornado comparatively to the overall threat today. It's most of these tornadoes are supposed to be brief and weak, but this is still a tornado that's in progress that is again producing some damage to this area near Westmoreland. If you know any friends or family in Westmoreland, Kansas, give them a call or text and make sure that they are doing okay. A lot of power lines by the looks of it were down. Some pretty significant damage on this storm. Trying to see if we have any other reports right now, but a lot of power lines down, some structural damage, some home damage here on this particular storm. Again, that right there that I've circled is your tornado that is still in progress. You have a debris signature on radar. Again, it's a very weird looking storm. You would think that the tornado would be on like the hook or something. That's not where it is. It's actually here. It's on the back side of this particular supercell. That's again where the tornado is currently located, which is again very interesting. You don't see that too often. Apparently homes are destroyed in Westmoreland. From what I'm hearing, there are possibly homes destroyed in Westmoreland. Some significant damage. Trying to get more confirmation on that. Homes are possibly, I'm not going to say the word flattened, but there are homes that are significantly damaged in Westmoreland right now in Kansas. It's a lot of wording that I'm seeing. I'm not seeing any sort of, like, again, damage photos yet, but this tornado apparently has at least destroyed or at least heavily damaged multiple homes in Westmoreland, Kansas. Which, again, this is still on the ground as of right now, moving toward the north side of Laclede and Wheaton. That is still a debris signature on radar. Again, that little yellow area on the reflectivity, that is your tornado. That is a debris, quote-unquote debris ball that is on radar. Now, it is going through more rural parts of this area. So Westmoreland was more of a, a larger town. It's going along, I believe, Dutch Hollow Road. And so as this continues to move east, not as many homes are there. So we probably won't get as nearly as definitive of a CC drop, which is the debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. It also might not be nearly as impressive when it comes to the reflectivity signature, because, again, there's not nearly as much things that are being lifted up into the atmosphere there. With that said, this is still a dangerous tornado that is east of Westmoreland that has been producing some significant damage here over the last several minutes. And from what I'm hearing, again, there are homes and buildings that have been heavily damaged in the Westmoreland area. If you guys do see any photos, feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, and I'll try to retweet those photos. Again, photos are being, and videos are also being retweeted on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. But yeah, just a lot of debris being picked up by this tornado for, for what it is. It's picking up still a pretty significant amount of debris. Or it did at least. It might still be doing so as it continues to move east-northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning on the storm north of this one that has been ongoing for a few minutes now. This is going to be near Centralia and north of Seneca. So brand new tornado warning here. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. We have a stronger couplet of rotation attempting to develop there south of Vermilion. That is moving east, going towards Centralia, Corning, Goff, and Wetmore in northeast Kansas. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. It's away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Away from windows and get to the interior room of your home or building. It's a basement, storm shelter, closet, or bathroom for Vermilion, Centralia, Corning, or Goff. And this tornado may still be on the ground. I don't know if we have any visual still, but that tornado is still picking up debris. So that there, again, is still your tornado along Dutch Hollow Road here in Kansas. This is still a tornado that is in progress. Again, from what I'm hearing, this is producing some significant, it has produced significant damage. And homes have been heavily damaged in Westmoreland, Kansas, which I believe one of our first ever live streams that we've ever done back in 2022. I think this was one of the first ever places we covered when there was a significant severe storm. It may have been tornado warned. This area has been hit before by significant severe weather, but this storm in particular, that tornado just produced some relatively significant damage here on the east side of Westmoreland, or even on the central side, but even on the east side of Westmoreland. Here's what the town looks like. Again, there are a bunch of roads there. Pretty good amount of homes. I don't know the exact population, but from what I'm hearing, heavy damage there in Westmoreland. And a very intense tornado, at least an intense tornado to say the least from what we saw. And that right there is still your tornado in progress. There's still a debris signature there east of Westmoreland. Sounds like Reed Timmer is doing search and rescue as well in this area. So that's currently happening there. But again, pretty significant damage there. Again, prayers to anybody that was just hit by that storm. It's still on the ground, by the way. It's not lifted. That tornado is still in progress east of Westmoreland. It's going to be heading eventually on the south side of Wheaton, north of Louisville. It'll be heading eventually towards Highway 63, just southwest of Havensville over the next several minutes. So it's still a relatively significant storm. It's still producing a tornado right now in Kansas. Sounds like multiple storm chasers that are on the storm are now doing search and rescue in this area. I'm retweeting stuff on Twitter. If you want to see the photos and videos of the tornado, it's at MaxVelocityWX. Link to that is in the description. Quick reminder, we do have a tornado warning that is north of this. This is the one that's back up near Vermilion, Centralia, Corning, and Goff. This rotation could also drop a tornado at any time. Rotation's intensifying. There you go, right there, south of Vermilion. That's going to be heading towards Centralia, Corning Goff over the next several minutes. If you are in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Once again, we still have we have 3 tornado warnings, 2 on the same storm in north central Kansas, and the one that's near Westmoreland is still on the ground as of right now. And if that tornado is still in progress, it'll be right over north of Hartwich Road, and this is still, I believe, on Dust Hollow Road. Yeah, still on Dutch Hollow Road, Kansas. So just east of Westmoreland. That's where this tornado is still on the ground. If it is still in progress, it's going to be right there. Moving to the east-northeast, which we still have a debris signature. So there is still more than likely a tornado. If not, there's still debris being lifted up into the atmosphere on this storm. And that's going to be approaching the north side of Louisville. Is this tornado on the ground? It was on the ground as of a few minutes ago. It may still be on the ground, but it looks like we still have debris. At the bare minimum, that's still being lifted up into the atmosphere, but there could still be a tornado in progress. We don't have a tight velocities signature like we had over Westmoreland. If we go back a little bit to Westmoreland when the tornado did the most damage, that was your tight signature. With that said, there has been a debris signature on radar here for quite a while. That reflectivity that you're seeing here, this is a debris signature on reflectivity. What that means is that we have debris actively being lifted up into the atmosphere. And that just went through the east side of Westmoreland, and this right here, again, north of Hartwich Road and right along the Dutch Hollow Road. Still possibly on the ground right now, moving east-northeast. Or more eastbound now. It was going a bit more east-northeast, now it's just going directly east. Alright, here's the latest scan. That debris signature has been fizzling over the last few minutes. That could be one of 2 things. One, the tornado may be lifting. It also might just be that, again, there's not a whole lot in this area. Because Westmoreland was more of a larger town where there's a lot more homes and buildings. This area between there is not nearly as populated, and there's not nearly as much there. So that might be just kicking up dust now. There could still be a tornado, though, on this. So I would just, again, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Don't really have any sort of velocity signature there, which we only had briefly on this storm, but it could still be producing a tornado as it continues to move, eventually going towards the northwest side of Emmett, Kansas. We also have a lot of storms forming near Wichita right now. We have a live cam bottom right of your screen in that area, and Connor Croft also going to be intercepting these storms. We do have a tornado possible label north of Wichita, so we'll have to watch that activity closely as that develops. But right now, the greatest tornado threat is coming out of the discrete supercells, which is not really surprising, honestly. This is really where we're expecting the greatest tornado threat, was within these discrete cells. And we have, again, that one tornado that is possibly still in progress east of Westmoreland, and we have another one that could drop near Centralia in northern Kansas. That tornado was not small, by the way. I know some people thought it might have been small, but I was looking at some video and photo on Twitter, and it did not look small. It actually looked quite large for what it was. And there are photos and videos on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. But yeah, there was definitely some significant damage there. Lots of trees and power lines down. Got some damage to homes as well. I'm not sure the extent of the damage. Once again, we don't have a whole lot of visual on that as of now, but the assumption is that there is right now some significant damage to homes. What that exactly means is just kind of verbatim, because we don't really know exactly what that damage is right now. Okay, this could be a tornado. We have very tight rotation on this storm near Centralia, Kansas. This is a very strong couplet right now. If you are in this warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That's going towards Corning. Got a very strong area of rotation, and that could drop a tornado at any time. This is definitely a storm that I would be being very cautious about. That is a very strong couplet moving east-northeast. And this other storm that has been producing a tornado, I'm again not 100% sure if that's still in progress, but It does seem as if there's still debris in the atmosphere, so this could still be on the ground. Nonetheless, we have a massive hail core on this right now, moving towards Emmett and Havensville. And this has just gone confirmed. All right, new tornado on the ground now. This is, again, the one that is back up near Vermilion and Centralia, producing now a tornado.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So once again, tornado on the ground near Centralia and east of Vermilion. That's now 2 tornadoes that are in progress. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. That is going to be heading towards Goff, Corning, Wetmore, eventually towards Granada, and eventually going towards Fairview and Hiawatha, which are long-term tracks, but those will be the next areas in the track of this. Yeah, that rotation is just super strong. I believe this was confirmed by radar. Let me double check. No, emergency management confirmed this tornado as well. I'm not sure if we're going to get a CC. We'll see. Yeah, that more than likely is a CC drop. That's your tornado on the ground, though, near Centralia. This was also just confirmed by emergency management here in northeastern Kansas. And once again, this is moving eastbound. So if you're in this tornado warning, once again, seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. And once again, this is another tornado that is in progress. This is not the same storm. This is a different one that's moving in that direction towards Corning. And it's also producing a destructive threat of baseball-sized hail. If baseball-sized hail near Centralia, that is a significant hail core that is currently moving eastbound and going to be going eventually towards Granada in Kansas. So once again, you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. That is another tornado in progress. We just had a tornado down to the south in Westmoreland. I'm not sure if this is still on the ground, as I mentioned, but if it is, it's going to be north of Laclede, right in there on the back side of the storm. It's relatively unknown if that's still on the ground, but they did issue a new warning for tennis ball-sized hail near Emmett and north of Louisville and north of St. Mary's, Kansas. So that is still something to keep in mind. And again, this is the last several scans here on these storms. Again, clear hook echo on that one near Centralia that is currently producing a tornado. Yes, baseball-sized hail. That is 2.75 inches in diameter. That is on this particular storm near Centralia. The one down the south is tennis ball, which is not much smaller, but it's a little bit smaller in size. And that tornado is right here, just southwest of Centralia. It has been confirmed by emergency management, not by radar, but nonetheless, this is still confirmed. Wow. Yeah, that CC drop is right there. That is a deep CC drop being picked up by radar. What that means is that there is some relatively significant debris right now that is being lofted up into the atmosphere southeast of Vermilion. Hopefully that's just trees or something along those lines, or just dust, but that is definitely a significant CC drop there. That is going to be right over 56th Street, or 56th Road, moving east, going towards Corning and Goff, Kansas. Yeah, that debris signature is growing. And that would be your tornado that's in progress. It's just southwest of Centralia. See what the velocity show here on this next scan. Also, Connor Croft right now is going to be approaching the Wichita storms at the bottom right of your screen. Yeah, this is a tornado that's producing some significant damage. Hopefully it's just small stuff like trees, but I do think there are some farms in this area. I'll try to see what we got for geography here on the map. This is, again, a pretty dangerous tornado that's on the ground right now near Corning. That debris signature is still going. It's southwest of Centralia, Kansas. Moving eastbound, going towards Highway 9. Looks like a lot of farmlands areas here, for what I'm seeing. There are a lot of farms in this area, so this is essentially damaging farmland in this particular region. in Corning, just west of Corning, Kansas. Again, what we're looking at here is the correlation coefficient. That blue area that's circled, that is debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere that's being detected by radar. It's near the Mulberry Cemetery. All right, that's where it's located right now. It's just north of the Mulberry Cemetery. It's going to be approaching a lot of farms. So please, again, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, the lowest floor possible. It'll be approaching Corning, and Corning, this tornado will be going more than likely right into your town. If it continues, it'll be going towards the Corning Community Building, the Harvard Camp construction area, the St. Patrick's Catholic Church, Corning Baseball Field, and Corning Cemetery will be in the track of this. So basically anywhere in Corning, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Because once again, we have a tornado that's in progress here in Kansas. That's moving towards Corning and Goff right now. Also, the tornado warning down back near Westmoreland has now been canceled. We still have this one that is actively producing a tornado, though. I'll have a new radar scanning again in a moment. That rotation's still strong. I mean, again, this is a pretty dangerous tornado right now. It's picking up significant debris, and it's basically going through farmlands right now. It's not even going through like really a significant like community or anything like that. And it's still picking up a relatively significant amount of debris. It's right along 56th Street with that debris signature. So there are a lot of farms that are basically being hit by this right now. That debris field it's about a half a mile wide, which doesn't mean it's a half a mile wide tornado. It just means the debris field is a half a mile wide there. And here we go. This is your report at 5:04 p.m. about 6 minutes ago. Visual confirmation of a tornado southeast of Vermilion. So that is the official report as of 5:04 p.m. That's about 6 minutes ago. Moving towards Corning, Goff. And if that tornado is still on the ground, it's going to be just south of Centralia. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. This is still a dangerous tornado. It could be strong. It's moving east-northeast. It's going to be going towards Goff. It's just south of Centralia, Kansas. Again, we're in northeast Kansas right now with this confirmed tornado. A deep CC drop, meaning that there is debris that is currently being lifted up into the atmosphere. That potentially could be homes, buildings, trees, farms. I mean, I'm not even kidding. It could even be cows. You never know. I mean, that's the kind of storm that this is right now. It's going right through a lot of farmlands. Just south of Centralia. Let's see if we have any other reports on Twitter right now of the storm. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX, and I'll try to relay it. But once again, this is a tornado that is in progress. We got a pretty clear hook echo as well, if that wasn't enough evidence there. And again, this is moving right now east towards Corning and Goff. All right, we don't have any sort of new reports on this storm as of right now. Here's the latest radar scan. So that tornado is quickly approaching Corning. So if you've not already, if you're in Corning, Kansas, you've got to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you're in Corning or Goff and Centralia, even though the tornado is not really, it probably won't go towards you. You should still be in your safe place. Got to stay in the safe place if you're in the pink polygon. I'm not seeing as deep of a CC drop here on this latest scan. Let's see what the velocities look like. Let's hope that trend continues. Radar just updated here. And the other thing is this could be going through a lot of farmland, and there might not be a whole lot of debris to pick up. That's the other thing. So there could technically still be a tornado. In all honesty, if you know, there could still be a tornado here. It depends on what's being picked up. It could just again be farmland or dust or again, something minimal. You'll see what the velocity signature looks like here. So if that tornado is still in progress, it's right there west of Corning. And the CC drop, yeah, there's still debris there. So there's still a tornado in progress. Again, that would be your tornado. It's actually kind of taking a little bit of a right-hand turn. So it's kind of going a little bit more south now all of a sudden. This is going to be approaching Corning, though. Again, if you're in Corning, you've got to seek shelter. Corning, Kansas. It's taken out a few barns. If you see any saw reports on that, let me know on Twitter. They just updated this warning. Should update here in a second. Oh yeah, there are photos of it on Twitter. Yeah, I'm retweeting any photos and videos we see of this on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. And this is still a confirmed tornado, so they've not downgraded the warning. It is still confirmed by radar anyway. Has been confirmed by emergency management in the area. Again, northeast Kansas. So once again, this is your tornado that is still on the ground just west of Corning. It is still picking up debris. It is a cone-shaped tornado by the looks of it. So it's a cone shape. So again, this is on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. You want to see those photos? For the record, other than this tornado warning, we have 32 severe thunderstorm warnings. There are a ton of severe storms right now across the board. So just a heads up. There are a lot of storms right now that are also severe, producing hail and wind. And unfortunately, those threats are also significant. Even though we have a tornado, this is still a pretty significant storm. And we are still getting photos out of Westmoreland of significant damage due to a tornado in Westmoreland from not too long ago. All right, there's your tornado. If it's still on the ground, it's going to be right there west of Corning. We still got a little CC there. So that is likely still a tornado that is in progress. And that is near Corning. It's going to be approaching Goff over the next few minutes. Still got a pretty clean hook echo on this storm, so it's still definitely an organized cell. We're going right into Corning over the next few minutes. Again, if you're in Corning, Kansas, you got to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. This is still a tornado that is in progress. Let's zoom out really quickly. I'm just going to give you a perspective of all the other storms. I mean, we got warnings everywhere right now. They're lining up. I'm actually surprised how many warnings we have right now in Oklahoma. These warnings are lining up really quickly. So we got a lot of warnings. Apparently there's a water spout, which I believe that's just an error. There's definitely not a water spout in Kansas. This is a land spout, so it says it on here. But land spout, multiple pictures of land spout in Halstead. So we've actually had reports there north of Wichita of a land spout. We have multiple storms here that are rotating, but most of this is damaging winds and hail. So I'll have to watch this activity closely as it moves towards Wichita. So that's also other stuff that's happening down there. All right, let's go back to the velocities again. And the latest scan showing a broader area of circulation now. The initial one kind of occluded. We have a broader area of circulation now near Corning. It's going to be approaching Goff over the next few minutes. Going towards the Wetmore area, west of Granada. So again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. There is still a potential here that this could drop again if it just lifted, which it may have just occluded or lifted. It's more than likely recycling. We have another report here of tornado hit a house at this location, 5 miles to the southwest of Centralia. So unfortunately a house is hit there, which is kind of expected. We had multiple farms by the looks of it that were hit. You guys do see any reports, again, at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. I'm trying to relay reports. This tornado may have occluded again. Not 100% confirmed on that, but obviously continue to stay in your safe place because this could drop again if it did lift. And again, it'll be moving towards Corning and Goff in northern Kansas over the next few minutes. All right, here's the latest scan. The velocities here in a second. CC not really showing anything definitive yet, but we have to look at the velocities. See if we can confirm anything here. All right, broad area of circulation. It hasn't intensified yet. But again, continue to stay in your safe place if you're in Corning and Goff. I do want to quickly go back up to Iowa. Wow, that is a massive hail core. Holy cow. That reflectivity, I mean, it's around 70, but that is a huge hail core that's helping there. Trying to see if we have any definitive view here on this storm. I don't see really a whole lot of rotation yet, at least from this angle. It's kind of hard to say. This would definitely be a storm that's in contention for a tornado risk. It is a massive supercell. It's near, that's in southwest Iowa. We'll have to watch that closely. Got another storm west of Des Moines. We got another one well to the southwest of Des Moines. So watch those storms too. Again, we got warnings up and down the board. Once we know for sure this storm is not producing a tornado threat, we will go ahead and go more broad view and update you on the other storms. I do think this storm is broadening out with its rotation, hopefully. These storms will not be as intense as what we had the last few days, no. Yeah, there's just no way. This environment is not anywhere close to the same. We have a lot less wind shear, and the storms are mostly because of daylight heating. So a lot of these storms will not be ongoing past this point. Past like 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. There will still be some, but not nearly as many. This storm is broadening out in rotation, so it's not nearly as concerning. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on it. I do want to update you on some of the other storms because we got a lot of other storms that are ongoing. Obviously, we are going to continue to keep a close eye on that. We got some massive hailstorms in Texas. We're not going to cover these much because it's just a lot of rural areas. Very typical there for this time of the year. We got a storm that's west of Seymour with golf ball sized hail. We got storms up and down western Oklahoma. These are all hail producers. We don't really have any rotation on this from what I've been seeing. Actually, let me just make sure. We actually might have a little bit. It may be a little bit of rotation, but more than anything, it's more than anything a hail threat with these storms as they continue to move northeast. Got a little bit of rotation maybe near New Cordell. Again, we got some hailstorms right now near Clinton. Got one that's south of Fairview. We got a few hailstorms that are northwest of Perry. So we got a lot of different hailstorms in Oklahoma. Nothing tornadic at this point. They have not mentioned really a whole lot of a tornado threat, maybe a tornado or two in Oklahoma. So that is still a possibility. It's just a low threat. We got a lot of storms right now near Wichita. Connor Croft is actually approaching that activity. Got a large hail core right now, north or just south of Halstead, south of Newton. That right there is a significant hail core that is likely producing upwards of 2-inch diameter hail. And you can see that there. That is a pretty deep CC drop there for hail. So definitely have some hail falling there and also hail falling northwest of Wichita. We are going to continue to keep a very close eye on these storms, and we also have a live camera that is in Wichita. So we will have a view of these storms in case we have any sort of good view of the supercells here. We'll obviously pull that up. And then further up to the north, we still have that tornado warning right now that is currently in progress south of Seneca. And this is still rotating, but it's not nearly as strong of rotation. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on this over the next several minutes in case it does try to produce a tornado again, which it already did. It still says confirmed on here, but I believe it has lifted. If not, again, just keep staying in your safe place if you're in Corning or in Goff for the next few minutes, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this storm could still produce a tornado. Is there actually a tornado on the ground? Is there any visual evidence of that? We're talking about this one, right? Is there any actual confirmation of this being on the ground? I don't know if this is just a troll or something. Because, I mean, it's a storm that's hard to see on radar, so it's very possible. I don't see anything confirmed. I'm watching a chaser that is on this storm. I don't see anything confirmed. But there is a lot of scud on that, that's for sure. Obviously, if you are in this warning, though, you should be staying away from windows nonetheless in southwest, just southwest of Des Moines. This is a huge hailstorm. That white there is representing huge hail. So we have some massive hail in that storm. I mean, this is just insane. I've never seen this much of a reflectivity like area like this before that's so elongated. We have a huge hailstorm right now near Greenfield. There could be a tornado with this. Even if there isn't, though, you should still be staying away from windows because it is a significant hailstorm that is currently in progress here. Moving east-northeast. That's one of the largest hail cores that I've seen in quite some time. If that is all hail, which, yeah, that is all hail. That CC right there is just representing the magnitude right now of this hail core, which is massive in Iowa. I mean, that's huge. But this storm could drop a tornado. It is organizing. So it's very, very possible that we could get a tornado with this, as it is an organizing storm with huge hail in southwest Iowa. And I would not be surprised if it's baseball plus sized hail there. I know it's only warned for 2 inches, but I mean, that's a huge hailstorm. The one near Corning is definitely weakening right now, not nearly as intense. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on it. It's no longer on the ground from what I have been seeing. So we will go ahead and drop this back down to a normal tornado warning for the time being. But obviously, we'll keep a close eye on that in case anything does change. New severe thunderstorm warning north of Maryville as well. We got a bunch of warnings. I really have got to pee. So I'm going to bring this to Connor real quick. And then we'll be back in a minute. So stay tuned. We'll go to Connor here. Maybe. Maybe not. Okay, Connor just doesn't want to show up here. One moment, please. I'll be back in like 60 seconds, by the way. All right, be right back. Okay, my mic won't mute. It's fine. I'll be right back. All right. Connor Croft right now, by the way, is he's getting close to Wichita. So, all right, we have an insane amount of warnings. I mean, it's unbelievable. All right, so we have a lot of warnings. We are now up to 33 total warnings. We have 32 severe thunderstorm warnings. And we also have one tornado warning still, which I don't think will last too much longer. It's still confirmed as of now, but they may issue a new warning on this. But the rotation on radar looks a lot broader than before. So this one may also be let to expire. We still have an ongoing storm that's going to be actually heading towards Topeka with damaging winds and golf ball sized hail. We got storms up and down the board. I mean, this is pretty wild. I mean, we got storms everywhere right now across Kansas. A lot more than I honestly expected. So we have a lot of storms out there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we have yet again another tornado warning. This one's going to be... I don't know what radar set we use here. I think we have to use the Omaha one. Got a new tornado warning near Beretta. That is some strong rotation. This is in southeast Nebraska. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's going to be hard to confirm anything by radar here, but if we have a tornado, it's going to be right over Beretta, going towards Corning in southwest, or actually northwest Missouri, sorry. So that'll be the area that's going to be on the track of that. You can see it here too. That would be where your tornado is. If we have one, it's going to be right there near Beretta. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. And we are now up to 35 total warnings. And again, the storm near Beretta has rotation moving in that area. Going to be approaching Corning in northwest Missouri. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Still have a confirmed label on this storm, but again, it more than likely this tornado is now lifted. Still stay in your safe place for the next couple of minutes if you're in Corning or Goff, just in case they do end up issuing a new warning, or, you know, if there's still a tornado here. If there's a tornado, it's located right there, approximately near Corning. So that's where this tornado would be in this case. Again, near Goff and Corning, if it's still on the ground in northeastern Kansas. Wow, we are up to 35 severe thunderstorm warnings. That is one of the highest numbers I've been a part of. That is a lot. All right, they've gone ahead and issued a new warning on that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they've gone ahead and issued a new warning. So this is a new tornado warning. It's going to be radar indicated, so no longer confirmed. But this is a new tornado warning for Wetmore, Granda, Goff, and Corning in Kansas. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, that is for Corning, Goff, and Wetmore in northeast Kansas. We also have a tornado warning in southeast Nebraska. And that would be your rotation. It's not super intense by any means. It's not as strong as before, but this could ramp up pretty quickly. So we'll have to watch this storm very, very closely as it continues to move east and east-southeast near Wetmore. And then this storm near Beretta does not look nearly as impressive. But it's so far away from radar sites, we're going to have a tough time really getting a great grasp on this. I mean, the radar site near Omaha gives you a better shot here that, you know, we do have some, at least some broad rotation on this. That's going to be approaching Corning, Missouri, but it's right now near Beretta, Nebraska. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on this as it continues to move east. And look at the bottom right of your screen, by the way. That's Connor on the storms in southern Kansas. That's near Wichita. All right, let's go back and zoom out again. All right, the warning count has just dropped substantially. We're back down to 27 severe thunderstorm warnings. That number's hard to say. That's a lot of warnings still. All right, we're down to 27 for the time being. We got 2 tornado warnings. Warnings are going from Texas back into Iowa. Again, it's a huge area. Once again, we got a severe weather outbreak that's in progress right now across a large chunk here of the Great Plains. And this is just one of the multiple tornado warnings that we've had today. This is one, again, near Beretta, Nebraska, with a broad area of circulation moving eastbound near Corning, Missouri. And then back over near Wetmore. This one, again, has some rotation near Goff and Corning. This one did produce a tornado. It could still produce a tornado as it moves to the east over the next several minutes. So we're going to continue to watch that storm very closely. But for now, we are going to go a bit further down to the south and check on some of these other warnings. We just have so many storms that we do need to make sure there's nothing else that's really rotating as well. We're going to kind of do some verification there. Because this storm actually might have rotation near Emmett. I'm going to see what it shows on the next scan here. Waiting for the velocities to update. This could be a storm to watch, though. New velocity scan in just a moment. Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. We might have something here. Let's go to the reflectivity. Can't really confirm it, but that could be a tornado or something small there south of Emmett. That's unwarned, not a tornado warning, but that's near Delia, just south of Emmett. This is north of Newberry, north of St. Mary's. Unwarned couplet here near Highway 63. If you're in Delia or Emmett, or even just south of Emmett, I would seek shelter just in case. And they can't confirm it. It's hard to confirm here, but we don't have like a definitive CC there. But again, that could be a tornado just south of Emmett. Let's see if I can confirm it another way. I mean, at the bare minimum, we have a strong couplet of rotation, and it could produce a tornado at any moment. That is still some strong rotation. We'll see what the next velocity scan shows. If there's a tornado, it's probably going to be brief. It's not really going in a favorable direction here, but this is, again, an unwarned area of rotation. Another radar scan in a moment. Waiting for the velocities to update. There you go. So let's see. It's not nearly as strong. Yeah, if we have a tornado, it's probably small and brief, but yeah, no CC drop on this. But that right there, again, if there is something on the ground, it would be right there, just south of Emmett and northwest of Delia. So something possibly small there. Further down to the south, we have a lot of storms around Wichita. We're going to check in on these and see if anything's rotating. We're kind of just going across the board because there are a couple tornado warnings, but we have so many storms. I mean, any of these could be rotating at this point. We got some wind more than anything west of Wichita, maybe some very broad rotation, nothing significant. North of Wichita, we got some storms there. Not seeing anything definitive on rotation for right now near Wichita. Maybe a broad area of circulation south of Newton. Maybe something there just south of Newton. It's not much, but it might be something. And then near Peabody, there is a little bit of rotation there as well, and I think Connor might be heading towards that at the bottom right of your screen. So we'll keep a close eye on him because that would be probably, I'm guessing, where he's heading. And then the storms in between, not really seeing anything on those as of right now when it comes to rotation. But this one may be, again, might be on the ground or may have been just on the ground there briefly. We'll have another radar scan here in a second on the velocities, and then we'll go back up to the 2 tornado warnings. And we'll also go to Iowa. Iowa has a huge hailstorm as of like 5 minutes ago. That could still be huge. All right, here's the latest scan. I'm not seeing as much. Again, if there is a tornado, it's probably lifting or just occluding. Not much. Again, that's unwarranted. It's south of Emmett, but it's a very brief tornado if there's one. Here's the tornado warning that's ongoing north of that. That's near Wetmore and Goff in northeast Kansas. And we do have another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's gonna be on the storm that is that's already tornado warned. That's currently in Nebraska, but this is about to cross into Missouri. So they've gone ahead and issued a tornado warning for Craig, Corning, Mound City, and Big Lake in northwest Missouri. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. That's near Interstate 29 right now, with a huge hailstorm, that's without a doubt. The problem is we do not have a great radar view of this, so we're going to have some trouble there really confirming anything by radar. We do have a scatter spike, which does mean we have some significant hail, so that right there is a scatter spike. Got your hail core right there, so we got, again, a significant hailstorm right now in progress. North of the, yeah, this is baseball size. Yeah, this is a destructive supercell, so this is baseball sized hail on this storm. So that scatter spike gives you an idea of the significance of this storm right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a tornado warning in Oklahoma. That is observed. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now in Oklahoma.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is near New Cordell in western Oklahoma. Again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Presumably that is probably what it is. I'm going to try to see if I can verify this. More than likely it's something like that. But this is a confirmed tornado in Oklahoma near New Cordell, Colony, and Corn. So once again, this is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground in Oklahoma. You need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We are now up to 36 total warnings. We got 5 tornado warnings. We have 31 severe thunderstorm warnings. Once again, near New Cordell, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground by weather spotters. We do not have a great view of this on velocities, but you know, presumably this tornado is on the ground somewhere, either there or maybe down in here or something like that. Maybe a non-precip area near New Cordell, going towards Colony, Corn, and going eventually towards Eckley. Weather spotters confirm this 5 miles southeast of New Cordell, so this will be approximately like in, so it's probably in here. All right, so that's approximate location. It would be kind of on this side of the storm right here. Yeah, that right there. You actually can see it better now. So that would be your tornado that's on the ground. It might be a CC2. It's a low precip area, so it might not be picking up great on the correlation coefficient, but that right there is your tornado on the ground in Oklahoma near New Cordell, going towards Colony and Corn. But again, that right there is your tornado. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, gotta get to your safe place. That's a storm shelter or basement, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is in western Oklahoma. If you are just tuning in, this was just confirmed by weather spotters in the area, and this is actively producing a tornado. I'm trying to see if we have anything else here in terms of reports on Twitter. Looks like we got some sort of like wall cloud developing back over in southwestern Iowa too on that large hailstorm. We're gonna go back to the storm in a moment, I think. Oh, we're gonna stay on this for a second. All right. So once again, if you're just tuning in, we got another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This one is north of Wichita. That is something we pointed this out a few minutes ago. That's an area of rotation near Newton. Broad area of circulation just to the west of where Connor Croft is. It's a heavily rain-wrapped area of rotation, but that's a new tornado warning now in Kansas. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is the most active April that I've ever covered. We've had non-stop warnings this month. It's been insane. And we have 37 warnings right now. Severe and tornadic. Make that 38. We're up to 38 warnings. I mean, it's literally insane. Let's see what this next velocity scan shows. But once again, this is a area of rotation just west of Whitewater. We pointed out this rotation a little while ago. It wasn't really that strong, but this has definitely developed here over the last few minutes. And it also has an inflow on the backside, so there's definitely something here. What is Connor looking at? There's so many things happening. I mean, Connor has a view of it's like a wall cloud, a lot of scud rising action. Sorry. All right, there we go. That's a wall cloud developing or something like that. That's here, Elbing. So he's just east of this tornado warning in Kansas. He's gonna be at the bottom right of your screen. This is again the storm that we're talking about. Broad area of circulation, and there also might be. I don't know if he's looking northwest. He might be. If he is, that's another pocket of rotation near Florence. That is rotation. So we got another area of rotation near Florence. All right. I got guys. There's a lot happening. All right. So bear with me. We got a lot of tornado warnings. Let's go back up to the north. This is the one near Delia. Oh, was this the storm that we talked about before? Did they tornado warn this? Oh, they actually tornado warned this. So they did. We were talking about this a little while ago. They actually did end up tornado warning this near Delia. So that is now tornado warned. That rotation's broad though. It's weakened. We mentioned that there may have been a brief tornado here, but that likely has occluded. So still stay in your safe place, but I didn't realize they warned that. All right. And then we still got the tornado warning on the storm southeast of Seneca, Kansas, which still has some rotation west of Wetmore. All right, and then we got tornado warning in northwest Missouri with baseball-sized hail. Again, we're not going to see much on radar here, but if you're in Mountain City, Corning, or Craig, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. And we still do have that massive hailstorm right now that is currently southwest of Des Moines. That is not nearly as large as before, but it was a large hailstorm at one point. So still got some hail there. All right, quickly back down to Oklahoma. We do have that confirmed tornado still. As of a few minutes ago, there was a confirmed tornado near New Cordell and near Corn. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And that's Connor, bottom right of your screen. Trying to listen to see if he's saying anything about that. Got a lot of scud cloud activity there on that storm that's back over in Kansas. So that's happening right now. We are back down to 5 tornado warnings, by the way. But this is still our confirmed tornado in Oklahoma. That is, again, just to the southeast of New Cordell. And if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you guys do see any reports on any of these storms, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. That rotation west of Whitewater in Kansas, south of Newton, is broadening out over the last scan here, so not nearly as intense. North of Wichita, we got a ton of storms. The one near Florence was starting to rotate. That's the one that Connor's on right now. It's not super impressive, but it might be trying to cycle here. It's the last few scans. So that's still going. And then... so we got the tornado warning north of Topeka, which is, again, that rotation occluded. And let's see here. Start having to use these things. All right, let's see. There might be some sort of rotation trying to develop northwest of Topeka. We're going to keep a close eye on it. It's not strong by any means, but that might be an area of development. So we'll watch that also closely. Baseball-sized hail continues in northwest Missouri. And this is the one that near Wetmore. I would still stay in your safe place if you're in Wetmore or near Whiting. Also be vigilant if you're in Whiting. That is an area of rotation that is attempting to still develop. It still has a hook echo right now moving east. So we're going to continue to watch that storm very closely. All right. Back down to Oklahoma. We have multiple storms happening in Oklahoma right now. And Hobart. This is a area of rotation. I would be staying away from windows if you're in Hobart. We got an area of rotation developing near Hobart and Gobedo, just southwest of Mountain View. This is not tornado warned, but there is a tornado possible label on it. So once again, we got an area of rotation developing there near Hobart. So if you're in this warning, I would stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible just in case. Again, that's moving east, northeast, and northeast. Oklahoma funnel is lifted and is gone. Okay, not confirmed because I don't have any visual on this. Oh, actually, no, it has. Never mind. All right, so never mind. This is back down to radar indicated, so this is no longer a confirmed tornado in Oklahoma, but it is still a radar indicated area of rotation. So we did have a tornado, but now it's lifted. That's the latest on this storm. Wow. All right. Topeka sirens are going off. Yeah, I mean, sirens go off quite frequently for severe weather in a lot of these states. It's not just for tornado warnings. With that said, we do have a little bit of rotation trying to form northwest of Topeka. Yeah, that'll be something to watch for sure.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a new tornado warning. It's on the northern storm. It's going to be on the Wetmore storm. This is north of Topeka, north of Holton, near Whiting. So if you're in this tornado warning, once again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That is north of Holton, near Whiting. That hook echo is still very prominent there. We got a hail core and everything. So that storm could still produce a tornado. Rotation northwest of Topeka is going to be something we're going to watch closely. Again, it's not tornado warned, but that could develop into something. We've seen a lot of storms like this that have had some odd rotation going, and this one is kind of falling into that ballpark right now. That has developed really over the last few minutes. It's not super old, but that could be like a recycling error for what we just saw with this other tornado warning. But that's going to be something to watch. Again, just northwest of Topeka. A pocket of rotation there. Once again, we're at 6 tornado warnings. We have 25 severe thunderstorm warnings. Long track tornadoes are not expected today, just for the record. I know a lot of people keep, or at least wondering about that. Strong and long track tornadoes are very unlikely, at least in this environment. Long track tornadoes are very unlikely in this environment. Strong tornadoes are still possible. It's just a low chance. It's low enough to the point where the Storm Prediction Center didn't put a 10% hatched area. So. All right, here's the latest scan as of a minute ago on the Topeka storm. We're going to stay on this for another scan because this, again, could potentially drop a tornado if it does end up intensifying. And if you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll be keeping you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. And we have 6 tornado warnings ongoing. We're focusing on the ones that are really the most concerning. Obviously, this is one of them that is, you know, this isn't tornado warning, but this is one of the storms that is concerning. So we're going to stay on this here for a moment. Hatched area means the Storm Prediction Center puts out a 10% hatched region. So a hatched region looks something like this, where there's like, you know, like dashed lines or whatever. They didn't do that today, but that's what that means. And that means that the potential for, there's like a 10% chance in a 25-mile radius for strong tornadoes. So that's what that means. I wouldn't be surprised if this went tornado warning near Topeka. No update. There we go. I wouldn't be surprised if this whoa, okay. Excuse me. I'm not zooming in. That area though, near Grove and Rossville, there is definitely some rotation here. There's no CC drop. It's not strong rotation, but that rotation's developing. So if you're in the Topeka area, just stay vigilant, because that storm definitely could try to produce something in the vicinity. We're going to continue to go back and forth to that storm. We still got a storm that is, again, north of this that is tornado warned, so continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are near Whiting or Wetmore. And then we also have a severe storm just north of that. We got our tornado warning in northwest Missouri that is producing mainly the threat for hail up to the size of baseballs, which is a destructive threat. In addition to that, it is also producing the threat for damaging winds and the potential for a tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I literally just mentioned it. They have now issued a tornado warning. So, again, northwest of Topeka, new tornado warning. Again, if you're in this warning, stay in your shelter spot, storm shelter, whatever it might be, basement, window, or not, stay away from windows. Storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And interior room of your home or building. Once again, that's your pocket of rotation right now that is quickly strengthening. I think that's like the...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Where else are we going now? We've called multiple tornado warnings here. I mean, there's a lot of storms rotating. Here's the other one that we also were talking about earlier, near Hobart. This is also now tornado warned. I mean, we're on game today for some reason. This is a new tornado warning for Hobart. Again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. As a strengthening area of rotation right over the west side of Hobart. We usually do not call tornado warnings like this, but I mean, or storms, but I mean, we are firing away today on these storms. There's a lot of them rotating, and that's another one. Just to quickly make sure I'm not missing anything here. Wait, actually, radar just updated. All right, that rotation near Hobart just broadened. We got another pocket south of that, though, which might be closer to where that inflow would be as well. So that's near Route 183. So that's where we're also watching for the potential for a tornado. Again, western Oklahoma right now. And then the other storms up here, not really rotating. Wichita area, we got a little bit of rotation developing southwest of the Goddard area. So watch that storm closely if you're near Wichita. Florence has very weak rotation. And then the rest of the storms right now, pretty... Okay, so we're going to stay on the one near Topeka for now. Again, this is a stronger area of rotation that could drop a tornado. It is going towards Topeka, Kansas right now. So once again, if you're near Topeka, stay vigilant. You're not in the tornado warning, but you are in the path of the storm, unless you're on like the western suburb side. And I'm going to check other storms on my phone to make sure I'm not missing anything. But that is a stronger couplet that is developing, or attempting to develop. It might take a few minutes to happen, but it's definitely there. And then Iowa right now, I'm not seeing much for rotation. Still some rotation near Craig, northwestern Missouri. And that is going to be going towards eventually Maryville. So that's another storm that we're watching. All right, here's the latest scan. Again, rotation's being embedded in this inflow area. This is probably the more classic-looking supercell variety that we usually see. This is a bit more definitive of an area of rotation here. Just to the northwest of Topeka. Once again, we have 7 tornado warnings. We have 26 severe thunderstorm warnings. There are a lot of warnings. We're going to try to cover all of them best that we can. There's a lot of them on right now, and it's the peak of the day when it comes to the severe weather threat is right now. It would be right about now. This is the peak of the severe weather threat. It's happening now. This is to be expected in this sort of environment, even though we have a lot more warnings than I expected. The amount of instability is probably higher than what was forecasted. Got a ton of storms out there. All right, new velocity scan about to come in on this Topeka storm in just a moment. Thank you, friends. Appreciate it. Here's the latest scan as of 5:52. So that rotation is definitely trying to intensify. Let's go to the velocities. Let's go back a few scans. You can see that evolution here. That rotation is still broad, but it could intensify at any moment. It's going to be going towards Silver Lake, Kansas. Meadowkin, Kansas as well will be in the track of that. So that'll be the next area in the track of this. And again, it's eventually going to be going towards Topeka. We're going to go back to that in a second. Do want to see if there's any other areas of rotation right now, including the one in Oklahoma. We got warnings everywhere. New severe thunderstorm watch for northern and western Missouri and East Kansas, by the way. This goes until 11, I think. Nope, midnight. Never mind. Bad math. All right. Here are the tornado warnings in Oklahoma. Again, the one near Hobart was more concerning initially. It is still trying to rotate near Hobart. So again, if you're in Hobart, just southwest of Mountain View, and seek shelter. All right, that's still a warning that we're watching closely. 3-inch sized hail was just confirmed over in Cloud Chief, Oklahoma by broadcast media. Wow. So that is significant. That is destructive, by the way. North of Mountain View. All right, and then let's check out these other storms again. I'm not seeing much over here. We got a new warning in Wichita for wind and hail. I'm not seeing any rotation right now, really, that's definitive. We have that small couplet southwest of Goddard, but it's not really that much, honestly. So that's more of a hail core. We got a huge hail core, looks like, developing west of Wichita right now. That could get that could go higher. That's probably upwards of 2-inch diameter hail. Connor's in the middle of the storm up here near El Dorado. Let's see. All right. I think we're going to go back to Topeka. We might also... What time is it? All right, we got a new radar scan on this. Again, rotation's still broad. It's not strong yet, but we're going to continue to watch this closely. It could intensify at any moment. It's, again, a brand new tornado warning as of a few minutes ago. It is still trying to organize. Quickly going to Iowa. We got a lot of hailstorms here. But overall, most of these storms right now are not really rotating. So the majority of the storms right now in southern Iowa and even just northwest of Des Moines are hail producers. Tornado threat should remain low. But let me just check this. It looks like more of a wind threat to me. Yeah, that looks like more wind. But we'll keep a close eye on that. That's northwest of Des Moines. All right, let's go back down to Topeka again. I know we're hopping a lot back and forth right now, but once again, we got 38 warnings right now, so it's all over the place. All right. If you guys do see anything on Twitter, any reports, photos, videos, you can at me, at MaxVelocityWX. We'll try to relay reports. I mean, we got tornado warnings again everywhere right now, and severe thunderstorm warnings just about everywhere. But as of right now, I'm not seeing any sort of new reports on any storms right now. So, again, as of now, all 6 tornado warnings are radar indicated. This one is really the most concerning because it's going towards Topeka. It's a pretty populated area. I'm not seeing anything strong yet, but it does seem as if it is trying to intensify. It's a very broad area of circulation. Those bright red and greens, they need to kind of come together here. We do have a pretty clean inflow forming on this, so that's a benefit to their, potentially being a tornado. That's one of the big, indicators that we could get something like that. Got a hook echo as well. So there is definitely some organization on this supercell. It's definitely trying to recycle right now. So again, stay vigilant if you're near Topeka, because this storm definitely could try to produce if it does end up intensifying over the next few minutes. Once again, we are now at the peak of the severe weather threat today, and we got a lot of tornado warnings. So it's gonna be a crazy next few hours with how many warnings we have right now. Any chasers in Topeka? I don't think there's any. I mean, we don't have any on here. I mean, I'm guessing there are, but who knows? Yeah, that's the area of circulation. So It's just north of Silver Lake right now. It's not strong yet, but that would be where we're watching for that development for a tornado. Would again just be off here to the northwest of Topeka, north of Silver Lake. Again, it's not strong yet, but this is what we're watching for. That's the most concerning spot here on this particular storm. We'll have a new radar scan in just a moment. I'm gonna go back down to Wichita real quick while we wait for that scan. Okay, we've got some areas probably trying to like there's some areas down here near Wichita that are trying to rotate. I mean, it's not much yet, but we got a few spots that I would be watching for just west of Wichita and north of Wichita. Nothing definitive yet, but there are a few spots here that could try to produce something. So we are going to continue to keep a very close eye on that. Once again, we still have 2 tornado warnings in West Oklahoma. Got a couple of rotations south of Hobart. Relatively broad. It's not super strong right now. And we still got that tornado warning east of New Cordell. We've had up to 3-inch hail on that storm. So that is a significant hailstorm right now that's in progress there. So we'll continue to watch that as well. Which I'm surprised. That's actually, I think, the largest hailstone size we've had confirmed today. Even Iowa hasn't had that high of hail. Yummy, I'm not sure where Lawrence is, but if it's behind the storms, then yes. Alright, here's the latest scan. Again, we got something here, but it's not strong yet. It's still relatively on the broad side of things. And that's where we're looking for that potential for a tornado. We'll be in this hook. So the area where the hook echo is northwest of Topeka. That's where we're watching for the threat of a tornado. Lawrence is east of Topeka. You're not clear. Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, yeah. If you're in Lawrence, you're not clear. Yeah, you're definitely not clear. There are storms coming in your direction right now. All right, we're back down to 21 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we're back down to 4 tornado warnings. Sounds fantastic, but it's really not, because we still got a bunch of warnings everywhere. I mean, obviously it's better than having 32 severe thunderstorm warnings and 6 tornado warnings or whatever the number was. We've had a lot. The tornado warning has not been continued, by the way, in northwest Missouri, so they've ended that one. And they still have the 2 in Oklahoma, and they still have the 2 that are back up in northeast Kansas. So the one that they've basically gotten rid of is the Missouri one. But we still have those 4 tornado warnings. We still have 21 severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have multiple pockets of rotation, but the ones that are the most prominent are the ones that are warned right now. We have a very small circulation that's might be developing. That's east of Council Grove, so just heads up there. And maybe a couple in here near the Eskridge area, but it's not much. This is our main area that we're going to continue to keep going back to once the radar updates. So got the warning back near Westmore, or Wetmore. I keep calling it Westmore. Wetmore. Large hail still a possibility. We still got a little bit of a hook echo, but it's kind of fizzling there. All right, here's your latest radar scan. There's your hook right there on the storm near Topeka. Velocities will update in a second. Velocities are still 2 minutes behind, so they're going to update in a moment. We've had at least 2 tornadoes today, I think, confirmed. I could be wrong. I think we're up to 2 now. 2 confirmed officially via photographic evidence. All right, no CC drop here. I do see this wrapping a bit, so that's what we're going to have to watch for. The winds going toward the radar are relatively weak, so if they can intensify here, we could get a tornado. The winds going away from the radar still are pretty strong. So there's definitely some damaging wind potential here. We got a hook echo still, so it still has a chance to produce something. It's not super organized right now, but it has an inflow. It has really what it needs. We'll see if that wind going toward the radar intensifies near Topeka. Connor's back down, embedded in these storms north of Wichita. All right, I'm going back through all the storms again. We're going to go back down to Oklahoma and then go through Kansas again. And we're just making sure we're not missing any other areas of rotation that are not warned, because we've kind of caught a couple here. This is the one near Hobart, and pretty broad area of circulation that doesn't seem to be moving at all. This storm in general is barely moving. What's the direction of this? Apparently the storm's moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. I think this is moving slower. I mean, it's barely moved. It's a very slow moving storm. That tornado, if it drops, it's going to be stationary almost over Hobart. Rotation's barely moved anywhere. It's actually moving south almost. All right, here's the one near New Cordell. And this was confirmed by weather spotters a little while ago. It's no longer in progress, at least from what we know. But continue to stay in your safe place if you are in the pink polygon in western Oklahoma near Colony and Corn. So we got a severe storm up here northwest of Oklahoma City. It has a tornado possible label. I'm not seeing much here, but where we'd be watching for a tornado threat would be west of Watonga. So that'll be the area to watch for. And then right now near Wichita, we got a few areas of strong downburst winds. Got a damaging wind threat here near Goddard, probably upwards of 65 to 70 miles per hour approaching Wichita. And then that'll be really the main area to watch for. But we don't have any rotation right now near Wichita. We still got very minimal couplets up and down this line of storms. And then back over near Cotton Falls, we've had a couple of little spots of rotation. But again, it's nothing super strong. A couple little spots in that little line that's developed. So we'll continue to watch that closely. And this is the one near Topeka right now. We'll have the new radar scan here in just a moment. And this is a live shot of the Wichita storm on virtual railfan. That right there is a live shot. So got some storms rolling in there right now. And if we have any better view of this, I'll pull it back up. But just got a large rain shaft right now heading into Wichita. All right, new radar scan in a moment on Topeka storm, or the Topeka storm. Yeah, if you're in Topeka, you don't have to be in your safe place unless you're on like the west side in the tornado warning, because it's not currently in your area. Is there a wall cloud on this storm? Oh, yeah. Fire department reported a funnel cloud. Actually, they just... Okay, this is just now. Fire department just reported a funnel cloud 2 miles to the northeast of Silver Lake. So there's now a funnel cloud on this storm. Presumably in here is my guess. It could even be up in there. But either way, there's a funnel cloud a couple miles to the northeast of Silver Lake now, just northwest of Topeka. So this storm is now producing a funnel cloud. With how it looks on radar, I mean, I'm not surprised it's producing something here. Which, for those that are not fully aware of what a funnel cloud is, it's essentially the beginning stage. It's kind of like the middle ground part of there being a tornado. It's a little lowering that starts to produce a tornado, and that means that there could be a tornado here at any moment as this continues to move to the east, southeast, and southeast over the next few minutes. Yeah, once again, this is trying. It's definitely trying. Gonna be going towards Topeka over the next several minutes. We'll have another radar scan in probably about a minute. Let's just go back down to the south real quick. So we've got a little circulation north of Route 56. It's that right there. It's not really much, but it's still something to watch. And then near Eskridge, broad area of circulation there as well. But this is really the main storm because it's a very populated area here in Kansas near Topeka. We're going to primarily stay on this, and then we'll watch the Oklahoma storms as well closely. Still have a tornado warning near New Cordell. It just got updated. It is still radar indicated. Back down to 3 tornado warnings and 23 severe thunderstorm warnings. Flash flood warning just issued as well back over to the north there of Clinton and Interstate 40. That was the storm that did have a little bit of rotation. All right, let's go back to this. And then the tornado warning near Wetmore, Kansas, just expired. Or was actually canceled, sorry. So that was canceled. All right, we're still watching this storm northwest of Topeka. Once again, this is at least producing a funnel cloud, or at least has. So we have a funnel cloud with this storm. That's, again, the beginning stages, basically, of there being a tornado. So we are still monitoring that threat very closely. That looks like the main area of where we're looking for rotation. Yeah, it'd be that. So that's northwest of Topeka. Got a strong area of winds going towards the radar. Away from the radar is a bit weaker. but that is where we're currently watching for the potential again for there being a tornado, would be out of that circulation there. So that's just northwest of Topeka, and again, funnel cloud was reported there a few minutes ago. All right. Is that live cam in Wichita, by the way? Live in Wichita on Virtual Railfan. That storm's going to be moving in there in a few minutes. It's more of a damaging wind producer, but that's a pretty good visual there of what the storm looks like. And there's your... that's now we're looking kind of more eastbound, but that's your large rain shaft right there. That's moving into Wichita, Kansas. Oh, look at this. I thought we were done. I guess we're still looking. Doing a 360 view here. Look at that. There was some CG right there, some cloud of ground lightning. I have a little bit of spin in these clouds. It's not much, but there might be a little bit of spin up there. It's not super concerning looking at that spin, but again, that's live right now in Wichita on Virtual Railfan. And we'll keep going back to there if there's anything that we see. I'll keep it on my other monitor to make sure I'm not missing anything there. Back down to Wichita real quick. This is what the storms look like on radar. We got a significant damaging wind threat here. Look at this. 60 to 70 miles per hour right now. Going to be approaching the radar site near Wichita. And then we don't really have a lot of rotation here. It's pretty minimal overall. Yeah, so minimal rotation overall around Wichita, but we'll keep a close eye on that activity. There might be a little bit of spin in the clouds, but that's not usually anything to be super concerned about unless it's kind of consistent. All right, back to Topeka. Once again, this storm did have a reported wall cloud, or funnel cloud, excuse me, on this storm. And again, if that is still in progress, it's going to be up in there just west of Route 75. So that's where we're watching for the threat of a tornado here near Topeka, Kansas. Again, no CC drop, so we don't have anything confirmed right now, but this is the storm that we need to watch for very closely as it continues to move towards the east-southeast, eventually going on the north side of Topeka. And it is also producing a frequent amount of lightning. Hail and wind are all possibilities as well. Yeah, the Cordell tornado was confirmed at one point. It's no longer confirmed. It was confirmed a little while ago, though. Just when we thought we were going to get a break from tornado coverages. I know. It's unbelievable. I mean, we've been live so many times over the last few days, and I mean, I swear, every hour, we always have tornado warnings. Every minute, we always have tornado warnings, too. We had a good, like, first hour and a half, 2 hours of this stream where there weren't any tornado warnings, but that quickly went away. We're almost 4 hours into the stream. In the last 2 hours, we've had a ton. It's been very active. Hey, by the way, Heather, for becoming a VIP Velocity member, put some hearts in the chat for Heather. I really do appreciate that, Heather. That's the maximum Velocity tier that you can get here on the channel. It's a huge contribution, and I really do appreciate your support.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. Does not include Topeka, but it is on the north side now of Topeka in the suburbs. They've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning here. It is radar indicated rotation. This is moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's the circulation that we're looking at right now near Route 75. So again, if you're in Topeka in the downtown area, you do not have to seek shelter right now, at least if you're not in the pink polygon. Parts of Topeka are included, but it's mostly suburbs. But Meridian, Rock Creek, Grantville, Hoyt, Kansas, you all need to be in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building as this continues to move to the east. Is this the most severe thunderstorm warnings all at once? Asked Jackster with a 499. No. No. I've covered events that have been as high as 40 before. I think our highest ever on stream was 40. So we've not been from my knowledge at least, we haven't been any higher than 40. But I mean, there's a solid chance that we've been, you know, higher than that on days that I'm not live. But 40 is the highest we've been live for. All right, here are the 2 tornado warnings right now in Oklahoma. Again, this one just got canceled, I believe. So this one's going to be done. This storm's been weakening. Again, there's no tornado on the ground. I don't know why people keep saying that. There's, you know, this storm's been weakening. It was a confirmed tornado at one point. Now that warning has officially been canceled. And we still have our tornado warning near Hobart. That rotation's been barely moving, but we still have rotation right along Route 183. This might be the slowest moving storm I've ever seen. It's moving at a snail's pace right now in Oklahoma. Flash flooding is now a concern. They have now officially issued a flash flood warning, so that is now in progress because of how much rain is going to be dumped there over the next few hours. We still got some storms in Texas. Again, I'm not really going to focus much on these Texas storms. They are just very rural overall. Abilene, still stay vigilant if you're in Abilene. I know a few people have been asking about that. That storm will be heading in your direction here pretty soon. The main concern would just be hail and wind. We got storms near Wichita that are interesting. I do want to quickly touch on these before we go back to Topeka. So we got one near Douglas. I don't think that's rotation. That's not rotation. Actually, it might be rotation. There might be a little bit of rotation there near Douglas. Might be a little bit of something there near Douglas or Douglas, just southeast of Wichita. Here's the close-up radar site. So we're not really looking at much rotation near Wichita. I would have to say, though, that Douglas storm is really the one that I would be watching for. That one does have a bit of rotation. The one near Oxford also is seemingly rotating a little bit there. Those two could get tornado warning down the road. Just going to throw that out there. And then back up to the north near Topeka.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I mean, we are on our game today. I've never called this many tornado warnings. We have a new tornado warning now near Douglas. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. It is Douglas. Okay, so this is for Douglas. Going towards Latham, Leon, Bloomington, Kylie, and Beaumont. It's also, we have now 3 tornado warnings. One of the other ones just expired. We still have Oklahoma. We still have the one north of Topeka, and then we have this one now. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, the lowest floor possible. And with that said, this other storm, I wouldn't be surprised if this got tornado warned either. That's near Oxford. Broad area of circulation, but that could also intensify. Velocity showing a little bit of rotation there, and also the one near Douglas. And might be a little bit of something there near Wichita. It's not much, though. Okay, so those are the 2 areas of rotation that I'd be watching the closest for. That one near Oxford is still broad, and then the one near Douglas is not super strong right now, but that could intensify. We've seen a couple of tornadoes already today with that activity that looks something like that, so we could see a tornado out of that. All right, here's the storm that is north of Topeka right now. All right, this is the one that we've been watching for quite a bit. It is still producing the threat here for a tornado on the north side of Topeka near Grantville. Once again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We got a pretty significant inflow here, but overall the rotation doesn't seem super impressive. It's not super organized, but it could still drop a tornado. So it would be very rain wrapped, to say the least. If we did have a tornado, it would be very rain wrapped. So that's what we're looking at right now in the Topeka area. And that's just north of Topeka. Where in Wichita? The rotation that I pointed out was not really much. But we can go back down to Wichita real quick, though. There really isn't much here. I mean, there might be like a little bit of spin in the clouds. I don't see anything like that's imminent of a tornado threat here near Wichita. Everything that I'm seeing on velocities would indicate mostly just hail and wind. Yeah, it looks like mostly wind in Wichita. These little discrete cells that have fired off in front of the line, though, these are the ones that are more concerning. We have a couple of them right now rotating. The one near Oxford and the one near Douglas. So that right now is the main concern with these storms. And then we have a couple in Oklahoma. Let's see. So the one in Oklahoma, that's not rotating. That's not really rotating. One near Hobart's been rotating for ages now. It's just, again, it's a very slow-moving storm in Hobart, Oklahoma. And that storm is dead pretty much. That storm is still going. All right, so that's the majority of what we're seeing. A quick update on Iowa. We haven't really touched on Iowa in a while, and what is going on here? That is an interesting looking storm. That's northwest of Des Moines. Yeah, that's some rotation. This could also get warned, perhaps. There's at least something there. It's more damaging winds, but there's something. There's a little bit of spin here. I would say more of a damaging wind threat. There's a little bit of spin there, though. And then further down to the south, near Interstate 35, we got a little bit of rotation near Grand River. We got another massive hailstorm near Murray. I mean, this storm's been going. These hailstorms have been crazy here. We have a large hailstorm there near Murray, so that's also something to watch for. Let's go back down to Kansas, though. Primarily going to stay on the Topeka storm. This is near Route 75 north of Topeka. Again, this has had a reported funnel cloud at one point. That rotation's still embedded in a lot of rain. That's going to be located right here over Route 75. So if we get a tornado, it would be north of Menokin, south of Hoyt, going towards Meridian, and Rock Creek over the next several minutes. Moving eastbound. Virtual rail fans getting hit. Oh yeah, this is live in Wichita, Kansas. That wind is strong. That's the rain. I have to kind of zoom out here, but that rain is on the right side of your screen there. That is live in Wichita. Very strong winds. Let me go back a little bit and see if we have a better shot of the winds. That's about what we're looking at here. So again, very heavy rain, strong winds here in Wichita. This is the live shot. And it actually, oh, never mind. I was about to say the camera might have gone out, but that's live in Wichita. Very heavy rain and strong winds just went through the downtown area of Wichita. That just happened there moments ago. It's hailing bad in Wichita. It looked like there was some hail there. I couldn't really tell. It looked like there was at least some hail there. All right. Still got a little bit of rotation in these storms west of Interstate 335. It's not much in that line. I would say, again, the main concern right now is anything that's discrete. So like this, maybe near Wichita. Yeah, south side of Wichita. This might be something here too. Possibly a little bit of rotation just south of Wichita. So that's the south side of Wichita near Hayesville. It's not very strong. It's not very convincing, but there's probably at least something there. See it there a little bit better. It's near Glenville. So a little bit of something there. It's not enough for a warning. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Winfield and Burden and Cambridge. That's on a storm that has been rotating a little bit near Oxford. Still got the tornado warning east of Wichita. And we'll go back to Topeka for the time being. Which this Topeka storm, I don't think will get warned again unless we get something that really develops here. We did have a funnel cloud on this at one point, but the rotation doesn't seem nearly as impressive. We do have a lot of wind for sure. So we have a damaging wind threat. That might be the rotation that we're talking about. Let's check. Yeah, that's the rotation right there where the X is. And we don't have any CC drop, which means no debris is currently being lifted up into the atmosphere, but that's the pocket of rotation right now near Topeka. Watched your 12-hour live stream in South Australia. That's impressive. By the way, thank you to anybody that's become a member or donated. I'll try to get to those after all the tornado warnings. I do appreciate your generosity. I'm going to check Twitter and see if we have any reports on any of these storms. And if you guys do see anything, feel free to at me at MaxVelocityWX. Here is an Overland Park, Kansas from Bundy Bucks fan on Twitter. Mammatus clouds. One of my favorite types of clouds. This is what you call Dippin' Dot clouds. Got all sorts of them here. Really cool stuff. I'll retweet that on Twitter. And this is the storm in Topeka. This is from... Who's this from? This is from Nate on Twitter. That is the Topeka storm. There's a massive rain shaft, lots of scud in front of it. That's impressive. That's the one that, again, is currently tornado warned. Also, hail falling in Wichita looks around quarter-sized hail. Otherwise called cheese curd sized hail. They're in Wichita on the north side, so we've had some hail in Wichita over the last few minutes. If you guys do have any photos of hail, by the way, you can always tweet me those as well. Preferably if you get a measurement, that'd be great. That helps to be able to kind of verify things. If you can actually measure that hail. I know a lot of people do take pictures of hail and then, like, you know, throw it away or eat it, which, again, never eat hail. Just, it's disgusting. Don't do that. But, you know, make sure if you do end up picking up hailstones that seem reasonably large, like quarter plus sized hail, definitely measure them to see what the size is. It always helps with verifying what's happening on radar. Morgan says it's like marble size right now, but it's getting bigger. So we're talking cheese curd sized hail, basically. In that area. Wherever you are. I don't know where you mentioned that was happening in. Alright, let's go back down to here. So we still got rotation near Oxford. We still got rotation north of Hayesville, at least a little bit maybe. There's a very weak area rotation. I wouldn't even say it's really rotation. I would just say it's just weak wind. Weak circulation. South of Wichita. And then the tornado warning for Douglas, that rotation died. So that warning probably won't continue. There is rotation behind it, but or at least wind behind it. Not really much rotation there, but that could be something to watch for. But the initial circulation has died, so we're done with that. The one near Oxford is also relatively broad. It was a little bit stronger before. Might be something to watch near Kellogg, Kansas. On the back side of this storm. It's a better view of it. This could actually get warned. It's not... Yeah, if you're in Floral, Udall, or north of Winfield, I would stay vigilant. That could get warned. And then, still got the severe weather in Oklahoma. We still got a tornado warning in southwest Oklahoma. That is near Hobart, which that one's about to end in a few minutes. I don't think that's going to get rewarned. That rotation's really weak. Got a new warning near Vernon, Texas. Vernon seems to get severe weather any day of the week. I swear they literally get severe storms all the time. But that's what we have right now in terms of warnings. We have some in Iowa. Let me actually check on those. Sorry, I keep zooming in and out a lot, but there are storms literally everywhere. Again, the warning counter on the right side of your screen, that's fully updated. Like, we got warnings everywhere. Alright, this storm that's north of Des Moines, we do have an area of circulation here, but I think the problem with this storm is going to be the fact that it is in an environment where the moisture is low. We do have a hook echo, so this storm definitely has some rotation. We could get a tornado warning on this, but I think the problem here is that we are going to have a struggling amount of moisture, which is going to probably hurt this storm long term. We could still get something here, so we'll keep a close eye on that. Again, that is a hook, though, that we have on radar. Here's the latest scan. And it has a hook, but that doesn't always mean we get tornadoes. Or at least a hook shape. Might not be necessarily a hook, but it's definitely a hook shape near Madrid. But the rotation itself, it's kind of dead, too. It's very broad and very weak. It's just mostly wind right now. It's something to watch for, though. Definitely something to watch for. I mean, oh my god, these hailstorms are crazy in Iowa today. This hail core is huge. South of New Virginia. So that's still going. Not really seeing much rotation in that activity. Alright, let's go back down to Topeka again. And once again, we got strong winds going toward the radar, or the other way. Going towards the radar, and then the red indicates winds going away from the radar. It's a large, broad area of circulation still. We still got damaging winds for sure in this. I'm not seeing anything tight yet on this, but we could still get a tornado. We'll see what the next radar scan holds for us on that storm. Hey, Jacob for the 499. I'm a truck driver in highway. I'll get to your message in a second. That rotation just intensified. This is northeast of Topeka, or just north of Topeka. We don't have a CC drop yet, but that is a strong area of rotation. I would, again, seek shelter if you're in Grantville. That just intensified. That's a strong pocket of rotation. Now, bare minimum, we got strong damaging winds, but that is definitely intensifying right now near Topeka. All right. Jacob, I don't really have time to get to that, honestly, but basically any of those storms, mainly damaging winds and hail. I don't know where Highway 400 is, but we need to focus on this. This is concerning. This is a very concerning storm. That is, the rotation just intensified quite a bit here. But, I mean, there's an entire line of storms up and down Kansas. So, I mean, you're probably going to run into storms with damaging winds almost no matter what here. That rotation, again, this could drop a tornado here north of Topeka. That rotation really intensified fast. Bare minimum, we have damaging winds, but this definitely could drop a tornado. Winds right now around 65, 70. Velocities, at least that's what they're around right now. A little bit off the ground, but we definitely have damaging winds with this around 60. It's not super strong super strong winds going away from the radar, but it could still drop at least something here. North of Topeka. We'll have a new radar scan in a second. Again, that's your area of circulation. But we're definitely staying on this storm here, at least for another scan to make sure. This is not confirmed, but it is a strong couplet of rotation. This is still radar indicated. I think the next radar scan is pretty crucial for this storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oklahoma? That is Oklahoma. They've issued a new tornado warning on the storm in Oklahoma. That is going to be near Cooperton. That rotation still ongoing near Route 183. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, the lowest floor possible. It's also producing tennis ball-sized hail near Mountain View. Tornado warning continues there. They just issued a new one, basically, to replace the other one. All right, new velocity scan should come in here in just a moment. Connor is going through some serious storms down there, wherever he is in Wichita. I think he's near Wichita right now. Has the storm even moved? I don't think so. Let me see what they put for the speed on that. It's moving east now at 15 miles per hour, apparently. I don't know about that. Like, I don't know if it's going that fast right now. All right. Velocity should update here in a second. We'll see if there's anything that intensifies here. Again, bare minimum, we got damaging winds, but this is definitely still something that... Okay. Yeah. New tornado warning on this, too.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, this is a concern. It's not strong yet, but it's that area of rotation is overall strong when it comes to the winds, not the tightening. But that's a large area of rotation right now that is going to be approaching Perry and Lakeside Village. Again, if this can organize, it is going to be a concern for sure as it moves eastbound. But yeah, this is fully rain wrapped. I mean, if there's a tornado here, you're probably not going to see it. So don't even try. Just stay in your safe place, again, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, that is a large but broad area of circulation right now that is located here north of Topeka, Kansas. This is definitely a storm that we need to watch very closely, but that is again, it's a little bit concerning right now. Yeah, no CC drop as of right now, so we can't confirm anything by radar yet. But we'll have to watch this storm very closely. Soon be heading towards Perry Lakeside Village. By the way, Lawrence, Somebody mentioned that area earlier. Lawrence will eventually be in the track of this. Oh, actually, Topeka's actually in this warning. I didn't realize. Topeka, the actual city, is in the warning. So if you're in Topeka, you got to seek shelter now. I didn't realize Topeka got added to this. Yeah, this is a very strong circulation. I mean, we're talking velocities wise in this storm. They're upwards of 65, probably 70 miles per hour here. And then we also got 60 mile per hour winds here. I mean, if we do get a tornado, it could be strong. It's a pretty strong area of circulation, and it's a massive supercell. I do think the problem is we just have so many storms in this area. Like we got a combination of storms right now happening. So we got a storm merger, which actually might help this develop into a tornado down the road. So that's what we're looking at right now. I do want to quickly jump over to Connor. I just want to see what he's looking at right now down south. I don't even think the sun is set yet. It is very dark there. Alright, by the sounds of it, this is on the ground. Yeah. Alright. This is on the ground now near Grantsville.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This has been visually spotted by storm chasers. Again, tornado is on the ground. It is very rain wrapped, which is crazy that anybody can even see this. No CC drop yet, but that is where the tornado is. So it's gonna be right there, right where these red and green colors are intersecting. Again, it could get relatively large here. It is a very large area of circulation. So this could go, you know, it could be a significant tornado if it does drop. So yeah, if you're in this warning near Perry Lakeside Village, Grantville, or even Topeka, definitely make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. It's a dangerous storm. Yeah, this storm is rapidly intensifying right now, and it's a very large area of circulation. And even if that tornado report, like, I mean, obviously this is, by the sounds of it, again, there's storm chasers that are confirming this, but, like, you know, even if there wasn't a tornado right now, we are talking about a significant amount of damaging winds. It is a massive area of rotation. I mean, it's huge here. So it's a massive area of rotation at the bare minimum that is going to produce damaging winds at the surface. I mean, we have tree swaying. I mean, it's a significant area. So yeah, that's heading towards Perry Lakeside Village, Interstate 70, Grantville, Newman, Thompsonville, Compton, Kansas, Grover, Kansas, Lake Bridge, Kansas, near Topeka, Kansas. There's a bunch of areas here, though, that are in the track of this right now. Significant storm right now in progress here, just north of Topeka. And Topeka also, you need to be in your safe place if you're in Topeka right now. Local news confirmed. Okay, so this is, I mean, it hasn't updated yet, but this is confirmed. We have sounded the alarm already because, I mean, I've already seen footage of it, but again, this is on the ground near Topeka. That this is a tornado. This will probably be upgraded here in a minute. If the, I mean, again, this could go strong. It's a relatively strong pocket of rotation, and again, this could be a strong tornado if it does continue to intensify.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Where in the world is this? Apparently there's a new tornado warning. It's on the, is it on the same storm? Did they issue a new one? I don't know if that's a bug or something. I think this is the same exact storm. Yeah, they issued a duplicate tornado warning. I don't know if that was intentional. But again, tornado was on the ground on this storm north of Topeka. You gotta seek shelter if you're in this warning. Radar just updated. See what the CC shows. Again, I'm not seeing any sort of deep CC drop yet. So it looks like if there is a tornado, it is still not picking up much debris yet. Again, that could always change. We'll see what the velocities show here. But once again, this is a storm that has produced a tornado and could still be producing a tornado right now. Near Grantville, north of Topeka. And this is the latest scan, so I'm not seeing anything super strong anymore, but there may have been at least something brief here. It could technically still be on the ground. It's a strong couplet of rotation. That's, again, currently moving eastbound. I'm not seeing a CC drop, though, at this point, but once again, tornado has been reported in this storm, and it's going to continue to move towards Grantville and Perry. So if there is still a tornado on the ground, or if it does end up, again, dropping, it will be going in those areas. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building as this continues to move east.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, okay. All right, this is a storm we were also talking about a little while ago that was rotating for a while. That's for Winfield, New Salem, Floral, and southern Kansas. Yeah, if you're in this tornado warning, you also need to seek shelter. That is a strong couplet of rotation that is developing. It's not on the ground yet, but this could also drop a tornado at any time. So again, that's moving east, northeast, and northeast. Going to be going towards Atlanta, Floral, and Road 1 near Floral and New Salem. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter as well immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Just to the north of Winfield, Kansas. And if you are in Winfield, you should also seek shelter. So we'll be watching that storm closely as well. Got a little circulation near El Dorado as well, pretty broad, and we also got another one near Bazaar. So there's a couple areas there that we'll also be watching for. New radar scan on Topeka should be coming out in a minute. And if there is still a tornado in progress, it's going to be north of Grantville, north of Route 2459, moving eastbound. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, I mean, if we did get a tornado here, I mean, again, or if there's actually something that does materialize out of this, it would probably be on the stronger side of things with how strong these velocities are. Velocities are quite strong here. And we did have that brief tightening there, which represents that tornado that just dropped probably for about a minute or two at most. It wasn't on the ground for a long time. But again, it could drop another one here just on the north side of Topeka. I'll have a new radar scan in a moment. Let's go back to here. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we had a brief tornado touchdown at least near Topeka. It could still be on the ground just north of Topeka. We had visual confirmation briefly. We'll have a CC update probably in a second. Here's your velocities. So if this is still on the ground, it's going to be located right here, right over Highway 4, northeast of Topeka. That's going to be approaching Grantville for reference. There is no CC drop right now. So again, we still don't have any debris being lifted up at this point. But that would be where there's a tornado. If it is still on the ground, or if it drops again, that's where it's going to be. It's going to be near Highway 4, just south of Meridian, and north of Grantville. All right, let me check and see if we have any other reports on this. And again, if you see anything on Twitter, any reports, you can at me, at MaxVelocityWX, and I will try to relay them or retweet them or whatever it might be. This is still radar indicated. I'm going to drop this back down to radar indicated for the time being. So we're going to keep it at radar indicated because it has not officially been confirmed by the National Weather Service, even though there was visual, at least for a brief moment. There was a tornado there briefly. It looks like it's lifted, but it's trying to recycle. We had a storm merger happen here, so that might be why it's recycling. And so that could also, again, drop a tornado again here in a few minutes, even at any time as this continues to move east-southeast. So once again, it was on the ground, at least from the reports that I've seen briefly. It's trying to drop again, essentially. And if it does drop again, this one could be a bit stronger. Just kind of depends on what happens here, again, over the next few minutes. But once again, nothing confirmed by the National Weather Service at this point. But we'll continue to watch this storm very closely. We got other tornado warnings, but this is going to be our main focus. I'm going to go back down, though, real quickly to the south before that next radar scan comes in for the Wichita area. We got a strong couplet of rotation northwest of Winfield, Kansas. Just going to check out the CC on that real quick. Let me go back to velocities. So that right there is your rotation. Nothing definitive yet, but that would be your area of rotation, your Winfield, Kansas, that's trying to develop. So yeah, if you're in this area, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And then this is, again, our main area of concern right now. Right here, northwest of Grantville. Again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. The storm is trying to drop a tornado right now, and it could at any time. I'll have another radar scan in just a second. This is completely rain wrap, by the way. And no CC drop as of now. So nothing confirmed with debris signatures yet. There's that area of circulation. So right there, north of Grantville. And it's still not tight on radar. It's still not a definitive tornado. But that is where we're looking for the potential for a tornado. As it continues to move east towards Lakeside Village, Perry, and just north of Interstate 70 near Topeka. So once again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And I know some people are saying that, you know, Reed has seen this and stuff. You know, I'm pretty sure he saw one, you know, initially with the storm, but right now there's nothing confirmed on this. And the rotation is not strong enough on radar. And the CC is also not showing any debris for there to actually be confirmed tornado here. There is a very strong surge, though, of wind with this. A very strong surge right here near Grantville, which is probably what is happening there, just for the record. It's probably a very strong surge of damaging winds, and that was one of the things that we've been watching for the last several minutes here, is a very strong surge of winds in both directions. We had one near Meridian, we had one on the north side of Topeka, and that's still happening. There is rotation, no doubt. I mean, we have rotation there. It's not tight, confined, and definitive at this point on this particular storm. I definitely saw a tornado there briefly. I don't think there's still one here. But there was definitely probably a brief tornado just north of 24. It's still not on the ground. Because if it was on the ground, we would probably be seeing debris being lifted up into the atmosphere or just tight couplet of rotation, just something. We don't have any of that. So I'm trying to explain to you what's actually happening here. That's, you know, we don't have anything confirmed as of now, but there was something brief. Could drop again. It could be on the ground right now. We don't know by radar. This is all we got. Happens every 3 minutes or so when we're getting radar scans. So yeah, I mean, it was brief. Again, it wasn't on the ground for super long by the looks of it. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is northeast of Topeka, Kansas, where we do still have rotation here. That is still going to try to drop a tornado. It is still an area of rotation that could legitimately drop a tornado at any second. So continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, or closet, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this continues to move towards Lakeside Village and Meridian over the next several minutes. This is the lowest our severe weather warning counter has been in literally hours, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. It has not been like this. We've had at least 25 plus warnings for a while. Yeah, if there is a tornado here, it is completely rain wrapped. So once again, if you're in this warning, don't try to go outside and try to look for this. It's not worth it. If you look at reflectivity, it's all in rain. I mean, like, you could do a little radius thing here. Let me do a diameter. I mean, this is like a 3-mile diameter here, so even if you go from the edge of the rotation, it's 2 miles. There's 2 miles of just thick rain that is keeping you being able to see this tornado with your eyes. You know, you're not gonna be able to see this at all. So once again, don't try to go look for it. It's a very dangerous storm. All right. Oklahoma still has a tornado warning. It still is continuing. No new updates on that. But once again, we do still have our tornado warning here near Grantville. Got a very strong pocket of winds here, again, going away from the radar. The rotation is up here near Highway 4. Again, I'm not seeing much here when it comes to a strong couplet. And again, no CC drop, so nothing confirmed at this point, but that is where we're looking for the potential for a tornado. We'll be right there. Continue to keep you posted if anything changes there. Quickly gonna go back down to the south. New severe thunderstorm warning. Whoa. A destructive severe thunderstorm warning just issued. This is... What is this exactly warned for? 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. 3 miles west of Auburn. So... There are damaging winds right now south of Topeka at 80 miles per hour. I don't exactly know what we're looking at here. It must be like in here is my guess, because it's not... Must be like a non-precip area of damaging winds. But we've got 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds now near Topeka. Stay in your safe place, by the way, if you are in Topeka, because we could have damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. That is going to send trampolines flying. It is going to send debris flying, like, you know, loose lawn items and stuff like that. So definitely make sure if you're in this warning, you're staying away from windows. This is a destructive storm that is ongoing there. Quick update if you're in Iowa. We got a bunch of storms in Iowa right now. The majority of these are still producing hail and wind. We may have a little bit of rotation near Indianola, maybe a little bit, but mostly wind at this point. And then back near Corydon in southern Iowa, it is still a damaging wind and hail threat. Quickly going to go back down to Oklahoma and Texas. We got a couple storms here that are producing hail and wind near Vernon with 2-inch hail now possible there. Still got a tornado warning in southwestern Oklahoma. It's not super definitive when it comes to rotation, but the area that we're watching for is in this hook echo that is now developed. So it's going to be right in here near Roosevelt, right over Route 183. So if you're in this warning near Hobart, sorry, just southeast of Hobart, continue to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That could still drop a tornado. All right. And then we got Fairview, which is still warned. That is not tornadic as of right now. We still got a tornado warning in southern parts of Kansas, and that is currently rotating just north of Winfield. It's a pretty broad area of rotation right now. It's pretty weak also, but that is also something we're going to have to continue to watch here over the next little while. And then other storms are mostly wind producers, so there's not much else up in those areas. And so the main areas of rotation right now are in Oklahoma, southern Kansas, and then this storm right now near Topeka, which is definitely producing hail, by the way. And continue to stay in your safe place again if you're in this pink polygon or any of the pink polygons that I just showed you. By the way, we are door dashing Culver's. It's only $35. So we're getting Culver's cheese curds for dinner, because this live stream is probably not ending anytime soon. We got so much severe weather still. If you have been finding this stream informative, make sure to like the stream and also subscribe if you're new here. Would appreciate it. Again, we got 4 tornado warnings. We got 18 severe thunderstorm warnings. Rotation near Topeka has really occluded by the looks of it. I'm not seeing much rotation anymore. It's mostly a wind threat. We'll continue to watch this closely in case it does try to re-intensify, but it looks much weaker than before. But continue to stay in your safe place, because we do have damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour on the backside of this. And that does include Topeka, Carbondale, and Overbrook, Kansas. No, I got a meal, and then I got cheese curds. It was $35 via good old DoorDash. Prices are ridiculous, I tell you. It is crazy. I would never order it unless we were live for stuff like this. Just so bloody expensive. Did I decide to not do closed captions? I have yet to do that. I mean, I'll consider it. I just haven't had really time to think about it. We're going to be doing a lot of upgrades and all those sorts of things after Wednesday, because I still have 2 final exams tomorrow. So after that, we'll have more time to try to figure stuff out like that. What is Connor looking at? Connor's on the storm. It's, I believe he's near Wichita. Oh, Connor's going towards the storm that is rotating back down near Winfield right now. So this is the one that has a tornado warning, actually. I believe that's the one he's on right now. And that's what he's looking at. Alright, we're losing Connor. We'll go back to him in a minute. Oh, maybe not. We'll stay on him for a second. That right there looks just like a lot of scud, but that would be the tornado warning that we're talking about near Winfield.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. So, this storm has had Hook Echo for a while in Oklahoma. This is a brand new tornado warning now that is going to include Cooperton, Cooperton, as well as Roosevelt. That is near Route 183. Again, if you are in this tornado warning, you are going to have to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Again, this is a storm that has some rotation. It's also producing, by the way, baseball-sized hail. So this is a destructive supercell no matter what. But this is, again, in Oklahoma, where we do have a Hook Echo near Route 183. And this is, again, currently moving east-southeast. So once again, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you are included in this tornado warning. It is, again, a destructive supercell that is producing baseball-sized hail. So this is still a relatively significant storm either way. It may or may not produce a tornado, but if it does, it's going to be even more significant than it currently is. So continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're near Roosevelt. And that rotation that Connor's going towards right now, it looks much weaker at this point. And then the one near Topeka also has remained pretty broad at this point. It's weakened out quite a bit. Again, we don't have a tornado with this at this point. Oh, actually has gone confirmed apparently. Is this on the ground right now? This is 4 minutes ago. Apparently this did go confirmed.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay, so this is apparently confirmed. I'm kind of surprised that there must have been... What is this confirmed by? This is public confirmed 2 miles northwest of Grantville. So this is from earlier. Okay, so they updated this warning kind of late. Because this... Unless this is a different tornado. So that would be right about here. So presumably there's a tornado on the ground now, possibly on the back side of the storm. I mean, that's what I'm guessing. So there's a tornado on the ground apparently right now near Grantville. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter. Obviously, you should be in shelter no matter what in any tornado warning. But there is now a confirmed tornado here. Again, that is near Grantville, just northeast of Topeka. So this is confirmed. Sorry, I do apologize for not bringing this up sooner. I didn't realize it was going to go confirmed like that. I'm a little bit surprised. Happened a few, I mean, it only happened like 2 minutes ago, but still. Again, that's for Topeka, Grantville, Perry, Lecompton, Big Springs, Meridian. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. I'm guessing this was what it was when we were, when the tornado was at least visually confirmed a little while ago. But even then, it could still be on the ground. So continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, and away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in the pink polygon, as this storm is reportedly still producing a tornado as of right now. It would be just north of Grantville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so they've issued a new tornado warning. This one's radar indicated for the storm going towards Lawrence, Kansas, and that is why we have another pocket of rotation developing here. So if there's still a tornado, it would be right here. So it's going to be northeast of Grantville now. If we still have a tornado on the ground, it's there, okay? This is a new pocket of rotation developing northwest of Lawrence. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So we have another pocket of rotation there that is developing near Perry. So there's two different things that are happening here. Two different pockets of rotation on this storm. All right, so once again, these are the two pockets of rotation that we're talking about. Again, just east of Topeka now, we have one tornado that is likely still on the ground or may still be on the ground that's approaching Lakeside Village. So you need to seek shelter now if you're in Lakeside Village or anywhere in the pink polygon just east of Topeka. And we still have that area of circulation that's right over Perry right now, Kansas. And again, if you're in Lawrence as well in Kansas, you need to seek shelter, again, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, that rotation over Perry is radar indicated. The one that is back up northeast of Grantville is still confirmed as of right now. As a confirmed tornado that is still in progress here in Kansas. All right. This is at least our third, I believe that's our third confirmed tornado today. That is what Connor's looking at right now. Wow, that is in southern Kansas. That's that's east of Wichita, I believe. Just east of Wichita. Near Leon, Kansas. And we'll go back to Topeka once the radar updates in a second. You're in Lawrence, Perry, Topeka, Grantville, Lakeside Village, Kansas. You need to seek shelter if you've not already. That's visually unbelievable. I believe that is the storm that is, yeah, that's the storm that's tornado warned still back down in, all right, quick update. That's the storm that's tornado warned back down in southern Kansas. But this is what we're talking about here near Perry. So this warning is no longer confirmed. Okay, so I think the confirmed tornado was already happened. I think they just were possibly late to update it or something. I don't 100% know. There may have been still a tornado. I don't know. But either way, there was a tornado near Grantville. We got that out of the way. It is no longer confirmed. It is back down to radar indicated. With that said, you should be still staying in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building if you're in either of these warnings, because the one near Perry could still drop a tornado as it continues to move eastbound over the next several minutes. The one near Lakeside Village, I would say, is a little bit less likely, but it could still do the same. Okay, that is not good. That is a strong area of rotation over Williamstown. No CC drop yet, but that is strong rotation. You've got to seek shelter if you're in Lawrenceville or Lawrence or Perry, sorry. That is a very strong area of rotation. Holy cow, that really intensified. This could be on the ground. We might just not have a CC drop yet, but this is likely on the ground, and if it is, it could be strong. That is near Perry and just northwest of Lawrence. You've got to seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. That is a very strong rotation pocket right now. Like, very strong. I mean, it doesn't get... In this sort of environment, that is strong. Velocities are estimating around 98 miles per hour versus about 15, so either way, I mean, that's still strong rotation right now. So if there's a tornado, again, we don't have a CC drop yet. It might just be because we're too far away from the radar site and debris takes a little bit of time to get into the atmosphere. But that's over Williamstown, going towards Midland, and it's going to be going towards Lawrence, the north side of Lawrence. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. That is a strong couplet, though, that has just developed here. And this will likely go on the ground at any time. I mean, we do have a small little CC thing, but I can't confirm it because it's just 2 green specks. It's not really much. But this is probably about a drop if it, you know... It's very strong. This is, I don't know if the Kansas City site will show it. Kansas City site shows it. I don't know if it's going to show us a CC. No, it doesn't yet. Kansas City site also shows very strong rotation, so this isn't like contamination or anything. This is definitely strong rotation. Got a radar site up to the north, also showing the same thing. Doesn't show a CC. But I mean, we have probably a tornado right now on the ground. We can't confirm it officially, but that tornado, if it is on the ground, it's going right through Williamstown, Kansas right now, and it'll be approaching Lawrence and eventually going towards Reno and Tonganoxie, if that's how you pronounce that. That new radar scan will be in within the next 30 seconds, I think. So we'll see if this is confirmed or not. That is very strong rotation, and this is more than likely a tornado. This is the most definitive couplet I think we've seen all day today. So I would be surprised if it doesn't drop. I'm really not excited to look at the CC. I feel like there's something big here. Alright, here's the latest scan. Okay, I'm actually surprised there is not a CC drop yet. Let's see what the velocities are. Either way, that is really strong rotation. Local news says it's on the ground. I don't know. We'll see what the next velocity scan shows. There's no CC drop once again. If there's a tornado, it's right there. It's right over Williamstown. And again, we don't have a correlation coefficient drop, which means that we don't have a confirmed tornado by radar. There could be a tornado still. We don't have anything confirmed officially by radar. So again, that would be right there near Williamstown. This is definitely a very strong couplet, though. Honestly, I will not be surprised if this does go on the ground, though. Yeah, we're keeping a close eye on the Oklahoma tornado warning storm. And rotation still remains not super strong on that, but it does remain at least strong enough where we could get a tornado on that Oklahoma storm. And this one right now near Williamstown, north of Lawrence, you've got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. It is at the bare minimum, we have a very strong surge of damaging winds, but more than likely there's at least some sort of tornado or brief tornado that is dropped on this storm, with a pretty clean hook echo as well. I mean, it's not a super organized storm, but that right there would be what we're talking about. Topeka is no longer in a tornado warning, by the way. You can get out of your storm shelter if you're in Topeka. That warning has officially ended. CC means correlation coefficient. It's basically what shows us debris being lifted up into the atmosphere on radar. We don't have that on this storm right now, but there is a very strong couplet of rotation, which signals that we could get a tornado at any time. A lot of trees and power lines down in Jefferson County. Yeah, I mean, these storms are producing some significant damaging winds right now, so it would not surprise me whatsoever. And obviously, we've had a couple of tornadoes as well. If you guys do see any photos or videos or reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. Thank you for those that have actually sent me stuff as well. A lot of mammoth clouds. That's mostly what I've been sent at this point. Wow. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning west side of Kansas City for tennis ball sized hail. And that's also for the threat of damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And there's also a tornado possible label on this. So that is the latest on this warning out in front of the tornado warning for the massive hailstorm that is also happening with this. So it's not just the tornado threat, but it's also the hail threat. Rain wrap tornado has been confirmed as of 2 minutes ago. I don't know why this isn't confirmed, but this is now a confirmed tornado officially here in Kansas.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Yeah, we don't have any CC drop, but as of 2 minutes ago, we just got a report of a rain-wrapped tornado in Williamstown, Kansas. No debris signature, for the record, but we do have a tornado that has just been confirmed by a emergency management of a rain-wrapped tornado. This would be where it is right now. It's going to be crossing right over 2459 route, going toward Lawrence. So continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom away from windows, lowest floor possible. if you are still in this tornado warning. The warning hasn't officially been updated, but this again would be your tornado that's on the ground right now. It's going to be on the north side of Lawrence. It's over Williamstown right now, where the tornado has been confirmed and reported. You have a rain-wrapped tornado. That'd be where it is right now. It's right over Williamstown. And it has now officially been confirmed. So this is now officially a confirmed tornado by, again, weather spotters. It's confirmed as of now. It's 1 mile south of Williamstown, moving east at 25 miles per hour. It's actually now 1 mile east of Williamstown, at least if that's the downtown area. So it's now on the east side, just for reference. Obviously, the warning was updated a few minutes ago, so now it's east side of Williamstown. It's going to be on the north side of Midland here in a few minutes. It'll eventually be going towards the Tonganoxie area and Reno, Kansas. Again, this storm is on track to go towards Kansas City, so if you are in Kansas City, stay very vigilant. I think the main concern there will be hail and wind, but there could still be a tornado threat with this as it moves that direction. This storm has done multiple handoffs at this point, and we've seen a couple of tornadoes already, and there, again, is another one on the ground right now with a very strong area of wind going away from the radar, and even going towards the radar. We got some winds there, but it's not nearly as intense. But once again, we still got a tornado in progress. Thank you, Christo. Southern Iowa, the main concern there is just hail and wind. I don't expect much of a tornado threat there at this point. Also, the storm in Kansas, the rotation has intensified. So heads up, if you are the storm that is currently tornado warned near Roosevelt and Cooperton, Kansas, that rotation is also just intensified. So that could also drop a tornado at any time. New radar scan will be coming in just a moment. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a confirmed tornado, rain-wrapped tornado that is currently on the ground near Route 2459 east of Perry. This is going to be heading on the north side of Lawrence, going towards Reno. Even if you don't get hit by a tornado, there's significant damaging wind potential and also a significant threat for tennis ball-sized hail. So no matter what, you should be staying away from windows. I don't see any CC drop. We haven't had one, but there has been at least a report of a rain-wrapped tornado. See what the velocity show here on the next scan, which will be here in just a second. The trampoline meter today is a medium risk. We have a medium risk for flying trampolines. If you want to download the radar I'm using, it's at the very bottom of the description for those that are asking. All right, here's the latest scan. The circulation quickly broadened out again, so we might see another situation where this does end up re-intensifying as it moves eastbound. I mean, it obviously was very intense there briefly, but more than likely this is going to probably try to intensify again as it moves east. We've seen a lot of, I mean, again, this storm has recycled twice now, I think, maybe 3 times. It might do that again as it heads towards Kansas City. I do want to quickly update you on the storms in southern Kansas. Connor Croft, bottom right of your screen, he's inside of the storm, but most of these storms right now are damaging winds and hail. I'm not seeing any tornado threat with these right now. They're, for the most part, pretty disorganized. We do have a warning in northwest Oklahoma. We also have one that is tornado warned back over in southwest Oklahoma. This rotation has been stronger for the last few minutes near Roosevelt and Cooperton. It did intensify there briefly, so there could have been a tornado here. Even, yeah, I don't see a CC drop, but even if there wasn't one, I mean, there is still strong rotation here. Moving towards Cooperton right now in Oklahoma, so continue to stay in your safe place there. Might have a little bit of rotation down here as well. Maybe not, maybe just wind. Never mind. All right, so mostly just wind and hail down here north of Frederick, Oklahoma. And then the other storms right now, I'm not too concerned about. So that's the main concern right now. We're going to go back to the tornado near Lawrence. I'll have a new radar scan in about a minute on this. You're an animal every day with your non-stop live streams. I know, we're live a lot. This is still a confirmed tornado, by the way. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado just 2 miles east now of Williamstown. So this is still a confirmed tornado as of right now. Rotation on radar is broader, but it could technically still be on the ground maybe. Even if it isn't, it could still produce a tornado down the road. My guess is that they'll probably issue a new warning on this. Maybe. See if the rotation intensifies again. If not, they might issue one down the road if it intensifies again. I check Connor. I'll check him periodically. There's nothing to check right now. He's just driving through a lot of rain. Ask Max how his wife puts up with him. I don't have a wife. I've never even I actually legitimately I've had like maybe I mean in the last like 7 years I don't think I've ever had a girlfriend. New radar scan on this storm in a second. I'm gonna check the Kansas City radar site. What in the world is this new tornado warning?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm kind of puzzled by this. This is a very tiny tornado warning. Issued for I don't know what town this is even issued for. This is this bugged? I don't know what that is. I mean, I don't know. Apparently that's a tornado warning, but again, the tornado warning's still going north of Lawrence. They'll probably issue a new one for the Tunga-Noxie area and Reno in a minute. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I don't mean to laugh here, but I just don't know what this is. Okay, here you go. The rectangle north of Lawrence. But again, that's apparently a new tornado warning here. Again, if you're in this warning, which apparently 262 people are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you're in Reno or Tunga-Noxie, I would also stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. Treat this as if it's a tornado warning because this storm is heading in your direction. It might not be imminent producing a tornado, but it is producing significant damaging winds. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but that's just a weird warning. I'm guessing they're going to issue a new warning for this, is my guess. I mean, I'm guessing that's what they meant to do. I don't really know. It's kind of weird. Rotation's broader though for the last few minutes. I mean, it's still confirmed as of now on the previous warning, but I'll have to wait and see. And there's something, I don't know if these got canceled. They are now just being canceled. Okay, so those are expiring. All right, there we go. All right, so those are gone. All right, so we're back down to 3 tornado warnings. And then we have 21 severe thunderstorm warnings. All right, some updates there. The tornado warnings now have officially expired or were canceled before. They just might have not updated. Near Grantville, Meridian, Lakeside, you no longer have to be in your safe place. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to still be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or your bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Something that's interior and away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. We'll see how intense this rotation is. Still, it's been broadening over the last few minutes. And here's your latest scan. The broad area of circulation that's going to be going right into Tunga-Noxie, Kansas, near Reno, over the next few minutes. The tornado warning has now been downgraded. It's no longer confirmed. It is back down to a normal radar-indicated tornado warning. Once again, this is moving eastbound. So continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. I said it right. That's actually shocking, by the way. That is shocking. Pronunciation is never my strong suit. All right, let's check Twitter here. If you guys do see any reports, photos, videos, anything like that, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This this tornado warning's going viral here on Twitter. 15 comments, 37 retweets, 80 likes. What is that? Oh, goodness. All right. This is from Tiffany Watkins on Twitter. This is in the Topeka area. Some scary looking clouds here. Very strong winds, by the way. This is from a little while ago, but wow. Need Tiffany Watkins for adding me in that. I have retweeted that as well if you want to check that out. So yeah, again, as of 12 minutes ago, this was a confirmed rain wrap tornado. It is no longer confirmed. It is radar indicated. For the time being, they have not issued a new tornado warning for Tonganoxie or Reno or Fairmount. I'm not ruling out that they do, maybe even sometime after the rotation tries to recycle. If it tries to do that again, that would be where we're talking about the next threat there for a tornado. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, if you are in this warning. Connor stream's crazy. It's like he's going through some wind right now. Common Tonganoxie split. That's what happened often here. You usually get split storms in your Kansas City. McDonald's French fry tornado warning. I actually have to agree with that statement. That's what it looks like. Oops, wrong screen. That's also the wrong screen. My bad. All right, there we go. All right. I believe this is the end of the CWA region. That rotation's about to be entering into Tonganoxie. Again, if you're in Tonganoxie, again, I would continue to stay in your safe place here, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Just in case this does try to drop a tornado, at the bare minimum, we're talking about damaging winds. All right, that's at least what we're looking at. We could have a tornado here. It's a broader area of circulation at this point, moving that direction. Quick update on Oklahoma, because we do still have a tornado warning there. This is our main warning. So again, this is in southwest Oklahoma near Roosevelt and Cooperton. I'm not seeing nearly as much here. The rotation, if it's still going, it's near Cooperton. The storm is moving east at about 5 miles per hour. Wow. I mean, I could run faster than that. That's how slow this storm is moving. And I'm not a fast runner, by the way, but that's a slow moving storm right now. This is going to produce flash flooding for sure. So definitely make sure you're monitoring that very closely. Almost all these storms right now in Oklahoma are very slow. So once again, make sure if you're anywhere in these warnings that you are continuing to monitor the weather very closely and be vigilant about the flooding threat for sure. Baseball-sized hail is also possible with that storm, so it could be raining baseballs for like 25 minutes straight. That's how slow that storm is moving. All right, that rotation, broad, it's going into the Tonganoxie area. Again, it's broad right now. It's not tornado warned in the area where it's at, but we'll have to keep watching the storm closely. All right. Check Twitter again real quick. The amount of severe thunderstorm warnings we had today has just been insane. I'm retweeting more videos on Twitter, by the way, of this particular storm. Pretty cool photos and videos there on Twitter. All right. My Culver's has arrived. I have to go run and get it. I'll be back in 2 seconds. We're gonna go to Connor here for a moment. I can't mute my mic. I'll be right back. All right. Share stream time. All right, the tornado warnings have officially been canceled up here in Kansas. So we're down to 1 tornado warning. It's the one in Oklahoma. And Connor, we're losing Connor. Back to here. But that tornado warning has not been continued, at least for now. Obviously, that could change at any time. But for the time being, it is not being continued here in Kansas. I kind of reorganized myself real quick. Oh, that's nice. Culver's is delivering smiles. Very nice. Well, it's delivering a smile right now. See, their marketing team is great. All right, let's go back down to Wichita real quick. Again, Connor's on the storms that are in southern Kansas. These aren't really that crazy, but they're mostly hail and wind producers. Lots of lightning. And then we still have our tornado warning in Oklahoma that is ongoing. That goes for 22 more minutes. So we'll continue to watch this storm closely. I'm probably going to primarily, though, stay on the storm that is in Kansas City right now in case that does try to drop again. Let's double check the storms back up here to the north. Yeah, most of these storms right now in Iowa are wind and hail. There has not really been any tornado threat in Iowa today. It's been very low. So the main concern right now is going to be the storm that is near Tonganoxie. So we'll be watching this closely in case it does try to produce a tornado threat as it moves eastbound. Hey, so thank you, Storm. I appreciate that. Yeah, so for those that are, new to the channel or whatever, we are doing some big upgrades here soon. We're getting a new computer, three more monitors. So there's gonna be some major upgrades over the next couple of weeks. They might take a few weeks to go in place because they're not like complete yet, but those will be some big things that are coming soon. So lots of exciting things here in the near future. It'll increase stream quality substantially once that all happens. All right, that rotation again has broadened out. Actually, we have got a little area of rotation near Vinland and Clearfield. That's west of Gardner and Olaf here. We're actually going to watch that closely too. That's trying to develop here. All right. Thank you, Zero, for the 20 gifted members. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Zero in the chat. I really do appreciate that, Zero. Thank you. That's very generous. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank him in the chat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. That is a confirmed tornado in Iowa. That is... Well, we just jinxed that. Wow.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Alright, confirmed tornado in Iowa now. You're on this tornado warning. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is going to be confirmed near Millerton, which is this, I believe, right here is what we're talking about. So that's the tornado that has been confirmed. Oh yeah, you can see it right there. That right there is your tornado. It was a scan ago, so we missed it. That's your tornado that's on the ground now in southern Iowa. That is near Zero, Russell, Melrose, Confidence. Again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. This, again, a confirmed tornado that is in progress now in southern Iowa. Gotta run to your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. By the way, if you guys do send photos to me, please send them to me via, like, mentioning me and not message. This is a photo, though, from Trent Fires. Out of Corydon, Iowa. That's ugly. That right there. So... yeah, that's just a lot of scud, but that's out of Corydon. That's out of this storm, by the way. This is a better view. This is from, once again, Trent Fires on Twitter. This is another great view. That right there is your storm that is currently producing a tornado. Wow. That is a supercell. So again, this tornado is on the ground. It's going to be on the backside of this storm and that hook that we have just south of Cheriton, moving east-northeast. And once again, this is a confirmed tornado in Iowa. I'm drinking a milkshake right now. I'm gonna prevent myself from eating until there's like no tornado warnings. There's gonna be a lot to be talking about when we have tornado warnings. I think I saw a trampoline. Did you? Was there a trampoline? I wasn't paying attention. I don't see it. I could be wrong.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. Okay. That is also a confirmed tornado in Oklahoma.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
What in the world is going on here? This is a confirmed tornado, but like this thing's going backwards. This thing's going south right now. So this is going in motion. This is going forward right here. This tornado right now is basically stationary. If not, it's moving south. So a tornado's on the ground here. It's a stationary tornado right now in Oklahoma. So if you're in this tornado warning, you also need to seek shelter immediately. Away from windows and lowest floor possible. That tornado is literally, it's stuck in motion. I mean, it's not even moving. This is a really weird environment because like there's like nothing moving these storms, but this thing's moving at like nothing right now. It's apparently moving south at 5 miles per hour. So, I mean, if you're in Frederick, you got a few minutes technically to get to your safe place, but I'll get there now because it's kind of not far from you. Again, that's a tornado on the ground now in Oklahoma. Wow. That is just strange. I mean, wow. You got a tornado on the ground right there. That's going to be just southeast of Tipton, Oklahoma. Just north of Frederick. The storm's moving at 5 miles per hour to the south, and now it's moving east. Now it's I don't know. It's kind of it's kind of stationary. It's not really moving. It's pretty stationary right now. There's your CC drop. So we do have a little bit of debris there being lifted up into the atmosphere. But again, that's your tornado right there. And what is Connor looking at? There's a lot of stuff happening right now. Connor's apparently looking at something that's wrapping right now in southern Kansas. We'll go to him if anything happens. I mean, that's looks like a nasty storm right there. We got a tornado on the ground in Iowa. We got a tornado on the ground in Oklahoma. Connor right now is near Winfield, Kansas. That's the storm. There was a storm there that was tornado warned earlier. That's south of Wichita. Yeah, that's a gnarly looking storm there too. Beast is right. Guys, I'm not trying to laugh, but these storms have been really weird today. Like this one too. This one included. This thing's not even moving in Oklahoma. So we got a tornado again on the ground that's almost stationary. Near Tipton. So yeah, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Weird things are happening. Let's go back to the Iowa tornado real quick. Actually, we'll wait for the velocity scan here. It's about to come in. We'll go back to the Iowa tornado in a second. I just want to see what the velocity show here. I mean, there isn't much to say on this storm because it's not moving. It's going to be staying here for probably a little while. I mean, it's moving, but whoa, it's going backwards now. It's taking a step back here. So there's the southerly motion. That's just southeast of Tipton. I mean, this... So 726. What are the radar frames here? So this is all over the last 10 minutes, just for the record. So this is the last 10 minutes. We have a storm moving backwards. So the tornado is east-southeast of Tipton. It's not really moving, but that right there is a tornado that's on the ground. And we got a CC drop. That's the debris that's being lifted up. So, again, stay in your safe place if you're in that warning in southwest Oklahoma. All right, let me check on the storm that Connor's on, because he was talking about how there is a storm here that is currently rotating, or might be trying to wrap. I believe it's this one near Burden. Yeah, that one is that does have a hook. This is what Connor's looking at right now. I'm gonna go back to Iowa. A second. Not seeing any rotation, by the way, near Kansas City right now. You can't hear Connor? Can you guys actually not hear Connor? Is it just not working? If Connor's not working, let me know in chat. No? That's not good. Okay, I guess I'll have to fix that. This is the tornado on the ground again in Iowa. That right there is your tornado. If it is still on the ground, it's going to be located southeast of Sheridan. Again, northwest of Centerville. So if there's still a tornado here, that's where it is. That's moving east-northeast going towards Albia right now. So continue to stay in your safe place. That is still confirmed as of now by emergency management. All right, let's go back down to Oklahoma again. I'm going to go ahead and try to fix Connor's audio in a second. Wow, that is a strong couplet of rotation right now in Oklahoma. This again is a confirmed tornado, but that is a very strong area of rotation, moving south at about 1 mile per hour, basically. So again, this is still a tornado east of Tipton. Again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. This is the storm that, again, Connor's on right now, the one in southern Kansas. I'm trying to fix his audio. Give me 1 second. It's in there. All right, can you hear him now? Let me know if you can hear him now. That's the monster storm right now back over in Kansas that's trying to produce a tornado near Winfield, now Burden.
I'm actually just southwest of Burden now. I'm at south-north option. There's a huge rain.
Okay, I can't hear him. I could hear it before.
This thing's huge, Chad.
All right, I guess I'll let you guys hear the audio. All right, let me go back to this because Oklahoma, we got a very strong couplet on this storm near Tipton. There's your debris signature. So there's still a tornado on the ground here. But once again, this storm's barely moving near Tipton, Oklahoma. This is the last 7 scans. It's moving. It's almost moving west now. Yeah, if you're in Tipton, stay in your safe place. This tornado might be backtracking towards you right now. This is a pretty strong couplet, 1, and then 2, it's, again, the National Weather Service said it's moving south at 5 miles per hour. I mean, it's almost stationary. It's barely moving here, so. For what it's worth, this storm is barely moving in Oklahoma with that tornado that's on the ground. And then the one near Roosevelt, rotation's broadened on that storm. I don't know if they'll allow that one to continue. And then, again, Connor's on a storm that is trying to wrap near Burden. We actually could have a tornado here. Nothing confirmed yet, but we got strong rotation on the storm near Burden. Once Connor fixes his camera, we're gonna go back to him because this could drop in Kansas, and I'm guessing this might get tornado warned. That rotation, I mean, it's strong enough. It's not like you don't see a whole lot of green, but it's tight enough there where there could be a tornado near Burden. It'll be right there. And again, that right now is moving east-southeast. Gonna be going towards Cloverdale, which Cloverdale's gotten rocked recently with storms. And we still have our tornado on the ground, and we have another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've issued a new tornado warning on the storm that is back over near Roosevelt. This is radar indicated rotation. It's a large warning, but it's going to be for the storm near Roosevelt. If you're in this warning, once again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, that is a new tornado warning for Roosevelt, Cooperton, Mountain Park, and Snyder in Oklahoma. So that storm is actually moving, by the way. This storm's moving south at 20 miles per hour. The one that's producing a tornado near Frederick is moving backwards right now. If you're in Tipton, you got to seek shelter. If this is still producing a tornado, it's coming right towards you in southwest Oklahoma. And this is coming right at you. It's actually speeding up all of a sudden. I'm not sure how far it's gone in the last couple of scans, but it's gone. Wow, that's actually almost gone a mile here in the last 5 minutes. So it's speeding up a little bit here. It's gonna be going west towards Tipton. This might be one of the strangest tornadoes I've ever watched on radar, for the record. It's a very strange tornado. It's a very interesting tornado. We'll have another radar scan in a second. We'll stay here for a moment. What is Connor looking at right now?
Big lowering.
Looks like a wall cloud in front of him. Yeah, that's a big lowering in Kansas. It's in Winfield, in Burden. Southern Kansas. There's a large lowering. Bottom right of your screen is that pocket of rotation. Thank you, Jason, by the way. Appreciate your comment on Twitter. Guys, if you see any photos or videos on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. Again, what we're looking at right now is a wall cloud lowering in Kansas. Once again, this is on the storm near Burden.
Trying hard to wrap,
So
man.
southeast of Wichita. Got a wall cloud there in the
Trying
middle.
hard.
Middle right.
It's gonna crash just to our north. Passing to our north. I don't know how they haven't tornado warned us again yet.
Going back to Oklahoma on my radar.
Wait, what was that? It's close. It's close in there. It's probably Scud, but
Bottom right of your screen, that tornado is approaching 5C near Tipton, Oklahoma. And Connor right now is on the Kansas one. That's not warned.
that's close right there.
SLC, scary looking cloud. Now, it looks like there's a lowering there in the middle. I can kind of see it. I could make it out a minute ago. I don't see it nearly as much now, but it's kind of like there in the middle. It's also dark, so it's hard to see, but that looks, right side of your screen looks more scuddy.
So close.
And this is a storm in Kansas right now. That is not tornado warned, but is rotating.
Could also be another mezzo back in the rain.
We'll go back to him in a second. This is, again, a confirmed tornado in Oklahoma. This tornado is going backwards now. It's moving west. If it is still on the ground, it is going to be approaching 5C just east of Tipton.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Where is this tornado warning? Is this in Iowa? All right. New tornado warning in Iowa. Near Centerville. Large, broad area of rotation near Mystic and Centerville, moving towards Udale and Unionville. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So this is the storm near Unionville. This is radar indicated. The one that was confirmed in Iowa has been dropped. It is no longer confirmed. It is now radar indicated. Rotation's broadened also, but the one near Centerville is now warned. All right. Crazy. All right, let's go back down to Kansas again. Never mind.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, yeah, we are going here. All right, never mind. Tornado warning's now been issued for Tipton and Hedrick as this tornado is going backwards. It is going northwest in Oklahoma. Very weird. It's now moving in a northwesterly direction. It's gonna try to go towards Hedrick. And so if you're in Frederick, you're fine at least right now. You're fine. But this tornado is now going northwest. it's very strange. It is radar indicated now, so it's no longer confirmed. But if this is still on the ground, or if it does drop, it's going to be northeast of Tipton. It's moving towards Hedrick. All right, so if you're in southwest Oklahoma in this area, you got to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's again very strange, but. I mean, we could play let me just, real quickly, for those that are tuning in and haven't already seen this, we're going to play the last 21 frames. Actually, I think we have to go further back. We're playing the last 30 frames. These are the last 30 frames here. I mean, there you go. That starts moving northwest. It's actually almost going north now. It keeps changing directions here. So that's again, this was confirmed on the ground at one point. No longer confirmed. It's gonna be, or it might still be on the ground, but it's gonna be back to radar indicated for this area. So once again, stay in your shelter spot, storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, lowest floor possible. It is one of the weirder radar presentations I've seen here, especially in Oklahoma. And Connor's still in the storm that is not tornado warned, but there has been rotation on this near Cambridge and Burden. Still got a little hook on that. Not seeing any really strong rotation there. We still have tornado warnings in Iowa. They are back down to radar indicated. So everything's back down to radar indicated right now. This storm technically still is confirmed right now, but the new warning says radar indicated. So presumably it's no longer on the ground here. And Connor, bottom right of your screen, he's on that storm in southern Kansas that is, again, trying to produce. And it looks like this storm, it's getting crazier. It's now trying to recycle. So we got a new area of rotation developing here. The initial area died. The new area is developing. And so now we have a new little couplet developing northeast of Tipton. If things couldn't get a little bit weirder, it's now recycling. In Oklahoma. It's kind of weird though, like the storm itself is moving east. The area of rotation is moving backwards like this. Again, I've never seen something like this before. I'm actually kind of curious to know what it is. It's very interesting. Wow. Hey, thank you, official. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That pays for the entire meal. Appreciate that. Thank you. I can't really eat my food though. I'm only drinking the shake right now. Connor's moving further east. The wall cloud he stopped for is not wrapping. Yeah, that storm, the rotation on radar is not super impressive, but there's a hook there. It could definitely develop something later. All right, new radar scan on this Oklahoma slow mover in a second. Again, this is in southwest Oklahoma. Yeah, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. There's 4 warnings here, but this one's for the same thing near Mountain Park and Snyder. This one is kind of for the same thing. It's now moving northwest. So again, if you're just tuning in, you don't know what's happening here in Oklahoma near Frederick. Frederick's no longer really in the path of this tornado. It has decided now to go northwest. It was initially going toward you, but now it's moving northwest. Has a mind of its own right now. It's going to be moving on the northeast side of Tipton, trying to go towards Hedrick. So if you're in Hedrick, Oklahoma, go to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is a caramel, Oreo, and vanilla shake, for those that are wondering. It's not bad. Trenton, it is possible. I mean, it is possible. This storm's just been really weird. Let me play the reflectivity for 21 frames. So the tornado began kind of here and kind of went up that way somehow. I don't know. It's weird. It's easier to see it on velocities. It's the evolution of it. Dropped south, dropped west, now going northwest, and now it's going north. So this tornado is almost doing a 360 right now. So now it's going north. If there is still a tornado, it's going northbound. It's gonna be heading towards Route 42 in Hedrick. And I'm not ruling it out. This could go towards Snyder. Okay, I mean, it's possible at this point. It could literally turn towards Snyder with this kind of storm. So just keep that in mind. If you're in Snyder, stay vigilant. I mean, you're under a tornado warning already, but this storm could technically turn that direction with how much turning this thing has done. I'm eating the same blizzard. That's pretty iconic. Or ironic, I should say. Hey, Sean. I'll have another radar scan in a second. So we'll stay on this for another moment. We'll go back to Iowa and the other storms in a second. Weirdest tornado I've seen in a while. Yeah, this is one of the weirder ones. This is the weirdest one I've ever covered. That's for sure. Is there a debris signature south of Centerville, Iowa? I will check after this radar scan comes in. It might be hail contamination from that storm that's up there, but I'll check in a minute. Still got a hook echo. Impressively, we have a hook echo. That hook echo just went away. Well, it's kind of there, but it's not as defined. Velocities will update in a second. Hey, thank you, Anthony. Appreciate that. I'm not sleep deprived. Trust me. If I was sleep deprived, you could probably tell. But I'm not. Oh, it's strengthening again. There you go. It's trying to drop a tornado. It's recycling. And this is in southwest Oklahoma where we're at right now near Hedrick. This tornado is moving faster. It's moving right now at 10 miles per hour to the north and northwest. It's doubled its speed. It's taken a big U-turn. All right, and now it's moving north. So it's going to be going towards Hedrick on Route 62. That could drop a tornado again. So we're going to go back to that in a minute. I do want to check in on the other storms. We still got a tornado warning up here. That has just gone confirmed. So new tornado on the ground now in Oklahoma.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we're a little late on this. This was 6 minutes ago. There's a confirmed tornado near Roosevelt and Cold Spring. It may have occluded, but if there's still a tornado, it's going to be right here near Cold Springs. So that would be where your tornado is. If it's still on the ground, which it probably is, it's going to be near Cold Springs, just southwest of Roosevelt. So, again, this is another tornado on the ground in Oklahoma. This is at least the 7th or 8th confirmed tornado today, I believe. So we have a lot of tornadoes that have happened here today, and this is another one. That's, again, moving southbound. And, again, that rotation right here, we're going to go back to this, I think, unless the radar updated already. No, all right, we're going to stay on this for a second. Velocity should update in a moment. This tornado that's going north is weakening once again, so it's kind of going in between right now, but that's the area of rotation, moving towards Hedrick. So, legitimately speaking, we have a tornado. These two tornadoes are 15 miles apart, and one is moving south. If it's still on the ground, it's moving south. If this one was, or, ever does drop on the ground, it's moving north. Now, obviously, theoretically, this is probably not going to happen, but, imagine if these two combined, like, down the road. That would be insane. I mean, it's such a weird radar presentation here. It's very fascinating. If you look at radar, these storms are literally about to collide with each other, so it'll be interesting to see what happens after they, they merge, because they probably will, unless that northern storm slows down. All right. Let's go back to Iowa. We do have a couple of tornado warnings here near Centerville. The storm near Centerville has a broad area of circulation, but that could still drop a tornado at any time. That'll be heading towards... I don't think that's a CC drop, just for the record. Yeah, that's just contamination. I was about to say, that looks really crazy, but that's... that's contamination. So that's right now near Centerville. Once again, radar indicated rotation heading towards Moulton, Bloomfield, and Drakesville. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and lowest floor possible. And then we're going to go back down to Oklahoma once again. We do have an update on one of these warnings. I believe. I don't know. It said it was updated, but this is still a tornado warning, so we got two. Again, confirmed tornado northwest of Snyder, which may have lifted, but if it's still on the ground, it's near Cool Springs. And we do have a tornado trying to develop here, north of Tipton. So, we're going to continue to watch this closely. And then Connor at the bottom right of your screen, he is currently on the storm that is in Kansas. This is a live view of that. And GoPro. Nice. Nice advertisement. All right, let's go back to radar. We'll keep him there at the bottom right. He's on the Kansas storm. That did have a wall cloud, but never really materialized. Area of circulation on the backwards moving storm. Otherwise, people are calling it now the drunk tornado. The drunk tornado is moving north. It's still broad area of circulation. As of now, it's not confirmed. But once again, this could still drop a tornado at any time as it moves north. We're going towards Hedrick over the next several minutes in southwest Oklahoma. And then again, we still got the tornado warning that's north of Snyder. That could also still drop a tornado at any time. It's still observed as of now, but the tornado itself has not looked, or the rotation on radar itself has not looked as strong as before. So more than likely it's no longer on the ground, but as of at least this current time, it's still an observed tornado. Once again, if you do see any photos or videos on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. And again, we have 3 tornado warnings in Oklahoma. We got 2 in Iowa. And those 2 are in southern Iowa, and then these 3 are in southwest Oklahoma. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. And we'll have a new radar scan in a moment. Christopher, the link's at the very bottom of the description. Heather, it's down below. It's like near the top of the description. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. As of right now, this rotation again is still a bit broader and weaker, but we'll see if it tries to re-intensify. Again, this has been a weird circulation, probably the weirdest circulation I've ever seen. And then the storm near Snyder and Mountain Park. Oh, there you go. So this one's weakening. So this is finally coming to an end. The drunk tornado or drunk rotation or whatever you want to call it. It is coming to an end. It is weakening. More than likely, it's weakening. This is awful. So from earlier today, we now have official confirmation of a tornado the tornado that struck in Westmoreland, Kansas. There's now a confirmation of somebody that has passed away from that tornado. The one that we're covering, probably, I think it was one of the first tornado warnings that we had. That one was on the ground, and unfortunately somebody, there's one fatality, just to put it simplistically. So just hearing about that now. But that's now a confirmed fatality in Westmoreland, Kansas. That was from the tornado, again, that happened earlier today. And unfortunately, there's somebody that passed away there. So that's unfortunate. That tornado, by the way, that was not, that tornado that happened was not anything small. It was a, the tornado warning came out a little, I think it happened a little bit after the tornado actually touched down, but that tornado that was on the ground, it was just, and that thing was a cone. It was very strong. It ripped a ton of things off. I wouldn't be surprised that was even a strong tornado. It wasn't far from it. Damage that I saw was a lot of trees down, power lines down, lots of debris was flying. So, yeah, unfortunately, that's what I'm just now hearing there out of Westmoreland, Kansas. And that's already been confirmed, by the way, which, again, that tornado happened about 2 hours ago, maybe 3 hours ago. The rotation on this storm is weakened. The other one still is confirmed as of now. But it hasn't updated in 13 minutes. But that's still a confirmed tornado warning. This one near Frederick is too. I don't know. I feel like this one should probably just be canceled. But nonetheless, continue to stay in your safe place if you're in either of these 3 tornado warnings.
I got in a high stress situation.
Middle of your screen, Connor's on the storm in Kansas.
Drip.
Looks like there's something there.
And that makes me
Can't really
cough,
tell.
but the cough's
Looks like
been getting
trees. I
better each
can't
day,
tell.
I appreciate
Might be a lowering
you
or
guys
something.
looking out for me. Really do, but as of right now, I think I'm good. I feel great outside of the little cough.
It's gonna be hard to
Beautiful
see anything
storm.
at night. We'll keep him bomb right. It's gonna be hard to see anything at night, but if he sees anything, I'll go back to him. Yeah, Reed was on that tornado earlier. I mean, we had confirmation by radar. We also had confirmation by visual. The visual was the one that, you know, really got us to it the earliest. But there was rotation on radar there for quite a while in that storm. The hook echo wasn't really there. I mean, there wasn't really a hook on radar. There was no precipitation on it. So, unfortunately, once again, you know, it's the matter of the situation in Westmoreland, and unfortunately, that tornado did end up causing one fatality. Wow, this is from Papa Smurf on Twitter. Look at that. Look at those mammotus clouds. Those are incredible. This is, again, like, these are basically dipping dot clouds.
Nah, that's weird, bro.
I don't know what Connor's talking about, but apparently he
What
saw
the
an
heck
alien
is that? That is weird, bro.
in southern Kansas. I don't know.
Hopefully it's like a viewer or something and not like somebody, I don't even know. No, that's weird, man. That's just sketched me out. Hopefully it's like a viewer or something. That
I guess he
happens
saw
to,
a
like,
ghost.
live in the
I don't
middle
know.
of Kansas.
Again, he's on the storm that was rotating earlier.
I'm about to get the hell out of here.
Some weird stuff happening. All right, let's go back to live radar real quick. This is west of Frederick. Again, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation on this activity anymore. The tornado that was on the ground has occluded. Might be something here west of Frederick, but it doesn't look like much. The one near Manitou is not really that concerning. The storm that is near Mountain City or Mountain Park and Snyder. This one is, as of now, still confirmed, but that was about, again, 20 minutes ago with that report. If it is still on the ground, it'll be approaching Mountain Park and eventually Snyder. But that storm has been slowing down too. Still got severe thunderstorm warnings up and down the Oklahoma and Kansas border. Main concern right now is going to be, again, damaging winds and some hail. And then back over in Kansas City, we do have a severe storm there. This activity has weakened very quickly, which is good news. These storms are no longer producing tennis ball-sized hail. They are still producing quarter-sized hail, in addition to the threat of 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And they have gone ahead and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning out in front of this tornado warning. There's still some rotation there, but it's overall not as strong. So again, if you are in this tornado warning in Iowa, that's in southern Iowa, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. All right, we're going to go back down to Oklahoma for the time being. But if anything changes up there, we'll obviously go back to it. Also, thank you, Heather, for the $25 Venmo. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you for keeping us. Thank you for keeping our family safe through the storms. We appreciate you. I'm glad I can help. Thank you for your generous $25 Venmo. Also, thank you, Linda, for the 5 gifted. If you got any gifted memberships, make sure to thank Linda. And I think I missed one more. Thank you, Mike, for the $25 donation. He says, I'm addicted to your live streams. I appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for the $25 donation. Go with the $5 donation. Illinois, I mean, the main concern there is just isolated damaging winds. I wouldn't get too concerned about the terminology. It's just, main concern is just isolated damaging winds if you get anything severe, but even then, I don't think you're going to see much. So, I'm not too concerned about that area. For the first time in over 3 hours, I think, we are under double-digit warnings for severe thunderstorm warnings. We're down to 9. And I think all 3 of these tornado warnings, at least these 2, probably can be canceled. The one that's near Mountain Park is still going for the time being. But again, these are the warnings that are currently in southwest Oklahoma. You think these will merge by Lawton? I mean, they're moving barely. I mean, we got snail's pace storms right now. So, I mean, if they do merge, it would be a very slow merge. I mean, it's almost like a shield right here. Like these storms, like this storm started to slow down all of a sudden up here. And these storms are like barely moving this direction. So I don't know. I mean, they could merge, but if they do, Lawton I still think is like a good hour out from this, honestly. It's still pretty far away. at this point. I have some rotation developing again north of Frederick. It's very broad, but there might be something there. Somebody's saying the Oklahoma City radar site shows rotation near Frederick. I mean, it might show rotation, but again, this is looking like way off the ground. We're talking probably 12, 15,000 feet up in the air. That's not going to give us anything in resemblance to like an actual, you know, it's not going to give us much of a signal. For the record, though, this could be something to watch for too. There is a little bit of rotation there. So we'll have to watch that. It's on another one of those like non-precip hooks, but that's near Frederick and Tipton. So a couple different areas here to watch for in southwest Oklahoma, where we've again had multiple tornadoes, but that would be another area to watch. Is there rotation on the Winfield storm? Storm Chaser said there was. There was earlier. Connor's on that storm, by the way. There was. I don't think there is anymore. Mostly straight line winds, it looks like. We had baseball-sized hail confirmed near Mystic, Iowa, by the way. Largest hail we've had so far today is in Oklahoma. It was in Cloud Chief, Oklahoma, at 3 inches in diameter. But we've had some baseball-sized hail as well. This is why we're getting a new computer, by the way. We can't handle browser sources for some reason on OBS. All right, there's Connor again. He should be up in a second. All right. Good times. All right. Pick up the Iowa storm again. Whoa. This right here, by the way, let me just double check. I don't think that is a CC drop. This would be what we're looking at, the top one. The bottom one is... It's so hard to tell with radar sites this far away, but that is not a tornado, by the way. Just an FYI. For those that are saying it is, it's not. That's not a CC drop. This is actually what we're looking at, I think, for the rotation, which is a bit stronger. We don't really have a CC drop on that, but that is a little bit stronger of rotation in southern Iowa. Okay, I don't know if you guys can hear me. I don't have a clue, but I am briefly connected to my hotspot. If you guys can actually hear me, I don't know. And I also cannot even update anything, so... You guys hear me? Okay, you guys can actually hear me. Okay, so my internet is out. I don't know if my audio is coming through clearly, anything. I'll see if I can reboot Radar Omega. I don't know if that's going to work. All right, you guys can actually hear me. Okay, so my internet is out. Using a hotspot. I didn't know I could actually use a hotspot, so that is what we're currently using. Yeah, there's only 2,000 people watching because my stream went out. It was at 12,000, I think, before. Either way, Radar Omega's not even booting up, so we basically don't have anything right now. Oh, it's coming back. Let me check if my internet's back. Just give me a second. Okay, so once again, I am using a hotspot, and so you guys might not be able to hear me. It might be choppy. Hopefully this comes across clear. My internet is currently out. I'm using a hotspot. I'm not sure how that even works. Okay. I don't know if you guys can hear me again. Seems like it's doing a little bit better, but not really by much. If you guys can hear me, if it's a little bit better, again, I've turned all my settings down. So if it is working and you guys can hear me, I mean, again, we're working off bare minimum specs now because, again, I'm using right now my hotspot. I don't have internet at all. It's currently out. I'm not sure if it's coming back, so I'll double check again and see if it came back. If it doesn't come back, essentially what we're gonna do is just probably, you know, wrap up the stream, because I mean, there's no way we could stream off this quality. I mean, it's out again. It's come back and it's going in and out right now. I'm gonna see if my internet's back again. Again, I'm currently using a hotspot. So yeah. All right. If we can come back again, I will.